Oh, I can't go out tonight with your father with this hair. And my shampoo washes the body out.
Don't wash out body, Mom. Cream in body with Luster Cream and Cream Shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream creams in body. It has more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Beautiful body.
New hairdresser, dear.
No, new Luster Cream Shampoo. And a very wise daughter.
Kids are impressionable. That's why here at this station, we watch the programs and commercials your child watches carefully. He may see bad guys, but not in the role of heroes. And he'll learn that crime doesn't pay. Because your child's welfare is our concern, too. That's part of our code. The code of the National Association of Broadcasters for television and the greater public interest.
This flat tire needs a man, but when there's no man around, when there's no man around, Goodyear should be. Why? Watch this. New Goodyear Double Eagle carries its own spare inside. Lifeguard safety spare. A tire in a tire. Keeps on going. Next time, give her a second chance.
Lynch took off at 7:45 a.m., flew 2,949 miles, made 3 stops. And most of the trip still lies ahead. Now there are schedules to check, flight reports to make, a quick supper with friends before turning in. Next morning, on the go again at 6:15. Then St. Louis, Cincinnati, finally New York. Glamour job. Mary Ann has made dozens of runs like this, served hundreds of hot meals, greeted thousands of new people. It all demands a lot of charm and works out to a lot of Coke. Does Coca-Cola have the taste you never get tired of? Do we mean it when we say Coke is always refreshing? Is things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke just a slogan? Write Miss Mary Ann Lynch, Trans World Airlines, Box 7144, St. Louis, Missouri. She'll tell you.
Coca-Cola has the taste you never get tired of. Always refreshing. That's why things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke.
dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor. In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
Believe it or not, we have over a mile of inspectors at the Volkswagen factory. More than 7,000 men who have only one job: to keep an eye on the way Volkswagens are made. And there's no nonsense about them. They reject a Volkswagen, or part of a Volkswagen, for little things you might never even see. And when one of our inspectors says no, it's no. That's why you'll never find so much as a blob of paint or a stitch out of place on a new Volkswagen. An inspector finds it first. Frankly, not every car we make makes it. But any car that gets to the end of that long line of inspectors is a Volkswagen.
This is...
Ready for takeoff?
Zach. Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by PineCreek, the most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. He is none other than the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY! I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Am I not so Sasha Banks today? Boy toy. I'm just a sexy I had to get out the Hovind special. What do y'all think? I'm not your boy toy. Let's go! I'll make them hot. I'll make them shiver. They just get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk. They hear me talk. I'll make them feel like their God ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Let's go. That mic flipped up. Get your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Oh shit. I'm not even plugged in. I was like, I can't hear anything. Boom. All right, there we go. Welcome, welcome everybody to a special edition of the Pocket Locker podcast / David Blackman show / late night Counter-Apologetics. Because quite frankly, folks, it is pay-per-view Saturday. And what that means is we gonna be live on Gather doing play-by-play for Extreme Rules. So everything has to go earlier because we have wrestling to take care of. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Speaking of wrestling, boy, did y'all hear this? These hating ass atheists out here, dog. You know, it's funny, like me and James Apperson, man, we just can't get no peace. Where's James, man? I gotta holler at James when he's done with his show, man. It's like we can't get no peace around here. You know, we come online one day and we're like, you know what, community? We've been spending too much time with these fucked up ass theists, these motherfucking creators, these motherfucking religious philosopher heads. You know, and they really ain't adding shit to what we're trying to do. And would you believe it, not 24 near hours later, we can't even have a peaceful day until all of a sudden now it's the motherfucking hating ass atheist up our ass. And we just trying to kick back, relax, have a fun Saturday, play some games, make fun of religion for a little bit, you know, and get on to this pay-per-view. But no. These motherfucking atheist haters is out here talking all kinds of shit running all kinds of game because they're all kinds of lame. And I think they're fucking insane because they are fucking with the wrong man. Atheist Jr, bro, let me just tell you, bro, before you start this shit, boy, you better think about this long and hard. Now, I know you need me. I know you're uncharismatic, you're not quite as sophisticated as I am, and you damn sure ain't this charismatic and compelling. But you gotta make some family choices. You better sit down with your significant others, your partners, your family, your mama, your grandparents and all of that, your mentors and all of them, and you better go over this thing very strategically. Because there's a grand asymmetry here. There's a grand asymmetry here. Okay? You do YouTube for a living. I do YouTube for funsies, as far as I know. Does he do this for a living? He got like 6,000 views. I'm assuming. I'm assuming he do this for money. But maybe he don't do this for money. Maybe he do this for fun. Because I hope this ain't your livelihood. Please don't come at me on some YouTube shit if YouTube is your livelihood, because it could affect your bottom line. You whip my ass on YouTube, it ain't really gonna matter to my bottom line one iota. Matter of fact, it might help me. You know what I mean? My colleagues might be like, hey, Jay, now that you ain't doing that YouTube shit no more, you might be able to knock out a couple extra science papers. Hey, man, let's get these papers started. You know what I'm talking about? But if you really count on that YouTube money, that might be a problem, bro. So hopefully YouTube ain't this man's business. Now, look, folks, before we get into it, let's catch a vibe real quick. Let me pull up the music. It's hard to focus on the music because there's just so much going on here already that y'all are missing out on. Yeah, y'all missing out on a lot. You missing out on a lot. Oh, what? You don't believe me? See, a lot of y'all made the mistake of thinking that we wasn't live overnight last night. But we was live overnight last night. As you see, Carrie Ann was with us. Joel was with us. AR was in here. Lena was in here. Cameron was in here for a while. Who else was in here? Joel. So look, we did an overnight stream. But YouTube been hating lately, so we dip, dive, socialize. Y'all remember that song from Howlin' Kumar? Dip, dive, socialize. Get ready for the Saturday night. Dip, dive, socialize. Get ready for the Saturday night. That's what we did. We dip, dive, socialized on YouTube, and we did our thing and gather. So we had an overnight stream. It was just on Gather. You got to get with the Gather. Oh, you don't have a link to Gather? Oh, you don't know the password? I guess you're not invited then. I guess you're not. I guess we know you, but we don't know you like that. You understand what I'm saying to you? There's levels to this thing called relationships. We might know you like YouTube know you, but we ain't gonna have you up in our little tent city, unless we know you pretty well. So it wasn't that there was no overnight stream. We live around the clock, y'all. Y'all already know Pocket wasn't fucking. I'm sure you think Pocket wasn't live. You thought Pocket was asleep. You thought Pocket was sleeping, but he wasn't streaming. He wasn't doing his projectionist thing. Of course, I was doing my projectionist thing. I was in my little tent town, chilling with Carrie Ann and the crew. We was all up here at the bar having a good time, watching some fucking pool and some fucking, what the fuck was we watching? Some snooker and some fucking movies and some fucking fighting games and shit. Yep, and y'all was missing out. They was like, I didn't get a YouTube notification. Where y'all think the wrestling pay-per-view gonna be tonight? In Gather, you already know. In Gather we trust. All right, I'm going the wrong way and shit. Wrong way. I'm going towards the wrong way. Go back up this way. I'm show you how to commute. Boop, boop, teleport. Boop, boop, teleport. Teleport. That's the tent. See, we wasn't even in the tents. We wasn't even in the tents. We was in the secluded area. We could go to the market, but we ain't even going to the market right now. We got all types of shit in Gather, dog. We got all types of shit in our Gatherverse. Y'all fucking up. We going right back to the ranch. Look, in the casino room, that's where we was chilling with Lena. Lena was in here streaming. UC Love was in here streaming. Dog, y'all better get in this galley, dog. We be trying to tell y'all, man. We don't fuck around on this channel, dog. Our community, dog, we the part of the community that just don't fuck around. I don't know why people don't understand this about us. Like, we on some next level shit. We don't fuck around. I don't know. Why would people take shots at us? I don't understand. Like, you don't start fights with people that could beat you up, dog. Oh, man, Mike Tyson, come tell him, man. They got too used to disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it. Something wrong with these fools. I'm going to the church. Y'all. Come meet me at the church, y'all. Stop playing around. Come meet me at the church. I'm doing late night counter-apologetic shit. Going to the motherfucking church. Doop, doop. Get some holy water real quick. Doop, doop, doop. Bless. In the name of the Darwin and the Dawkins and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you. Amen. Hallelujah. All right, let's get this started. A little holy water. Let me get up into. Actually, no, we're gonna start. We gotta catch a vibe. So I'm gonna come over here to my little worship area. Grab my little spot on drums, and it's time to catch a vibe, y'all. Here's what we gonna do. We're gonna share that screen real quick. Boop, boop. Then you optimize for video, y'all. Always remember to click optimize for video. But yeah, let's link up with the gang. No, wait, hang on. Let's remind these fools first that they ain't no goddamn competition. Oh, wait, hang on. Did I set this shit up? Whoa.
Just gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all.
Trust the process. Gotta trust your process. Don't worry about what other people doing. Don't worry about the haters.
Worry about yourself.
Or the hater juniors.
Bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean?
It's bigger than all that, y'all. These petty ass niggas, bro.
You always making
we don't understand. We ain't got time for all that. What's up, Lamar? What's up, YouTube punk? Look, I'm gonna give away some currency. Here we go. Let me check. Make sure I get it right.
No competition.
Logan Fisher was first.
I'm feeling so fabulous. You niggas mad at shit.
All right, Cameron.
But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad at shit.
Also, Cameron, I'm gonna send you that track. OG's right, he sent me the track. He just sent it to me on my phone. So I haven't figured out how to get it to you from my phone. I might just try to send it to you on IG. But don't hesitate to remind me, Cameron. Appreciate you, man. I want to get that in your video. Appreciate you. Sorry it took us so long.
They all over the globe.
Probably why I say whoa.
That nigga never made money from stoves. But went hard with the zones. Me and Henny broke it down way before. Now we killing shows, just act like you know. Whoa. Got a new bitch from the bottom, still never change how my niggas
Lamar was second, appreciate you.
Stop been feeling golly, you get in my way, then you leave me no option. Niggas thinking this a race, till we put them in their place. Leave their family with a ghost, then we pull off in a race. Competition, I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet.
Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you.
It's no competition. You niggas be lying about how you be feeling. Saying you Jordan, you not even Pippin. Or Robin when he was with Pistons. You blondie, you lying about all of your visions. Your paper be short like some midgets. I used to step out and just worry about digits. And now I just focus my visions. I had to distance myself from some people cause they just be
holding you back.
I wasted some time, I never get back.
Like, why I do that?
You niggas be bitching, it's just to be seen and put on the map.
I only know some niggas that know how to spend the check and get it right back. I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homie stop gassing you before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit, but it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homie stop gassing you before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. All right, y'all. Let's get into this communion real quick. Check in with the worship team. Y'all ready? Nope, y'all not ready. Glad I asked. Glad I checked. Glad I asked. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all forgot to do your tune in and all of that nonsense. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, yeah, communion right now. Yep. Just in time. That was our communion hymn. And now we are going to switch it up because, we do the MJ interlude. We'll probably hit that, actually, to be honest with you. But right now, let's go ahead and hit that BBVW. Y'all know the hook. Y'all know the damn hook. Appreciate you, Lena. Thank you so much for streaming last night, Lena. Watch Lena stream. Y'all know Lena gave her ass off. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch first wife. Now, hold up, my wife be a bad bitch.
The ones on the gram
got perfect titties and asses.
My girl, she loyal and lavish. She ain't showing off her assets just to level up her status. If she did, it wouldn't matter. She do her, not do me. I met a shorty through a link,
and now we're linking for some drinks.
Conversation kinda vacant. First day, last day was in the basement. On some MySpace top 8 shit. Headshots her favorite. The lust ain't gon' save us. Headed home to my main chick. Yeah, she might do some complaining, but I'd rather her than a fake chick. Stuck on herself and she brainless. Focused on loving the same way. Don't got no time for the games, babe. We getting no fucking lame shit. Sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch first wife. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch first wife. Bad bitch first wife. Bad bitch first. Thank you, Lena. Thank you, Lena. I know the hair is fucking fabulous, and I got my peacock tights on, my motherfucking Hovind special
Oh, and y'all can't even feel it, but this is a superior Hawaiian shirt. This ain't one of them Bible college Hawaiian shirts. This is some real university shit. This is some shit you really wear in Maui. This shit lightweight, soft, lovely. It's nothing like the Hawaiian shirt I used to wear when I broke out at a resort. This is a proper Hawaiian shirt right here. This is what you wear to Dino Adventureland. When you want to roll through Dino Adventureland looking proper, let Pocket hook you up with that Hawaiian.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
We have a powerful cumulative case, folks. Very powerful cumulative case.
But tonight I'm gonna try.
She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life.
The problem really is bad bitch first wife.
All right, y'all.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, let's talk about Atheist Jr.
Feet up, relax and sipping that.
This is my song. Let's not.
Shit, I could hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. I laid the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who bought the expensive lobster and souffle? Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3. Now do you love me, Lucky? Chi-town to New Jersey, we gon' pull up. Hell yeah, I got the hook up. Anytime that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn right, I got the hook up. They say you gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Had to bring you round just to show what the fam do. No text, no calls, no reasons to be involved. Young John Wall taking what's give it and get it off. Come on.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me like
A lot of time living in the moment.
in the city with the gas roll for you.
Can I come get you and we bend them corners like
No disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know I'm about it.
So you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
When you playing, no, I had to shout it. Days I'm in the hood like what it is. I might just slide up on you like what up, bitch. Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. You feeling comfortable, I make the move. But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school the days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. See, I ain't changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Call Tom is, but I ain't tripping no. Stay up on the grind, we gon' get some dough. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know.
Really wanna let you know.
Tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know.
Whoa.
What you doing, girl?
Pull up on me.
A lot of time living in the moment. In the city with the gas roll for you. Can I come get you and we bend them corners like
No disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know
I'm with the
about
city,
it.
so you know about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
When
about
you playing, no, I had to shout it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me.
A lot of time living in the moment. In the city with the gas roll for you. Can I come get you and we bend them corners like no disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know I'm about it.
So you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
When
about
you
it.
playing, no, I had to shout it.
I had to doubt it.
Damn, son, where'd you find
I already
this?
see where this is going. I already see where this is going, folks. Oh, man, I'm over here gathering intel, folks. Let's pop our man James on for a sec.
Follow it, I just never tune in. I'll check it out, YouTube punk.
Oh, yeah, YouTube punk double stream. Caught, aired
Can't
out.
remember the last thing Captive said, but
Aired
Lena
out.
says I'm down. Captive.
Aired out.
Rhythm and blues, indeed, right. Lena said Spotify. Oh, the playlist, right. Lena says I'll check that Vosh debate out. Thanks, YouTube punk. He's edgy, just an FYI. Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, nobody minds if you get edgy with a Nazi, right? Like, be as brutal as you want with a Nazi. Nobody's going to care. So, Vosh is based, as brainwashed say. Yeah, what does that mean? Can somebody... Another word, I don't know what it means. Based. When people say that, based.
Yeah, that based.
What the heck does that mean?
What the fuck y'all
You
talking
young people,
about?
I swear you'll come up with these new words we had to learn. Based.
Based.
Captive Dusk says, I like a lot of genres, but I am Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, Led Zeppelin, Iron Maiden at heart. How can I not love a band with lead guitar named Dave Murray?
I'm on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook. We are taking over the internet.
Canadian Catholic used to shout that at me all the time. Based! And I'm like, based? What's based on what, dude?
What's
That's
based
not a
on
sentence.
what? So what?
Stephanie says it means that the drum leads and the guitar follows with the bass.
Based. Yeah, exactly. A word
rock
used,
is for A1.
A word used when you agree with something or when you want to recognize someone for being themselves, courageous and unique, or not caring what others think, especially common in online political slang. Yeah, I've heard people say this about me. Cool. I always take it as a compliment. You know, they let you know, Pocket, you's a real one, you raw, you don't give no fucks. I do actually give a fuck. Here's what I give a fuck about. American democracy. And by that, I mean take your white ass to work and work your motherfucking ass off so you can pay your motherfucking taxes so that the government can send me to
indoctrinate children.
You caught me. I do care about that. White slavery to evolutionary biology. How you like them apples?
Kind of a...
So
one
what?
And A2 is second. Yeah, I don't know. That's all Greek to me, Stephanie. I don't know. Like, I don't know what any of that means. But it's fine. It's interesting still to know that there's a formula for what counts as rock. And...
All right, y'all. Let's talk about Atheist Jr. And by that, I mean why we haven't talked about Atheist Jr. You know, I'm going to give Atheist Jr. some props, man. He's got himself like a few thousand followers, I think. What's he at? You know, it looks like 6.45 thousand subscribers. I mean, that's healthy, man. I would love to have, 6,500 subscribers, man. Good for this guy. Okay. But let's recap it. Okay. So I know y'all are asking a lot of questions, and so am I. So let's rewind how this goes, guys. Let's be honest about this. I'm laying all my cards on the table for y'all because y'all are my friends, my family, my community, and also my hate watchers. So I'm going to let y'all know the truth. The first issue we have to address is people told me Atheist Jr. was upset with me and that he doesn't like me and that he has a bone to pick with me. And so, y'all, do I swear to tell nigga, I'm left-handed. Do I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me, Myron? I do. First question I asked y'all was, who the hell is Atheist Jr.? Right? Because prior to this, I would have thought the answer to who is Atheist Jr. is nobody. Like, I don't know anybody or know of anybody named Atheist Jr. So the answer to who is Atheist Jr. to me prior to all of this would have been nobody. Now, the real fucked up part about this is since that time, y'all, I've looked up this motherfucker. I'll show you some of what I found about this motherfucker. I've looked into this dumbass. And, I mean, really nice, great, wonderful person. And when I did so, it was kind of fucked up because all of a sudden I had the answer to who was Atheist Jr., but somehow it still hadn't changed. So if you ask me now, who is Atheist Jr., I would still say nobody. Now, the next really big question is, why does Atheist Jr. hate Pocket Locker? The answer, quite simply, is I don't have any fucking idea. Like, these people, y'all, they're so weird to me. Like, weird. Like, that's weird, right? Like, they're these, like, territorial goons or something. Like, they supposedly are Hovind haters. They're more or less professional Hovind haters. They're people who apparently make a living off of sucking Ken Hovind's dick. I mean, bashing Ken Hovind in public. And it's, you know, okay, cool. You're in the little professional Kent Hovind grift economy. Like, got it. Sorry, didn't mean to, like, step on your toes here. But they're allegedly all these people who hate Kent Hovind and they want to take him down and they want to see him rot in prison for all of the terrible deeds he's done, and they just think he's the worst person ever and everybody needs to know how awful Kent Hovind is, and like they literally won't shut up about Kent Hovind. And so I'm like, okay, cool. If that's your thing, I don't understand why you hate me, because all I ever did was debate Kent Hovind one time, hand him his ass, literally tell him to his face that his shit was not science and it was unconstitutional. Even his own fans think I owned his ass. And then somehow they're just mad at me because, like, I didn't take their approach or whatever the fuck. And it's like, bro, clearly you don't even want me to take your approach because clearly you don't want anybody else to become, like, the precious top Hovind hater. It's like, literally, I like, you know, you like, you're sitting around with your friends, right? And you're, like, fucking, you know, you're tinkering around, you're playing around. You're like, y'all want to make a computer? They're like, yeah, come on, Jay, let's make a computer. So you make your little computer and shit. And you're kicking it, and you know, you're watching you a little Dell stream, and you're like, oh, hey, Dell, y'all want to check out our computer? Me and my friends been making this computer. It sounds pretty cool. And Dell's like, oh, yeah, we'll check out your computer, right? And then all of a sudden, all the other fucking computer companies came in. No, we were Dell's favorite little secret top project that they were working. No. And I'm like, bro, I literally have like less than 500 subs, bro. I can't even take super chats via YouTube. So like, hashtag, put in that exclamation point super chat, send your boy some super chat love. But it's like, why are they so threatened? And then they're supposed to be pro-science, right? But then they're like, I'm going to shred the scientist. Like, we have literally like next to zero actual scientists in this community. We damn sure ain't got no practicing evolutionary biologists. I wish we did. We got a couple people who really are, I would say, biology or biology educators or evolution-related educators. Y'all know Aaron and what's-her-face is on the way up, Erica. And there's definitely people out there, Dr. Dan. You know, I'm not trying to disrespect those people, but everybody knows what I'm talking about. And it's like, why shred me instead of getting behind me? And then they come with this rhetoric where I take on this thing, and I said from the beginning in the title of my fucking slide with Ken Hovind, I'm going to be representing the philosophy of science. Like, I rep the philosophy of science thing. I made it very clear that the conversation I was having wasn't about the particulars of scientific evidence. It was about, you know, the sort of bigger picture stuff, which again is great when you're dealing with a lay audience, right? You're not dealing with people who have the background to get into, you know, fossils and biochemistry and genetics. It's just not, you're just not there to do that. I've made it clear since then too, right, that you know, that I was representing exactly the type of shit that, you know, Rob and I teach in our class. And you guys have even seen as we've been reading Rob's book and going through some of Rob's debates and all of this stuff. And I showed you the lecture that Rob gave to our students in class, right? And all of it was literally me and Rob reading from the same script and the same playbook, even though we never, ever once talked about the strategy of the debate. Like, we didn't have to, right? We teach the same class. So why would I need to consult with him about how to represent the class I teach? So again, I was doing exactly what I should do, representing my career, my work, my teaching, literally my class, on point. And then it's like, the rest of the shit, they're mad that, like, I guess they're just not wrestling fans. But you sound like a bunch of mark-ass losers who go to a wrestling show, say, oh, I hate this all, this is fake, this is dumb, but then you're upset about the things that the wrestlers say and do as though they're perfectly legitimate. So it's like, what is it? Is it all fake and it's a gag and you don't take it seriously, in which case, who gives a shit and why are you complaining? Or are you a mark-ass bitch who goes to a wrestling, like I said, goes to a wrestling show and goes, oh my God, the bad guy turned on the crowd and so did the good guy, and now the bad guy's working with the good guy. Oh my God, this is fucking terrible. Like, bro, it's a fucking wrestling show. If you're not a wrestling fan, don't watch. But you look like a fucking idiot when you try to start a political revolution over a motherfucking play. Oh, I'm gonna go to see Macbeth. And then, you know, oh my God, how can you guys watch this shit? These people are murdering each other. You think this is okay? You think this is an acceptable form of political discourse? You think it's okay to murder a motherfucker because y'all haven't worked out your little love triangle here? Huh, people? What, people? You buying tickets to this? You're supporting this? How can you people support this type of shit? Huh? I can't believe this. I'm out of here. I'm going to go make YouTube videos about how awful this is. I mean, seriously, bro? Oh, it's because I didn't become part of the militant atheist Kent Hovind hating cult. But again, it's so funny you say that, Rob, because I kind of feel you on the vibe there, right? But then again, it's like they just weren't watching, right? Because again, two things I'm gonna present to y'all. Go back and look at it. And we might check out pieces if that's where it goes. But it's like, I literally handed him his ass. Most people who actually critically evaluated the content of what was said on both sides literally said, and I'm not bragging, y'all, but I almost thought of titling today's stream, I don't debate, I only master debate. Because literally, out of 300 debates that this man has done, and I literally don't debate, y'all. I've never really done a debate. I did, a debate for the student body president thing when I was an undergrad, when I was 19. And guess what I did then, guys? We turned it into a pro wrestling spectacle. It was the most amazing thing that campus had ever seen. It was talked about, written about in the papers. And just like this, it became a far bigger deal even afterwards than it was going into it. Because people showed up to see a student government debate, so then most people didn't show up, right? And then all of a sudden the newspaper story was, holy shit, you miss Jay Bundy, go fucking ham, right? And we put on a crazy ass show, and from then on, everybody was paying attention to everything we did. Because they knew, you know, everywhere we went, that's where the action was going to be. And this is the same thing, y'all. We're the stars. We get out there. We put the asses in the seats. We sell the tickets. You know, we put on a quality product, and everybody else talks about it. Now, whether that's fans who are going to say, hey, this is cool, this is creative, let's get behind this, or it's haters who just say, I don't like this. And it could be for any number of reasons and motivations. It is what it is, right? And so I just want people to say, it just comes with the territory, right? This is what I trained for when I was in college, right? When I became president of student government at Penn State, that's what it was. I could not walk down the street, right, without some shit. Whether that was somebody stopping me to criticize me or or tell me why what I was doing was awful. But much more than that, it was people encouraging me, laughing, wanting autographs, wanting to take pictures with me, telling us how great it was, telling us to keep going, or just kind of smiling and nodding and leaving me the hell alone so I could, enjoy my day or shop for deodorant at CVS or whatever the fuck I was doing like everybody else. Because, of course, I wanted to just show up and be one of the students, right? That was still part of my life, right? I was still just another student like everybody else, right? And most people got that. Just like most people get out here. I'm just another content creator. I'm just another YouTuber who's got a channel. We're trying to grow our channel. We're trying to have fun. I'm trying to make friends. And the other thing I thought about it is, if people want to be critical about me, cool. But then don't be surprised or hurt again, like even more butthurt now when I flip the criticism back on you, right? And this happened with some of our friends even, right? Some people said, oh, Jay, you didn't misrepresent science, and you misrepresented science, and, you set science back 50 years, somebody said at one point, right? And they were saying all these things. So what did I do, y'all? I pulled their card on that. Right? I played the clips again. I broke it down. I played shit from Rob's lecture, broke that down, pulled in more shit from Kitzmiller versus Dover, broke that down, and then continued to talk about it when it came up and read it in Rob's book. Why? What was I doing with those people? I was telling them, in my opinion, they're just fucking wrong. Right? And that was something that people had to kind of swallow that bitter pill. They kind of had to realize, like, oh, holy shit, Jay knew what he was doing, and he made a good point, and those points were actually very fucking effective. YouTube is not an audience of one. You can't please everybody. And even, again, you don't have to believe me. Don't watch it from my side. Watch the debate from Donnie's channel. Go watch the debate on Standing for Truth. Look at the debates, the comments on Donnie's channel. Then go to Kent's channel. Kent actually left it up. Remember we said, whoop Kent Hovind's ass. He's not going to show the debate on his channel. Well, we did a good thing. We made it work. Didn't make it something where Kent was fucking embarrassed. And what do we reap? We reap the rewards. What were the rewards? Kent Hovind, who has the much bigger platform, a much bigger platform than me, a way bigger platform than even Donnie. And what happens? Every single time that hate cult debates Kent, what does Kent do? He doesn't put it on his channel. Kent's got fucking, 300,000 subscribers on YouTube, y'all? You want to grow your channel, how about just disagree with the man with like an ounce of courtesy? I'm not saying you got to respect him. I ain't saying you got to like him or love him. But just say, I can have a conversation with him and treat him like a human being. I can ask him if he's feeling okay. I can, wish him a safe and healthy recovery. We can trade stories. He can tell a joke. I can tell a joke. We can laugh at each other's jokes. It's a hate cult, guys. I think that was the way to put it. That's what I've really been feeling. I've been feeling like these are the hypocrites in our community who talk about building bridges, talk about the other side, talk about making peace, and they just don't believe it. They don't buy that. They just hate. And if you don't hate the way they hate or hate hard enough, then they hate you. Cool. You're just haters. I don't know what to tell you. Most of your content is hate. Like, you don't make creative shit. These are not creative people. They didn't build a name. They didn't make a song. They didn't make a cover. They don't sing near their audience. They're not building unique social spaces. They're not providing unique experiences on YouTube. They're not exposing people at different games and helping people build bridges. They're just not doing any of that. And you know what else they're not doing? Science. Whoops. Whoops. Imagine motherfuckers who have never published a scientific paper in their lives telling me I'm setting back science. Are you serious? You got to be joking, right? Again, I don't want to go there. I'm not trying to be a braggadocious person, but if you're going to people are going to bring these type of criticisms to my front door, go ahead, knock, knock, knock. But now Dr. Bundy's going to open the door. Excuse me, can I help you? Oh, yeah, Dr. Bundy. Oh, I heard you were setting back science. Oh, did you? Excuse me. Yeah, Ma, they stunting about my goddamn dissertations again. Can you send a picture of my dissertation over with a picture of my PhDs? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just finished this in the lab of the longest running evolution experiment in the history of science. Thank you. Yeah, I was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Thank you. I'm currently working on scientific manuscripts. And by the way, while you're on YouTube trying to make a living off hating Kent Hovind, I'm actually on YouTube teaching people evolutionary biology. So what the fuck are y'all talking about? And who do you think you're talking to? And then they want to talk shit about like, it's like, dude, like the funny thing is the other people who disagree with these motherfuckers are like my advisors, right? So no scientist works in a vacuum. Again, I don't just have a research mentor, I have a teaching mentor. My research mentor is also the head of my department. The head of my training program also is the interim dean of my college, overseeing all of the College of Biological Sciences. And my program is funded by the National Institute of Health, and I literally just met with the NIH people. And I'm going to be working next semester with the local community college and remotely in Minnesota. So what? And what did they do? They were like, yeah, Jay, we reached out to our media team, and they're going to reach out to you because we want to do a feature story on you. And then I did an interview for that feature story, and they were like, yeah, you got so much going on, and this is so cool, we're going to have to do another interview. So I did 2 of them. And they're still working on the story because they're trying to make it good as shit. I was also just elected to a 3-year term on the Education and Outreach Committee for the Society for the Study of Evolution. Part of the Tri-Societies, one of the 3 most important societies in all of evolutionary biology. I'll be working with them, the Society for Systematic Biologists, and the American Society of Naturalists on a grant, a multi-million-dollar grant to fund underrepresented students to do multi-year research experiences so they can get into PhD programs. So it seems like not only am I not setting back science, but it seems like all the scientists who actually do this for a living and know what the fuck time it is are getting behind me and trying to shoot me to the fucking science moon. I'm on the Avita Ed development team and the MABE development team. What? I'm sorry, folks. These people are out of their fucking league. Like, I'm just sorry. You're out of your fucking league. And if you're critiquing me and you don't think that I'm going to come swinging back at you and that it's going to hurt you, you're out of your fucking mind. You've lost your fucking mind. You think you're going to come at the throne like that, bruh. What? What did I tell them in my virtual vision statement? I'm a motherfucking champion for evolution. You think you're going to critique me? No. You're going to come get in this ring and get into a fight. You're either going to get in this ring and hit the sweet sin music and get knocked the fuck out and pinned 1, 2, 3, or you're going to learn to shut the fuck up. Also, I set the table. I'm the goddamn promoter. I'm working with Gin and Truth and trying to work, and Derek and all of these people, James Apperson, we're putting on cards. We're going to be putting on pay-per-view style events. Atheist Jr.'s ass could have kissed the ring, apologized, sent me a $10 donation, and he might have found himself on a card actually being a part of something creative, being a part of something exciting. being a part of something new and different and wonderful happening in this community. But guess what all those people have to do? They have to actually agree to treat the other side respectfully. Yeah, because it's called doing business. And if Word Wrestling Entertainment calls you on behalf of Jay Bundy and you get a call like, yo, we need you to do this debate, blah, 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 blah. The people are going to be coming at you hard as fuck. You just got to be cool. Everybody's going to be respectful. Everybody's allowed to broadcast on their channels. You know, just keep it cool. We're going to give the people what they want. You know, let everybody chance grow and let the ideas compete. That's what it is. All right, cool. Boom. That's how everybody's got to be. And everybody so far on both sides is cool with it. Your dumb ass could have just kept your fucking mouth shut and you might have got a call. Now instead, the only way you're going to get to do business, you're going to have to kiss the ring first. Now you lucky I gave the atheist discount. Kiss the ring means something very simple, folks. It means you done fucked up and now you got to go see the man in charge and you got to make it right with him. And for us, we keep it very simple. Public apology, and then on top of that, a $20 donation. Put your money in the plate. It's not a fucking game. I squeeze niggas. I don't give a fuck. This business. I don't have to work with anybody. I don't have to invite nobody on my channel. I'm allowed to say, hey, I only work with people who send me certain donations. Or my friends. You got to pay to play this game. Now, you're atheist, so I get an atheist discount. Public apology, $10 donation. You don't want to give it to me? Cool, I don't want to book your ass anyway. See how that works? See how that works? Oh, I would never do that. I would never give him the benefit. I would never do that for him. Cool, I don't want you anyway, stank ass nigga. You ain't putting no asses in seats. Like I said, before this happened, who were you to me? Nobody. I looked into you. Who are you to me now? Nobody. Guess you're going to have to evolve first, fuckhead. It's fucking with me. Look at this nigga, y'all. Stank ass nigga, look. So he debated Ken Hovind, but look, let's look at his channel, y'all. Look at this nigga's channel, dog. And look, Ken Hovind did him the favor and left his ass up. Ken ain't even as scared of this nigga. Ken ain't worried about this nigga. Ken ain't worried about Beatty. Ken ain't worried about none of these niggas, dog. That's what's funny about Kent, man. When Kent, you dealing with a cold ass nigga, bro. You gotta know how to deal. You gotta be a cold ass nigga to deal with a cold ass nigga like Kent. Most of y'all can't handle it. But look at this nigga's channel, y'all. Look at his channel, y'all. Look at his channel. Hovind. Does this child know what he's preaching? Sorry, we already did that episode. Right. Hovind. Right? Hovind. Right? Hovind. Right? Hanging out more people anti-Hovind shit. Hovind. At Whacking Atheists, Hovind. Come on, let's go. Hovind, Matt Powell. That's Matt Powell. Hovind. I mean, Ken Ham, technically, right? Hovind. Y'all see where this is going? More. Hovind. Cool. Did I ever not? What's your point, crazed old man? Tell me when you identify a problem. Do you know I have channels just for my mods to watch me? Do you know I'm doing an overnight stream tonight just for my mods? Do you know I'm doing a pay-per-view for my mods? Do you know who my mods are, dumbass? My mods are my friends. Yeah. Do you know I would stream the same exact amount of hours I do? I would put the same effort into all of my shows if only my mods watched me. Do you know mostly when I say wanna grow, that's just my line. It's just kind of a thing we do because it helps us be creative. It really just stimulates the creativity. It keeps things interesting. We don't give a fuck about anybody other than our friends. You must not be watching very long. You would already known that. You'd also know that I'm quick to time people out and quick to block people, especially people who are not mods, because then I know you're not my friends. See how this works? Watch your fucking mouth. All right, now, mods. I should start making my preference for my friends clear. Mods and others. I told y'all, I've actually given anti-viewer rants, y'all. This is where my anti-viewer rants come from. Like I said, you're out on YouTube, having a good time with your friends, aka your mods, chilling, chatting with your friends, and then what happens? Here comes these viewers. They think they're so important. Everybody on YouTube wants the viewers. Oh, they want my view. Oh, they're desperate for my chat. They just want me to say my ideas. They're so desperate to hear from me. Now we're really not. I've actually made, you should go check my catalog. I've made whole episodes. I did a whole episode of Hot Program called Jay Does Not Want You to Watch Him. It was directed at people like y'all. Y'all, they don't know how real it is. My mods, aka my friends, the people who know what the fuck is up, they're at home laughing their asses off because they know how true all of this is. They're like, y'all, they're laughing like, y'all, it's in the catalog. Y'all remember, he did like a whole 2-hour episode talking about these lame ass haters and how he doesn't give a fuck about the numbers and he'd rather you not watch because we just trying to have fun out here. But you don't hear me though. They think their views are so important. Y'all forget, I have a job. I have a job. I get these things called paychecks from the University of Minnesota. They're not influenced by your opinion ever, never, at all, at all. I do this for fun. That's the worst part about this for y'all. I beat these niggas up for fun. I super kick them in the face for fun. I do it because I find life rather boring. And I'm looking for a challenge. And unfortunately, we getting bored with it too. Like, this ain't the challenge we was looking for. You know what I mean? It's more just the interpersonal drama is kind of funny. You know, we out here trying to start some shit because, let's face it, these debates aren't going anywhere. It's not like these fucking religious fucktards are going to have any good ideas anytime soon. So we're pretty much out here starting shit because, you know, drama's kind of fun. Drama's kind of fun. Drama's kind of fun. All right, let's see Atheist Jr.'s amazing, mind-blowing work. I mean, he probably does a good job. Like, I always say this to people, y'all. People do a good job against Ken Hovind. Like, the niggas, they debated 300 atheists. Like, what the fuck do I have to say? So, to be honest with you, I probably will think that, you know, substance-wise, I'm not going to bullshit on the dude. Like, he has beef with me. Like, I don't even know this nigga. Like, he doesn't really matter to me. But I guess he's pissed at me. I don't know why. I heard he's doing a show about me today, so I guess on his show he'll bitch enough about me. People will figure out why. I'm sure it'll be too long and uninteresting for me to make it through all of it, but we'll see. Plus, I got wrestling shit going on, so you know if he overlaps with my wrestling, I ain't listening, and you know I got other shit to do. So I don't really know if I'll ever figure out the whole story here. I don't know if I care enough to. Like I said, I probably won't book him in Word Wrestling Entertainment because if he's this hateful, then I don't really see what he's bringing to the table. He's not big enough that I give a shit. And quite frankly, like, I just think the Hovind hater thing is done. Like, I mean, you got to remember, I guess these guys are so deeply entrenched and invested in Kent Hovind. Like, they don't understand that I'm not. Right? Like, y'all see, like, I haven't really made any Kent Hovind shit. Like, I guess for, like, you know, we promoted the fuck out of it. That's what else is funny to me, too, about all of this. These people are like, all right, these people are very, you know, deeply invested in this Kent Hovind thing, I guess. And I don't know where, I guess most of my mods and stuff, I feel like do know this, but if, you know, the other people that'll catch it later or come in and out or whatever, it's like, we're just not that deeply invested in this dude. Like, honestly, like, we really don't care. Like, it's not that relevant of a figure to us, right? We're kind of, I would say even most of us in my atheist friend group in this community, we're kind of like science-y, where I would say even I criticize the people in this community for being, you know, Bible nerds and kind of like philosophy geeks, right? And so overall, I think a lot of us are maybe former fundies, or we come from fundamentalist families, or I know some of y'all used to be Kent Hovind fans or whatever. So there's some of that out there, but I think most of us have emotionally, socially, intellectually just outgrown that particular type of Christianity. Even my ability to participate in like the church I do, where they're all fundy and evangelically and super white and whatever, it's just I've so outgrown it intellectually, it just doesn't even bother me. It's just like it's just so unimpressive, right? Woo! My new dude got my headphones slipping. Let's get used to this. I probably have to wear them up for it a little bit more. But yeah, it's a little, it's like weird to me, because it's like, you know, we just like, look, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Like, and here's the funny thing too about it. If they watched more of our stuff, or they really knew what was up, they would realize like I'm on their side, right? Like, so for instance, yes, I'm friendly with Donnie, but most people have heard me talk about how I came to know Donnie's channel. He pops up on your shit, just like most of y'all. Yeah, I came to know Standing for Truth how? He's in this fucking space, so he popped up on your YouTube shit. The shit's called Standing for Truth. You probably clicked on it thinking he might be a fucking atheist channel or whatever. You didn't know, so you clicked on the shit. You watched it for a little bit. You thought he sounded kind of reasonable, and then you realized he was sitting on some bullshit like 30 seconds later and seeing his scrolly, you know, trolly chat, right? And so instantly, my first interaction with Donnie's channel was like, that happened to me, and they were talking some anti-evolution bullshit, and I was like, oh, I'm an evolutionary biologist, you know, this is ridiculous, or y'all are sitting on some, like, whatever. I was like, whatever, like, this is, you know, like, this is delusional, or whatever I said, right? And so immediately they were challenging me, what is a mutation, blah, blah, blah. And so I just kind of would troll them for a little bit, like, not even troll them, but just seriously just kind of sit there and go back and forth with them, and then I just dip, like, right? Like, I was just like, oh, this is ridiculous. So I literally don't have even all this hatred that people have for Donnie. I didn't have it, but it's not because I like Donnie or I'm somehow sympathetic to Standing for Truth. Like, interpersonally, like I said, I think Donnie's cool. Like, if me and Donnie went to the same church, or we went to the same high school or some shit like that, I'm sure we'd be friends. If Donnie lived next door to me, like, I'm sure I'd do shit on YouTube, he'd do shit on YouTube, and like, you know, I'd go hang out at his house and we'd play WCW versus NWO on N64, right? To keep it old school. And it's like, but I think his channel's sitting on some bullshit. He thinks my channel's sitting on some bullshit. But to be honest, he spends more time watching me than I spend watching him. I'm just not that into his content. I do like his approach to moderation, but I just don't, you know, I don't find his debate topics to be good. I don't find the people on either side to be offering anything I want to hear about. But like I said, if he was a friend of my church, I'd be happy for him in the success of his channel. And I do think he seems like a decent person from what I know. And again, I'm not invested enough to know all the shit that all these other people know. I know all these other people know all the skeletons in their closet. I just don't, and I just don't care enough. So, you know, again, and again, I'm not part of this hate cult, so I'm not looking to dig up dirt on people. And I wonder if these people are either two types of people. They're either one, people who have serious dirt themselves, and, you know, nobody's onto it, nobody sniffed them out, nobody's figured them out. Or they're those people, and I've dated people like this, who their whole game in life is dancing the tap dance of what's legal and what's socially acceptable and what's considered okay. And so they play the civility politics or the, you know, the SJW roles or whatever, right? And so they just strategically make all their decisions, making sure that they always are in a position of social leverage because, you know, they never overstep a boundary or they never do anything wrong. And then that gives them this unassailable position and this sort of feeling of security to go ahead and attack everybody else that's a monster. You know, and so they make monsters out of men. That's what I call it. It's just people who make monsters out of men. And, you know, I just see a man. I don't see a monster. I don't see a messiah. I just see a dude. Probably done a lot of bad shit. Probably done a lot of good shit. People know about the bad shit. People also know about the good shit. And, you know, everybody has their own opinion of this complicated figure named Kent Hovind. Me personally, though, so I want to pick up the story kind of. It's like, that was my interactions with Donnie. And then I would come through, you know, literally probably once every month and a half or something. Literally, I just notice his channel once in a while. I come through and I'd literally troll him. I'd just be like, what delusion are y'all sitting on today, right? And then they'd all kind of flame me in his chat. And so literally, I kind of had heard these recent stories where people were talking. I don't know how I heard it. Maybe I was watching something or whatever, and it had kind of come up. Or maybe I saw the Mark Reed thing. And also, oh, I know what it was too. I saw Kent Hovind in a debate with, I think like an LGBT person. And he kept asking them about their pronouns in a certain way towards the end of the debate. And it really bothered me. So again, I don't like Kent Hovind, right? Like my initial even motivation to like think about him was very negative. It was like, I don't like this person. I don't like the way he just treated this person. But I realized, like, who gives a shit? Like, you know, it's just whatever. You know, they say terrible things. They're not good. I don't think they're good people. So, of course, I think they're going to say terrible shit and do terrible things. But anyway, I noticed that I happened to be watching when Donnie was promoting the whole 300th debate. I'm sure he did it a lot because Donnie's a good promoter of his channel. And so, you know, I happened to catch one of the debates where he's promoting the 300th and it was still open. And so I figured, this is great. Because if I send him a super chat, he'll at least read it on thing. He'll at least read it on camera and on the stream, and then, you know, maybe I could follow up with them, and I'll get to be Kent Hovind's 300th debate. And that's all it really was for me. It was just like, oh, wouldn't that be funny? You know, and again, we were trying to think of what to do. You know, we had the Gustick Gibbon thing that was huge, but we had kind of dealt with that, like the growth we were going to get, the connections we were going to make. We had kind of done, and now it became time to go into the second phase and start to use some of these experiences, some of these clippable things that we had, some of these things that were increasing our profile to get more opportunities to increase our profile. And so this was just like, oh, cool, Kent Hovind's a creationist with a big profile. I don't really personally like him. You know, I've seen him, you know, kind of mistreat people in conversations. So, you know, let's get at him. And so, you know, Donnie read the super chat, and y'all know, like I said, Donnie's a wrestling fan. Donnie knows what's up. Donnie likes to play ball. Donnie likes to promote something. Donnie knew I was calling Ken out. He said, oh, you did the Gustick Gibbon thing. Oh, you got these credentials. All right, cool. That might make a perfect 300 debate. Let's set it up. So again, I went out of my way to go after Kent Hovind. And then most of y'all saw the promo I cut against Kent Hovind. So let's just quickly, for those that are new, or just to keep it in the context of this video. Some of this stuff is old. People don't remember this stuff. I know some of y'all seen this stuff, y'all. So bear with me. And thanks for bearing with me. But you know, I want to make this stuff easy to follow for people who haven't, you know, followed all of this stuff. And I want to be assuming that, you know, everybody's seen everything. And so, for those of you that have seen all this stuff, you know, thanks for bearing with us here. But I think it's important to tell in this story. Short videos, here we go. Here. This is how I set up the debate with Kent Hovind, for those that don't remember or didn't know.
Hunter Biden's laptops, $5 super chat. I'm a dual PhD in evolutionary biology. I worked in the LNCA lab. Oh, very cool. I was recently featured on Gustick Gibbon's channel. Okay, one of my best buddies. And he says, or she, let me debate Hovind. Okay, well, you know what? That sounds fun. Shoot me an email. And let me see. I'm going to post my email in the chat. And you might just be a dual PhD evolutionary biologist, I think could make for a fantastic debate number 300. So if that's the case, shoot me an email, give me some details, maybe send me Typically with the requests that I come in, endless requests, I just ask for, if there's been previous appearances in other shows, debates, send me those links just to vet, the debaters a little bit.
AJ, the link is in the description, bro. The link is in the description. Call the show. Link is in the description. Here, let me pull up my restream. Let me mute this. All right, and I'm gonna keep showing y'all this clip.
But details on who you are, so on and
so
so
again,
forth. So
I called Ken Hovind out, right? And then this is the promo I made against him. And I played this almost every fucking day, sometimes multiple times a day. Is this thing on? Is that camera on? Turn that goddamn camera on. That camera on? Put that camera on me. Put that camera on me right now. Ken Hovind, I'm coming for you. You done fucked up. See, I knew if I challenged you to a debate on your channel, you'd record it. I don't want to hear him say he didn't see it. I'll share this one. You can see my screen, right?
Hey, can you hear me?
I said you can see my screen, right?
I can.
Okay, great. Let's close those and close that for now. I don't know what the hell I did with that thing. All right, here we go. Oh, I need Pocket Locker open. That's what happened. I never watch videos from here.
Test. That's weird. I can hear myself.
Oh, it's because it's got you coming out the wrong goddamn thing again. Say something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on. You're coming out the wrong thing. Hang
okay.
On.
I thought it was me.
Why does it keep doing this? All right. It's almost like all the apps are doing this now. All right. Check. Say something else.
Is it better now?
That should be better. Yeah, it should be better.
Cool.
All right. Give me a sec.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't know that the link was in the thing because usually I just see people use StreamYard. So.
Yeah. No worries.
Ready for takeoff. Ready for takeoff.
Is this thing on? Is that camera on? Turn that goddamn camera on. That camera on? Put that camera on me. Put that camera on me right now. Ken Hovind, I'm coming for you. You done fucked up. See, I knew if I challenged you to a debate on your channel, you'd record it. And then once I whooped your monkey ass all over the internet, you would hide it. There's no way you would release it. But I did something smarter because while your dumbass is still struggling to figure out the rules to checkers while pretending you're playing chess, Me and my supercomputer evolutionary algorithm are evolving a brain that is motherfucking whooping the ass of world champions at Go. You are levels and 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 levels out of your motherfucking league. See, while I earned a dual PhD at the motherfucking Michigan State University after my bachelor's and master's at Penn State University, that's right, master's, Go State, biological anthropology. You're fucked. Then I joined the LNCA lab at Michigan State. Dual PhD, integrative biology and ecology, evolutionary biology and behavior. You're fucked. Then I moved on to the experimental research lab of Dr. Mike Travisano at the motherfucking University of Minnesota. Go motherfucking Gophers. Big Ten, all throughout, all up in this bitch. 3 very legit universities. Go fuck yourself, you're fucked. What did your lazy ass do? You went to some bullshit ass hole in the wall. That's a compliment. It's a motherfucking trailer in the middle of nowhere, Colorado, where you wrote some piece of shit toilet paper dissertation that I will rip up in your face to show you that it is not worth a goddamn thing, Kent Hovind. I am coming for your ass. August 29th, on motherfucking Donnie's channel, searching for delusions, standing for lies, reasoning for evidence, hiding underneath the blanket of Christian delusion, whatever Donnie's calling his channel these days, Kent. It really doesn't matter. I hope you bring all your friends, your family, your wives, your ex-wives, your fucking people at your compound, all your motherfucking staff, because believe me, was in the house. Rolling deep with the cult of the flying man. The cult of the Most flying High man. Apostle is coming for that ass. And best believe my co-pastors will be in the building. The ushers will be in the building. The motherfucking congregants will be gathered. The drinks will be poured. The weed will be in the goddamn air. And we will be celebrating as I roast your monkey ass. Now, again, I played that every single day, often multiple times a day, normally while holding a belt, whipping the shit out of the chair I'm sitting in and going, Daddy gonna spank you for that shit you said. Daddy gonna spank you for that shit you said, Kent. Yeah, you done fucked up, Kent. Daddy gonna spank you for that shit you said, Kent. Now, somehow, I continue to be told I was soft on Kent Hovind or some shit like that. So what? So what's the beef, bro?
Say that again.
What's the beef? What's the beef? What's the problem? What's your problem with me?
I don't have a problem
No,
with you.
what
Like
you mean
the
you don't got a
description of
problem
this
with me?
video says that I hate you.
Yeah, that's what I was told.
hate-
Somebody said you were gonna make a video about me.
Who said that?
And then you left a little snarky comment on my video.
I left a comment disagreeing with you. I don't. But who said I was going to make
Wow,
a video on you?
what-
I never
what-
had any plans to make a video on you.
You don't have any plans to make a video on me?
No, not at the moment.
That sounds like the right tune to me. Sounds like the right tune to me.
You're saying that people have told you these things, but you don't say who it was.
Yeah, I don't have to talk about my sources.
Well, I mean, I don't. I
Let's
never
just say
said,
people I really
never
trust.
told anybody that I hate you or that I have some like major beef with you. Like, I had some things I disagree about, but that doesn't mean that like I hate you. Like, it just seems like an overreaction to me.
It didn't seem like an overreaction to me. I mean, to me, I'm not saying it's like we call it hate, like hating. Just hating. Sounds like hating. Sounds like you've been hating. It ain't like I think you're gonna show up with a burning cross in my yard. It just means it sounds like you're not on board. You're not supportive. You're not instead of saying, hey, let me get behind this guy and hey, he's trying to do something different. Let's just kind of get with this. Yeah, it's time to shake things up. Instead, you're like, let me poke holes. I got an opportunity. I can I could say something. Hey, people want to know what I think about this. I could say, hey, this is something that, hey, let's think about this. Hey, it's something different, right? Or hey, I'm leaving this guy a comment, right? Hey, this guy's going through something with this Beatty guy. I could leave something to show my support, right? And it seems like when you get the opportunity, you rather do the hole poking than the showing support. So that's, I guess, what I'm curious about.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it. But I did leave another comment, and I would agree that I've had a lot of issues with Robert Beatty myself, because he made an image on his Facebook group, that had my last name in it. He had a lot of posts on Twitter that had my last name in it because I read his Facebook group or whatever, and I kept telling him like, hey, like I didn't put that out there. I've never talked about it on YouTube. Like, stop using my name on there. And then eventually one day Kent showed that picture on his channel. And now every chance he gets, he like uses my last name. You know what I mean? Which is just pretty irritating to me. It's like, Kent loves to dox people.
I don't see. I didn't know that, and I don't think that's cool, right?
No, and I don't think.
And for me, it's weird because like my last. So it's everybody feels different about different things. My last name's not going to bother me because my last name is public, but I have been talking about being doxed in inappropriate ways elsewise, like my colleagues being reached out to, my students' images being shown and shared or stuff like that.
I also thought that was an overreach.
So that's kind of where I was coming from. And also, like, just to be honest with you, when I did the Kent Hovind debate, there was a lot of pushback from a lot of atheists, and it seemed like a lot of them just kind of missed the bigger picture. And also, I felt bad because the way I see things is people know we call it word wrestling entertainment, and our job is to promote that. And you got to be it, you got to live it, you're doing it. To quote Roman Reigns, the current WWE superstar champion, he said, "I'm not playing a character. I am the character. This is my life," right? And so when somebody to me comes to me and says, "Hey, Jay, can you just break it down for people on camera and just tell us, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like you really hate this guy, right?" I'm like, right? So we're just like, look, sorry, Mark, it's not how this works, So there was a lot of different pushback, and a lot of it did sort of seem to be atheists saying I wasn't hateful enough, or jumping into the science enough, or really being aggressive towards Kent, or pushing back on all of his sticking points, and then it slipped into, well, let's talk about his education. Is the dual PhD? It's not really two PhDs now, is it? And hey, these interdisciplinary programs. That's not what kind of expertise? And I'm like. So now it's Counter-Apologize Day Bundy hour, and so I think somehow your name maybe got thrown around with all of this going on, right? And so for me, it just became like cool. So I guess we're just taking heat from atheists now.
Well, let me, if I can level with you for a second.
Sure.
When I did my last debate with Kent, and I don't know if you've seen it, but it was Kent was firing back at. It was pretty intense. Like Kent was like firing back at me pretty hard. Like, and I had quite a few comments that were supportive, and then I also had quite a few comments from people who were in my viewers who were critical of me, and those comments, like, it was really hard on me, and had an effect on my mental health, and I had to step away from YouTube for a little bit after the debate and just sort of, say like, it was hard for me to take that much criticism. So I feel like at the time that, maybe I wasn't sympathetic to that, but like looking back now and reflecting on how that type of thing affected me after my debate, I would say that, I think you have a point with what you're saying. So I think that was probably a mistake on my part.
I appreciate that. I really do, actually. It means a lot to me coming from you. But and I think we talk about this, there being different approaches, right? My approach is really different, and it's even really different amongst my colleagues, right? So like when I deal with other scientists and science educators, right? And one of my things is I'm all about meeting people where they're at. And I'm especially about meeting people who are not on the path to where I'm at. And so when I go into a situation like, let's just say it's flat out, like I'm dealing with Ken Hovind's audience or Standing for Truth's audience or whatever, right? I'm there thinking about how do I entertain, appeal to, / cause to question, but delicately, the creationist. And unfortunately, I had this sort of mindset, which may have been a mistake on my part, where I'm totally willing to accept that I'm going to take an approach that some of the atheists and pro-science people, they're just not going to like it. They're just not going to be feeling it. They're just not going to be. But I'm just not here for them tonight. You know, and again, it's a rough thing today. And I say that to my colleagues all the time. It's like because they want me to do the traditional biology thing and walk. And they're behind me now. But it took some convincing. It took building an audience, doing some things, shaking things up, and getting some results. But I would really be like, look, I'm not here for science nerds. Science nerds don't have a problem understanding science and pursuing careers in science, right? Like if you've been playing with dinosaurs since you were 3 years old, or you couldn't wait to get your hands on a chemistry set at 9, you're probably well on your way to grad school, right? I got to deal with the kid who's just trying to be a good Christian day to day, and never a single day in their life woke up saying, I want to be anti-science, or, I don't want to really be an engineer ever, right? But they've accepted a lot of the things that are going to derail them from having that type of opportunity just as part of this bigger thing, right? And so it's like we've got to figure out, and I don't think my way is the right way or the only way or maybe even necessarily a good way, but it's just something we try to do to be a little bit different, but then allow ourselves to do something inviting, right? And the goal is you're not going to give them the science lecture today, but you're going to introduce them to a scientist that they can tolerate today. And they're going to see that person treat their hero with some dignity and some respect, maybe too much even, right? But that seems to have generated some goodwill with them, right? And that was worth it for that, because that's what we were trying to do with that, right?
Yeah, well, I will say I have seen some people go into debates with Kent and bring up, his past legal problems and stuff. And I think that's a mistake because, if it's not right for Kent to do something like that, then it's not right to do it to him. If it is an ad hominem, I think. I guess I've just been sort of confused because like in the debate, like you said something like that you were on Kent's side, like I'm switching sides. Like, I don't know if that was a tactic to sort of like, get Kent, get his guard down, and then later you were going to debunk him, because I guess I just found the debate kind of confusing. And then talking about like Kent offering to come talk to like your students or whatever, I don't think that would be a good idea. I don't know why anybody who is doing legitimate science would ever want Kent anywhere near those kids. I find that I found that confusing.
Sure.
That was
and then the first thing was the switching sides thing.
Yeah.
So the switching sides thing is I guess I could reveal now because it's over. That was the master plan. I always say that let people know I'm genuinely a heel. I like to get heat, right? And I've been that way. I kind of took this approach to running for student government when I was in college, right? And I was running for president, and I played the sort of really cocky, over-the-top, wild, cursing bad guy, which got everybody's attention. It was just totally ridiculous. And then I just surrounded myself with these really solid, wonderful straight people, right? And so you're just pulling eyeballs, and then they represent the very serious play it straight and let's get something done. And everybody knew behind the scenes I was the guy orchestrating all of this, right? But it was like, let's have some fun because people don't care, right? It's getting stale, it's getting boring. And so people even know, like even on my own stream, like I'll time out my mods. Let's do it right now. Let's time out a month. Yeah, let's time out a month. Let's hang on. I gotta be careful so I don't accidentally block them. Let's put YouTube Punk, UC Love. Thanks for streaming last night. I really appreciate it. That's exactly what we people do. Seriously, UC Love, I was trying to shout you out. I think I sent you a message too on Discord, but thank you so much for streaming and Gather. And just to thank you, you can have a timeout on YouTube. And so, it's just cheap heat. It's just, I sometimes let them know that they're obviously the worst crowd I've ever seen on YouTube. They're just ugly, right? They're all just gross. You guys are the terrible looking crowd, Cleveland. This place sucks. The food is awful. It's dog shit. And your women, oh my goodness, if that's what you want to call them. But that's the stick, right? It's the cheap heat. And so what happened was, going into the thing with Kent Hovind, right, the funny thing was people were really worried about it, right? My friends, people. And what they were worried about was based on the promos, they were worried I was going to just rip this guy a new asshole, right? Everybody was just like, Jay, like, he's old, like, they were just worried I was just going to be so, based on promo, right? I'm coming for you, Kent. Like that I was just going to go so over the top with that they're like, yo, it's not going to be effective. Like, it's just, okay, you can rip his dissertation up in front of him, but what is, you're just going to look like a jerk, right? But that's what we had talked about. I was going to wear a Hawaiian shirt, right, and rip his dissertation up. And Ken, is this your dissertation? It's just crap, right? Let's throw it in the trash on TV and tear his little PhD certificate, right? So, and so people were worried about that. And so me and I was my tag team partner, Wayne, we were sort of sitting around the night before trying to figure out, like, how do we do this? And Donnie had started watching us, right? And we realized Donnie was a wrestling fan. Like, Donnie has a Goldberg tattoo. For standing.
I should show you something real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
I got this like in middle school.
Oh my God. That is God status right there. Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's like my favorite back then, but
okay. Something I didn't know already. Holy shit, though. That's incredible, man. Good for you. Good for you. That's a great memory.
Yeah, but like I felt like I guess it was around the time they made the switch to when it was called WWE, and I just I don't know. I guess it was when like John Cena really became like really fan. I just stopped finding it entertaining. Like the characters, because I was like a big Undertaker fan also.
Yeah.
And like Kane, like I had the mask, I had all like the merch, like the fucking WWF cologne.
I feel
like,
you.
I was big,
yeah.
Middle school. The D-Generation X stuff. Like I had their DVD.
You know what, dude? I just realized we grew up in reverse. Because what happens is, right, we were children during the Attitude Era, and the Attitude Era was grown, right?
Yeah.
And then we grew up and they went PG.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It was,
that's
so
true.
it caused this I just thought about that when you said that. But,
that's interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, so what happened was Donnie's one of my mods, like just because he watches a wrestling fan, so we have fun with him. And so we said this was the plan. Like, we got to do a double turn. Like, we've got to, you know, the move is we're going to go with the presentation. We're just going to kill him with the presentation in the opening. And then we'll just have fun and we'll pull the double turn. We'll just put Kent Hovind, right? Instead of avoiding the whack and atheist, just feed him. Feed his moves, right? Do what you do. You know, I'm HBK, he's Hulk Hogan, right? Everybody knows I'm the better wrestler, but we got to do the Hulk Hogan match, right? And so no matter what we do.
Hey man, like, I'm from San Antonio, so like, you know, Shawn Michaels, he's from San Antonio.
Yeah,
too,
I know.
so.
Yeah, right. But
Yeah.
but remember what happened with him and Hogan, right? They were supposed to do maybe 2 or 3. Hogan was supposed to, you know, return the favor or whatever. Then in the end, Hogan says, I'm not going to do it. Shawn doesn't want to back out. So, you know, he goes in and makes a farce of Hogan by just, you know, dramatically overselling all his moves, right? Hogan could touch him and he'd do a double backflip over to the outside of the ring.
Yeah.
And so he clowned him, right?
I've seen some gifs of that.
So he clowns him just by essentially overworking with him, right? And so that was sort of the mentality I had going in, right? Donnie's hosting it, so it's not a neutral platform. The ref isn't neutral. The crowd's mostly not going to be neutral. I just want my audience to be passionate enough to come through and represent, and they did, right? And then we're like, but if we can do this now in a way to where there's genuine, you know, people really don't know what's going on, that would be great. And so what ended up happening was it did cause us to get the heat of like, oh, well, now atheists are really pissed at me because you said you were going to his side and you said it was good and you reinforced his points. And we're like, yeah, like, oh, we wish you guys were seeing through that. But at the same time, Donnie and Kent dealt with the same thing. Right, all of a sudden, Donnie was being accused of paying us off, and even Kent's fans were like, "No, Kent, you don't see what he did to you. You fed into everything he wanted you to, and he's playing you, right?" And then I'm sitting back watching like their comments and their reactions and stuff, and you know, Donnie and Kent basically reached out and were like, "Oh, dude, that was great. You know, we had a good time. That was fun." Right? Kent said, "You know, let him know he might reach out to you. You know, but if you want to do it again, let us know." Right? So we're like, "Cool, we did good business." Donnie wanted us to, you know, have a good show for Kent's 300th. Also, Donnie asked us not to make it a dumpster fire. He literally said, I don't want a dumpster fire. And so we said, how do we, you know, you got to just find a way to make it fun, make it entertaining, not turn it into a dumpster fire. And if we can get suspended disbelief enough that everybody's going to watch the next time, because really now nobody knows what the heck is going on between all these people, then, you know, we just, great. That'll be fun, and we'll have fun with it.
I called mine a dumpster fire afterwards.
Yeah. So it was just kind of fun, and then weirdly, just one more thing was, he had the stroke that week. He had the stroke a couple days before. He literally just got out of the hospital, right? So right before, it was like, you know, before we even went on, I was like, "How you doing, Ken? Are you okay? Whatever." And so, you know, he was actually really nice to me, and I always say that to people, like it's different when you're face-to-face with somebody, and we all see ourselves as decent people. I actually got to show my people because I was streaming before we went live. But Kent was really sweet to me. You know, he was telling jokes. He was really nice. He was really kind. And so we were both just trying to get through it without ripping each other a new asshole. And the benefit that came with not trying to fight him on everything, especially because everybody's heard his stick before, and he's not adding anything new. He's just doing the same routine he does every time. Was he really didn't challenge my stuff?
Yeah. Well, I wanted to say 2 things. So
of course, but I appreciate your questions. I think they were both great questions. So wait, that was the on his side thing, right? It was just a straight double heel, and I've really never wanted to openly talk about that, but you know, I appreciate the conversation on the call, so I gave you a straight answer. And What was the other thing? Was the class
it was-
invitation?
Yeah, we could get into that in a sec, but I just wanted to
go
say,
ahead.
you know, that is one thing that bugs me about Kent is that he's always challenging people to debates, but he says, oh, well, it has to be on standing for truth, though. You know what I mean? And he says, oh, well, you know, Donnie's a creationist, but he's not biased. And it's like, well, I mean, that
that's an oxymoron, right? But yeah.
Just I will say, you know, I have thought back more about the debate because that like just seeing that I just tuned into it, and that was my first impression of you, and I was just like very confused. You know what I mean?
Sure, I get that. Sure, absolutely.
And then I was hearing these things from people, and but I've had more time to think about it, and I think you're saying that, or so many of his debates just seem to be sort of exactly the same. And I think that, you know, having something that is a little bit different might not be the worst thing. And you know, it was certainly controversial and entertaining.
Right.
Yeah. So have you seen my last debate with Ken?
I haven't. I was going to check out parts of it today.
You should. Okay. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. I'll check it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least I'll check out some of it. But
yeah, because there was some bad blood between me and Kent going into that, and like I know you said he said he was really nice to you, but that was just not my experience at all with Kent.
Sure, and it's different, and I don't want to sound like some sort of Ken Hovind apologist. I'm the type of person in life who I deal with everybody how they deal with me. And so your history with
I've made the videos about him on my channel. I've said lots of things about Kent, so I don't think that it was unfair to me that he would, you know, have, you know,
really
feel some type of way.
Really,
I mean,
that's interesting. That's interesting.
Some things he said that I thought were inappropriate, but I could understand why. You know, I always said, like, don't dish it out if you can't take it. So I can understand that he would want to fire back at me. I get that.
Yeah, that's how I just want to say, I think that's very mature of you, because I think people do tend to take it personally and then not acknowledge, well, you take shots at this person, right? So, you know, like when somebody says things about me, for the most part, I try to keep it in bounds, which means let's keep it fun, let's keep it playful, let's keep it to YouTube, right? And our attitude generally is we are here to take over the internet. So if somebody talks about me, it's like, no, now we're here to take you out, delete your channel. It's going to be you're canceled. You're on the naughty list. It's just, unfettered violence until we destroy this person, or they have to come kiss the ring, because people have to know there are consequences, right? Because there's just a whole gang of us, and we got Uncle Bobby behind us now, and he can just beat people up and toss people around. And that allows me to run off at the mouth without, really paying at the consequences for it. Because there's just like this really big guy behind me, and his name isn't God, so he's actual real, so, but it's, it's a lot of fun. I do want to address the class thing. So, I teach with Rob Pennock, right?
I got to jump out after that.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I teach with Rob Pennock. He wrote a book called Tower of Babel. I talked about him in the class, right? In the debate. There's the Kitzmiller versus Dover guy. So, our class is about creationism. And Rob himself does not debate creationist. And so I knew there was no chance he would ever, let Kent come into our classroom for a debate. But we have had authors and other people like that come into our class and talk about their work. Last semester, we were reading a book by, David Sloan Wilson. And, we had the privilege of him coming and speaking to our students. And so they are in a class where they're reading Rob's book. They're reading Tower of Babel, evidencing it's the new creationism. They're learning all about creationism and why it isn't science and all of the things that I talked about in my presentation. And so I thought it's harmless to sort of say, yeah, sure, I'm open to the idea of you coming and talking to my students, because if any of this happens, it's either going to be Rob agreeing that he can come and talk to us, and our students can ask him questions. And, I just thought Kent would be a guy who would be happy to actually show them, like, hi, I'm Kent Hovind, and yes, I believe all the things you've read about in this book. And, yes, I do in fact believe evolutionism is a religion. And, and he would just say that to them, and we could say, here's a really good, and then afterwards, right, we wouldn't try to deconstruct them. We just ask him questions and stuff like that. And then to be example of after that, we could then talk about it. There you see, and you can see that he has 300,000 followers on YouTube, and he had this, interesting, experience with the person, that's teaching you this class, right? These are my students. So it could be like, hey, I debated this guy, and now you can come talk to him, right? And he's right here, and then otherwise he might go for a situation where either he and I can talk to Kent, or even just I could talk to Kent. He could say, I'm not going to talk to Kent Hovind, but if you find yourself comfortable talking to Kent, yeah, I'll be there, I'll watch. You and Kent can have another conversation. Our students can watch, and then, at a later, the next week or something, you guys can talk about it or whatever. And again, I mostly thought he may or may not even go for it, but we certainly have this sort of open, very experimental approach to our class where bringing it up isn't going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? So it was just like, sure, Kent, and again, it is a part of our class. We do teach creationism in our evolutionary biology class. Facts. Now, you probably can't say that anywhere else on the planet because that's not a part of the standard evolutionary biology curriculum. But our class is not just an evolutionary biology class, it's a philosophy of science class. And so we teach what the nature of science is by talking about what isn't science, right? And why it isn't science. And creationism is an example of that. It's the first example of that. It's a pivotal example of that. And it's often one that, in the end, our students want to do projects related to, and they want to write papers related to. And we already know this, right? And so we have this very unique space where we're able to say, yeah, we talk about creationism in our class. Oh, was that supposed to throw me off? Did you think I was going to go, oh, boogeyman, creationist in the classroom? I'm like, cool, yeah, come to my class.
Yeah, I guess I didn't know that.
Yeah, of course. And I don't expect people to know that, but again, we know it, so we're going in like, great, cool, next. You know what I mean? We know. We're like, fine. We know this is going to be fine. And then the other thing, too, was, oh, my goodness, almost... the thing, I've also thought about the thing where I was like, don't be arresting Kent Hovind. One, it was a joke, right? I think most people know that. But also, it's sort of the thing in social dynamics we teach when you're trying to sort of gently get away from somebody, you're sort of thinking of it as an opportunity where somebody's got themselves in somewhere and it's awkward for them. And I'm basically trying to say, Kent, I'm actually the guy who's not going to try to pin you down about your personal stuff, so we don't even have to go there. And so I'm just making an awkward comment. That way, the playback, but my awkward comment sticks more in your mind than me not sticking to Kent Hovind on his past, right? It's like, whoa, I didn't expect that, Jay, And then it's like, all right, cool. Well, then let's talk about that. You didn't expect that from Jay rather than, And then the example to my students would be, right, I wanted to make it pedagogically useful. And again, if it turns into a dumpster fire, or I'm just here disrespecting Kent Hovind, then that's not really useful. I don't really want to show that to my students because it's not an example of how to, right? My advisor's Rob's thing is he would never even do it, right? And so I wanted it to be the one debate where if he saw it and watched it, he would go, oh, I told you I would never even do this. But I see why you did it this way, and that was different. You try, like, you know what I'm saying? He would be able to work with it a little bit. And if we showed it to my students, I wanted it to be kind of useful. And so one of the things I would want to say to them is, this was a person who had just been through something traumatic. He's going to turn, he told us he was going to be turning 70 years old in a couple of days. And yeah, we strongly disagree with him, but let's show we can disagree peacefully. We can have a fun, disagreement and go about both presenting our ideas, and then we can be graceful enough to say, congratulations on your 300th debate. You won them. You won me over. You won this like you won all of them. You know, because we're bigger than this conversation, right? We know this is just a debate on YouTube. We're here to have some fun, but we know at the end of the day we're gonna get up and go about doing science tomorrow. He gonna get up going about sitting on some bullshit tomorrow, and so and life's gonna go on. But yeah, and then the other thing is, you know, we are trying to build this platform and try to have these events and promote events where we have these, you know, promotional events with the other side. And part of that has to be a genuine trust. And that has to mean that they're not walking into a trap. So it could not be, because if I was nice to Ken Hovind before the show, but then as soon as we went live, I started beating him down, he was just setting me up, right? And if I was working him to a trick or a gotcha at the end, then all that work would have just, nope, it was just a setup to shut him down. And so he had to start, go through, finish, and go to sleep that night and saying, damn, that guy never once tried to do any harm to me. Yeah, Kent, sleep on that. Right?
Well, you know, I was on Dr. Dan. He did a stream last night celebrating like his 5,000 sub milestone. And first, I was just on the panel for a second at the beginning, and then I jumped off. But I was saying that, you know, I've heard a lot of people say like scientists shouldn't debate creationists.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I disagree with that, and because I feel like there's a lot of debates where older Kent Hovind debates where he used to go to universities, and I feel like he would be able to make it look like to the audience that the scientist wasn't able to answer his questions. They weren't able to respond to him. And, you know, he's quick on his feet. He's very like clever, and he's good at working public speaking. He's obviously a very talented public speaker. You can't take that away from Kent. He's very experienced at that. And I feel like, you know, if the scientific community, if the scientists aren't able to do these debates, like that's on them. And if they're not able to communicate to the public, to the general public in a way, and Kent is better at that, then I think that they need to work on that. And because if there's people, you know, obviously there's a lot of people in America who don't have the level of scientific literacy that, you know, maybe we want them to have. And I think the way to improve that is if we can start to talk to people in a way where science can be explained to them in a way they can understand. And that is one thing that I do respect about Kent, is he's very effective at the way he communicates to people.
Me too.
And sometimes scientists are notorious for not doing that. They're, you know, there's a lot of
I tell people all the time he has 300,000 subscribers for a reason. The other thing is I've now been starting to build the case.
200,000.
Oh, 200,000 something?
Who's counting?
Who's counting? But it's I'm starting to be able to build the case with my colleagues, and it's with the support of my mentors, that this is a specialty. And part of it was, I think Michael Shermer, the skeptic, say that what they do is they have these issues that aren't really about these sciences. It's not really about the geology. It's not really about the biology or the nuclear, whatever it is. Because if it was, those are settled issues within those fields. And so what it is they bring up these things, and there's these ancillary issues that are attached onto these fields. And so then when the experts actually get out there and represent themselves, they don't know the lingo, they don't know the issues, and then these things come up and they look like they're not conversant in their own disciplines. And so I've been able to kind of show that, because I even have shit tests for these things now. Hey, can you guys name like the evolutionary things that they're taking shots about in the last 2 to 5 years, right? Most of my colleagues can't. Now they could tell you the cosmological arguments are nonsense, and of course you can have morality without God, and that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John didn't write the Bible, but they would not mention zinc fingers in ERVs, right? Yeah. You got to just kind of be out here on the streets to know that that's what these fools are talking about, right? And so, and then the other thing, and so I'm able to make the case now that this is kind of a specialty. And my thing is, let's see evolutionary biology as a pie, where 100% of the things inside this pie are problems that need to be addressed by evolutionary biologists. And the problem is, and the serious thing is this pie is just growing exponentially every day. But let's just call it this little pie for now. All I'm saying is a slice of that pie. You know, most of the pie could go to genetics and phylogenetics and solve cancer and how to get us to space and using evolution to make the world a better place and all of that. Let's just drive a little bit of that pie and say, we have a real problem with people not understanding evolution, believing it, and that has a practical effect on their lives. They don't take vaccines. They don't.
Yeah,
They blase and the glavinoids. We already know, right? It has serious life or death consequences. And if they just understood how evolution works a little bit better, it'd be great. Matter of fact, it's a PR nightmare and it's politicized because what if they never used during the whole pandemic? My community hears me say this all the time. The E word, right? What are they talking about? The variants and the mutants. Tell these people that virus is evolving and get the fuck out of my face because you're right? This is the one. And here's a circular argument that's a problem here. This is the one, this is evolution mattering the most. And so it's like, well, we can't tell them, we can't say the E word now because that word offends them. And so they don't accept evolution. So we can't say evolution now. But if you don't say evolution now, then when are you going to say it? Yeah. So it's like, it's like, okay, so fine. No, now we got to get out here. We got to disrupt that feedback loop because that's not working for me. And then the final thing I want to ask you about this Beatty guy, man. What do you do about this guy? He's been doing this for years. And what I'm telling people, it's a line that he crosses. You don't go out, you don't go reaching people's, you don't put somebody, unless somebody publicly talks about their self, unless they put their name out here, like it says Jay Bundy, when they be out here on the internet, you don't put that person's legal name in the streets. You do not be telling where people work or they live. Now, if I put that out there, that's fine. But for you to be doxing my colleagues and my co-host, and he's doing it for sport. Like, these people ain't got nothing to do with whatever beef he has with me. And the funny thing, Atheist Jr, is we called him out yesterday. He always says I'm afraid of him, but I called him out all day yesterday. We caught him watching it and typing out literally just, it was like he was like a stenographer. Literally just tweeting out
I saw that.
my words in real time. And I'm like, bro, it's funny how you missed the part where I was just telling you to call me and tell me what you want from me. Like, he doesn't, I don't even know what he wants. Like literally, he's supposed to be a Hovind hater. Well, I'm the guy who debated Hovind. So what am I? Like, I'm like, you just show me some respect, baby. I'm a person who opposed Kent Hovind and embarrassed him. So why are you after me? And then it's like, my debate with him is over. So what is it? Like, why are you? And then I'm like, what is it? All it is I think he was mad that when he came at my community, he wanted me to have him on so he could talk about Kent Hovind's past. And again, like you said, it would have been a mistake for the debate, right? Because he said, I want to help you prepare for your debate with Kent Hovind. But he ain't have nothing to offer me but Kent Hovind's dirty laundry. And I'm like...
Yeah, that's weird. I've never heard him say that before.
He didn't, and I knew he didn't want to. He just wanted, because he was dropping the links to his stuff. He was like, oh, let me help you. I did a video with Paula Gia. And I'm like, bro, I don't care. And I made it clear. I wasn't even mean, bro. I literally just said, Robert Beatty, I don't do that on this channel. I don't let people talk about people's past and personal lives on my, because I want my channel to be as safe of a face as possible, right? And I have a past. I'm bipolar. I'm crazy. I've hurt people. I've been institutionalized for mental health and breaking the law. So if you don't want to support people who are crazy and have hurt people because they've done bad things and those things have been illegal, bye, see you later, never watch me again. Not because I don't want you to be here, but just I'm the type of person you want to cancel, so just go ahead and stop watching. It's all good. It's all love, baby. It's a free country. But because of that, my community is not a place to name and shame people, because I don't want people coming through name and shaming me, because I'm going to just be like, yeah, I already knew all those bad things about me. Deuces, see you later. So all I was doing was trying to be consistent. All I was doing was not making a Kent Hovind exception. I wasn't saying, oh, now that I'm debating Kent Hovind and he has some kind of viewership and following, oh, now it's okay to name and shame people because it's somebody that people know of. It was just saying, the same way I don't let people do this to my viewers and my mods, I'm not going to let them do this to my debate opponents. And as you already we both articulated, it would have been inappropriate. So in no way would it have helped me prepare for the debate, and did I look like I really need to help debating Kent Hovind, right? So it was basically, I just respectfully said no, thank you, right? And then he kept coming to my channel saying, I want to hear you talk about Kent's blah, blah, blah. And then I timed him out. I said, Robert Beatty, I tried to make it clear I don't do that. You know, if you come back to the chat, please just don't, you know, talk about that anymore, you know, blah, blah, blah. So he comes back with more and more nonsense. So then I just blocked him. And then he starts reaching out to sends emails to my teaching mentor, to the head of my program. Are you guys supporting this? Did you know he rants and raves and curses on the internet and he thinks he's some kind of wrestler? I mean, does the university support this with taxpayer money? You know, it's just like trying to get me fired, bro. And then I realized he does the same thing to me that he does to Kent, right? He knows me because he's on the Kent, you know, the Kent band. He's one of what do they call them? Fish heads. Dead heads, right? If you followed the Grateful Dead all over tour, right? The Grateful Dead's on tour, and your life is to follow the Grateful Dead around and sell Grateful Dead T-shirts or whatever, right? Because you got to make a living following the Grateful Dead, right? And so he seems to be doing that. And then he catches all the side characters for a little side hustle. Oh, Ken Hovind hates Paula Gia. Let me go get on Paula Gia. This person debated Ken Hovind. I'll go try to get on this person's show. And so now he's got his sights set on me. So then he started reaching out to different people I was interviewing or working with. Now he's going to try to get on with them. And I had to shut that down by him saying, bro, if you work with him, me and you can't work together. Because that can't be an effective way to harass me. Right.
Yeah, he has an issue with boundaries, definitely. But if you want my advice, you know, Beatty, he moves on to different people very quickly. He's already getting into it with R and Raw right now.
Oh, great.
If you look on his site, there's an article where me and him got into it because he has this ridiculous atheism challenge that I, you know, just like mentioned on the group. I took it, like I answered the questions, and it went on for like 5 weeks or some shit, like several weeks, you know, where he's just constantly like, you know, and once he has you in his sights, he'll sort of obsess over you. So my advice would be to just sort of just blackball him, and he will get distracted by something else. He'll move on and probably won't talk about you anymore.
Yeah, that's the deal, right? It was just, bro, you just blacklisted. We're done with you. Oh, also, the only reason I gave him a little bit of love yesterday was because I had thought about it, right? And I realized he's dramatizing this thing. One, like I'm afraid of him, but two, I've kind of given him a little bit of energy by not straight up offering him an opportunity to shut it down. Even my colleagues, here's the thing, I realized if he reaches out to us again, we're just going to reach out. We're just going to hit him right back. Hey, Mr. Beatty, we're glad you reached out. Would you like to set up a time to meet? Does Zoom work? What time are you available? Right? And just be like, hey, man, we'd love to chat. Yeah, Robert Beatty, we just want to talk. And then, because I just want to ask, right? So now it's like flipped on him, right? So now he's like, I think you're going to just go away, right? Because it's like, now it's like, bro, come on, let's talk, right? Just chat, let's chat it out, right? Because now he doesn't want that, right? He doesn't want to chat it out, obviously.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yesterday, you had your video and you said, you know, like, you can come on. And that's why today I felt like, you know, well, if he didn't do that, but if you and me have some type of misunderstanding, or like there's some type of smoke or whatever, like I want to come on and either try to squash it or just explain my side. And I'm glad that I did, because I feel like, you know,
yeah, bro, this has been one of the best conversations I've ever had on this channel. Also,
I'm gonna have to jump off soon, but I am grateful for you having me on. I'm glad that I came on, and that, you know, and you know, to me, that I feel like that shows that, you know, if he's not willing to talk about his issues with you, it seems more like he prefers to just snipe from his own side and write his articles and stuff, but not engage. And, you know, I think that is, you know, I don't think that's the right way to go at it.
Right.
You know?
And let me just say too, man, I got to put asses in seats, and it's, people did tell me, hey, this guy's really got beef with you. Like I heard that from several people for a couple of weeks now. And so I was just kind of like, well, if this is going to be a thing, then let me go ahead and say. And my main thing was just saying, I don't get it. Right? I don't really get it, but cool. Like, but let's just say we'll just call it. I used you for clickbait. And but yeah, man, I appreciate you actually calling in, and I definitely feel like we've squared up, and I'm glad that you called in too. And if you want to chat or do something, because I'm interested. Here's what I'd be interested in talking to you about if you want to get some ideas together, which would be, I would love to talk about the whole Hovind thing, but just from like a 10,000 foot view. Like we've had this guy Lupin call in. He's one of Kent's fans, and he kind of really gives me the vibe of the role Kent Hovind plays in his life is very similar to the role I try to play in my community's life. Just the daily presence, trying to provide a place to gather, variety, content. It's not always it's going to be a debate. Sometimes it's going to just be a lecture. Sometimes we're playing a game, whatever it is, right? Sometimes he's doing costumes, might be whacking atheists, right? But it's a daily place to see and touch each other and rally, and and then where does Dino Adventureland fit into that? And where are they going? What's the ambition of this? Is it just keep up this grift, or is there are they expanding? What's the next wave? And if we could kind of have a conversation, because I think you've probably got a lot more intel than I do, but I would love to sort of say, let's just set aside the personal stuff and the legal troubles, and have maybe a productive conversation, at least from us, from getting more information about what's going on here, kind of sort of from a bigger picture. Even where does standing for truth and all of that fit into all of this, right? Like, I think that'd be a cool conversation.
Yeah, that does sound pretty interesting. So, I think I'm on your Discord. So,
oh, okay, yeah, that's the best way to hit me up.
I'll put some messages on there, but yeah, I really got it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Yeah, no problem, bro. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate you. Take care, man. We'll talk soon.
Yep.
All right. Yes. That's what I call a man right there. Atheist Jr. Not afraid to call in. I can get you out of here too. But called in, squashed it, man. That's how grown people should settle things, y'all. And that's what happens, man. Sometimes you gotta let people know. I don't know if we have a misunderstanding or what, but let's settle it, and no big deal. I got to take a little pee break myself, and while I'm at it, I'm gonna let out this little pup here, and I'm gonna leave you in the hands of my wonderful, wonderful new co-host, who I'm gonna shoot a quick message to, make sure we're squared away and hopefully on for tomorrow. And enjoy this, Uncle Bobby, and I'll be right back. Also, chat, man, let me show y'all some love, man. I'm going to drop some currency on everybody when I get back. I want to incentivize everybody to hang out, watch some Uncle Bobby while I take a little break. But when I get back, I'm going to drop some pocket change on everybody, and also kick it a little bit about my thoughts about my conversation with Atheist Jr., also, your comments and questions and stuff that came up during that, as well as talking about what's going on with Gather in the community, what we're doing as far as our content and our content and compound, and also hopefully getting you guys ready for and excited about Extreme Rules tonight. Our first shot at mixing my new school content with my old school content. We're throwing it back to the Twitch days of Pocket Locker 86, where I am doing live play-by-play commentary to a WWE pay-per-view. The way to watch along with us is going to be to get into that Gather, where we will be actually having a pay-per-view party. Watch along. Hopefully that goes well. The backup game plan is for everybody to do a watch along on Peacock, and then have my commentary. But we're pretty sure we'll be cool on Gather. We'll try Gather. If that doesn't work, we'll get going in Discord. But Gather worked overnight wonderfully last night, and it's way more fun. So we're gonna get into that Gather. Give it a go. Extreme Rules. I also know that I think Stupid Horror Energy is gonna be holding it down for us tonight. And then I've got a little clip here about the alt-right playbook that my man Joel sent me a little while ago. I've been wanting to touch off on that on stream. So we're going to do that. And yeah. Now, this 2 minutes of Uncle Bobby being happy about his team winning a football game, we're going to actually skip right over that because it's just not long enough for me to take a break. It's 2 minutes. We're gonna do what I like to do sometimes. Y'all know Jay is what? Say it with me, y'all. A motherfucking crate digger. Yes, I know. You see me, high-tech Jay, man of the future, virtual evolution specialist, blase, and the Glavinoids. But y'all know, in my heart of hearts, I'm just a misplaced, displaced, ride-or-die, East Coast, brick city nigga, old school as fuck. Yeah, I'm high tech, but low tech at the same time. For instance, I could cover the screen up right now, just have it all professional looking, just me. But nah, I show you the crate digging because I take pride in the production. I take pride in showing you how the sausage is made. I'm on some real nigga shit. So I'm digging in the fucking crates to some Uncle Bobby you ain't never seen. You ain't never seen. All right? But these are like his older shorts. This nigga needs a playlist. Yeah, we're gonna have to I'm about to hook Uncle Bobby up with the playlist. All we gotta do is add all this shit to a motherfucking Uncle Bobby playlist on the goddamn channel. Man, I'm gonna be hooking Uncle Bobby up. I'm gonna make me a little Uncle Bobby theater with a fucking playlist on that bitch. Where you're just gonna be able to watch Uncle Bobby around the clock and shit. Bro, I'm taking Uncle Bobby's games. Me and Uncle Bobby are taking this shit over. You know what, y'all don't know, y'all think I'm trying to, yo, Jay, you're trying to make it seem like Uncle Bobby is like into this word wrestling entertainment thing. And like, nah, we know Uncle Bobby's a tough football player and a MMA badass and a woman's self-defense instructor, and he's not into that wrestling stuff. He's not into that. No. Did you misunderstand what the fuck I said? Did you misunderstand what the fuck I said? I co-host a show with this nigga on his channel. He told me he is excited about Word Wrestling Entertainment. He is trying to get into the pay-per-view. He knows what time it is. He wants to be on the card. He's down to ride. What? When Uncle Bobby and I decided to co-host a show together, he said, let's ride on these bitches. He said, let's change the game. He said, let's take over. What? Y'all don't know? Uncle Bobby's about that life, y'all. I'm trying to tell you. Uncle Bobby's about that fucking life, y'all. That mute life. I thought I was gonna leave my man like that. Come on now, y'all know me better than that. Uncle Bobby is about that murder life. The what? Man, let's kick the actual factuals.
Again, as my voice just cracked. All right, YouTube, you are black, up and running, and the only thing up and running. Again, as my voice just cracked. Now, gang, here's a little bit of honesty. The first part of this show is at 10 o'clock. Second part of this show is being recorded at 4:30. Now, the reason why, because this is very unusual for Uncle Bobby, I want to go see a baseball game. Now, other than the fact that my beloved Texas Longhorns decided to play like dog shit, two things struck my mind. One, it was Veterans Appreciation Day. Yay, veterans. So, gang, here's the thing. during the playing of the national anthem, everyone stood up like their back was made out of fucking lumber. They shut down the concession stands and everything else. Yay. But, gang, I'm old enough. I told you, and I'll never fake the funk. I did not enlist. I did not sign on the line that was dotted. She did. My dad did. I did not. I'm a military kid. I'm not military. But gang, I'm old enough to remember when the song was playing, 3/4 of the people in the stands didn't give a fuck. And the concession stand was still working, right? I mean, he shut the fuck up. So again, this newfound level of patriotism is just that. It's completely newfound. You want to know why? My main man, Colin Kaepernick. Now, gang, this was the world's greatest moment, all right? Because it's Veteran Appreciation Day, there was a whole bunch of things for the vets, and they had the Veterans Board or whatever, it was like UT graduates that had served. Now, gang, on the field, and the second person whose voice we heard was Nate Boyer. Nate Boyer is the guy that I told you guys about. He's a Texas Longhorn football player who went to the NFL. I do believe he was a Ranger, if I'm not mistaken. Gang, and during in between innings, you can hear Nate Boyer, and they're talking about the Colin Kaepernick protest. If you don't remember the story, Colin Kaepernick started out his protest sitting on the bench. He never once asked for the cameras, hey, look at me, look at me. Nope. It wasn't until he was found taking a knee to where now half the country hates him. You're being unpatriotic, the blase and the Glavinoids. Gang, it was Nate Boyer who saw him sitting on the bench and was like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you sitting on the bench during the national anthem? He reached out to Colin Kaepernick. It's like, dude, I'm a former football player and I'm a vet. You're playing the fucking national anthem there, numbnuts. What the fuck are you doing? Then Colin Kaepernick told him. And Nate Boyer said two things. At first, he was like, man, fuck that. I fought for this goddamn and then he's like, oh. But I also fought for Colin's right to protest. And so Nate Boyer was the one who said, look, dude, okay, I will never kneel for or I will never sit down during the national anthem. Fuck that, I'm a veteran. But he was like, look, dude, if you want to continue to protest and write this part down, gang, Nate Boyer said, if you want to continue to protest and be respectful, get your ass off the bench and go take a knee. He said, that is how you get your point across and be respectful. Now, gang, a white troop told a black football player to take a knee. What the fuck did this country do, gang? Those black fucking football players, they hate America. Get the fuck out. Hey, did you serve? Oh, no, during Vietnam, I stubbed my toe, so I got a letter of exemption. But get the fuck out. Gang, a white troop told a black football player to take a knee. A white veteran. He told him to take a knee because it would be respectful. What do all the talking heads at Fox and some of the fucks that you know and everyone else? You're being disrespectful. So before we get back off and fuckface Ray Comfort's ass, I needed to point that out, gang. This is why black people keep talking about how we don't live in the same America. Quite literally, a white vet told a black football player to take a knee. The white vet said, this is respectful. What this country do? No, exactly. It's just like the whole bullshit. You know what? Stop talking about, politics until it's a fucking athlete, a white one, who says the shit that they agree with, right? Again, this is a whole nother fucking show, right? You remember when fuckface Brett, about to say Kavanaugh. At this point, what's the difference? Brett Favre, he sat there and he called during one of Trump's fucking town hall meetings, right? Totally staged, right? No, Mr. President, hold on, did this feel good? Are you going to tell me when you're going to swallow? Athletes are talking about professional sport. How do you feel about athletes talking about social issues? Shouldn't we just shut up and dribble? Funny how no one said a fucking thing about, gang, that microphone tape. Why the fuck did I do that? Ugh. Damn, that fucked me. But back on topic. Please notice how no one said shit when Kurt Schilling, right? Just think about all the white athletes that sat there and juggled Trump's nuts. Not a single person said a fucking thing. I had to just throw that in there. Because again, I saw Nate Boyer. We're only separated by about 6 or 7 seasons, right? A white vet told a black football player to take a knee, and the white vet said, this is respectful. Everyone shit on the black athlete. So keep that shit in mind the next time someone wants to kick some fucking bullshit about being respectful in the blahs and the glavinoids. But let's get back to fuckface Ray Comfort. Gang, so again, this whole... I love gay people. I love trans people, blah, 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 blah. But I don't want them to be equal. That's not love. That's not love. Again, the sad part is Christians who always talk about love clearly don't know how to practice it. Right? Again, if you actually love people as much as you say you do, you would fight for their equal rights, not keep them second-class citizens. So the gang, the next one up is I'm gay and I go to church. Okay? So, of course, fuckface Ray Comfort finds someone who wasn't thinking about Ray Comfort's monkey ass when they woke up, but Ray Comfort was thinking about him. Let's roll the tape.
What do you think of gay marriage?
Pause the tape. That didn't take long, did it? Gang, stop saying gay marriage. It's marriage. It's not interracial marriage. It's marriage. Right? This is why people still continue to say, oh, and again, I know people, shut the fuck up. To sit here and say gay people shouldn't be married because God, married Adam and Eve. I want to see their fucking marriage certificates, what I want to see. But it's like, well, that's what God said. Again, have his monkey ass come down here and tell us. Until then, I'm just going to call you a homophobic bigot. So this whole thing about do you believe in gay marriage? Shut the fuck up. It's marriage equality, and if people want to get married, if it works for them, then shut the fuck up. Roll the tape.
Well, can I have a really controversial thing? I know it's...
God is officially Monkey Sky Daddy. Till he brings his monkey ass down here. Oh, Tangelo, man. The link is in the description, my guy. Oh, Tangelo is just I'm trying to take a break. I went to the restroom real quick, but this fool Sam hadn't finished eating. So I fed this fuckface so he could finish eating his food, and then I got to take this fuckface out to the bathroom. But boy, is he finishing that food now, because I'm about to take it away from his monkey ass.
Not really accepted, but in my opinion, I think it should be. We live in a country where, we're supposed to have freedom. So I think it's equality for all. So we're all meant to, be accepted and, love whoever we want. No one has the right to judge us.
Let's see what's up in Gather, yo.
Do you think people are born gay?
Yes. It's not something that I guess you can develop into being or turn into being.
Where's he going?
You always kind of have that mindset.
Oh yeah, I got to see if Otangelo's ass wants a link. Where am I at? Oh, I'm in the church. We're good.
Hold on. Pause the tape.
Let me get up in the pulpit.
Hold on.
Why isn't anybody in the damn church with me?
Okay. Gang, if he goes down the road of telling, because again, you guys can't see this young man, but I'm going to tell you, this dude is gay. Hear it in the story, right?
Gang, I'm just trying to tell you. We're a cult. We're supposed to be living and working amongst each other, which means your avatar, your gathertar, that's what we're going to call it. It means your gathertar needs to be dwelling in the gather town as much as possible. That's where gathertars live. Your gathertar is not charging up its social energy when you're not in the gather. We don't want this community where you guys are only. All right, here's the secret mojo, guys. The reason gather is the secret sauce and Discord is the backbone is because, well, you know, let's just say gather's the backbone and Discord is the message board. Boom. That's how it goes. Gather's the backbone, Discord is the message board. It's because we don't want to be a community. Gather tar instead of avatar. Gather tar. It's a gather tar. Like that. Your gather tar. So you want your gather tar to live in Gather Town. That's where gather tars live. And so you charge up your social chi by interacting with your community. It's pretty easy. You want more social chi, you need more community. And so if you're only in Gather when I'm live or James Apperson is live, then you're not holding it down, because what it should be is when I'm not live, fucking you're in Gather Town and you're either playing some games, you're rocking some Tetris, you're working, you know, there's an office. We built the virtual office. You get your work on. Go to the virtual office when you work. And then you could be watching Lena stream, Joel might be streaming, maybe UC Love is streaming. See all types of people streaming in the Gather Town. So you got to explore. Then there's mystery mansions, there's games, there's go-karts, there's just all types of stuff. There's secret passages, there's hidden rooms. Come on, y'all. You don't understand. You gotta get on it. You gotta charge up. Oh, you done? You done? You done? You done? All right. Let's get this fucktard outside. All right, I'm taking Sam outside. I'll be RB.
Is he ready to sit here and tell this young man that you aren't actually gay? I'm gonna have a stroke.
I gotta get another camera for this fucker actually, because I'm using my camera for gaming now. Sam, get over here, boy. All right, I'll be right back.
I'm going to have a fucking stroke. And gang, if he goes down the road of comparing it to murder and theft, I'm going to have a stroke. Let's just roll this fucked up ass tape.
Manifests in you, and then that does eventually come out. It's not something where you just see something and you automatically become gay. You just feel it on the inside.
So, are you gay?
Yes, I am, yes.
Were you born that way?
Yes.
You've always had desires for guys and not girls?
Yes.
When did you begin to realize this?
I think when I was 3 years old.
3?
Yeah. It was really young. Like, I didn't even...
Okay, pause the tape. He's going to do it. Okay. The age-old comeback is very valid still. Well, it's... When straight people can tell you when they made the choice to be straight, gay people will tell you when they made the choice to be gay. Right? And again, I know Christians are like, oh, what is the natural order? Shut the fuck up. Again, I told you. If it means that much, the other thing I saw at the game, please go fuck yourself. Okay? There was a lady sitting right there. And on her arm, holy shit, It covered her shoulder and went all the way down her bicep. It was a tattoo of the Virgin Mary. Now, again, I'm sure you can find that raggedy ass rule book. The spot that says, don't get fucking tattoos. Again, I said this in the first part. Gang, if we're just going to sit here and talk about what it is God calls an abomination, holy shit. You better pack a sack lunch because this list goes on for fucking days. But again, it's the gay shit that they want to sit here and worry about. Right? Why aren't we knocking down people's doors saying, oh, you've got a tattoo, you need to get on your knees and repent? Again, hypocritical sexist shit. You're picking on the stuff that does not personally affect you. Roll the tape.
Like, think about it. Like, I was watching The Little Mermaid, and instead of having a crush on Ariel, I had a crush on Prince Eric.
And you were 3?
Yes. I remember that. It was really weird.
Are you a spiritual person?
Pause the tape. Gang, I knew my taste was just a little bit different. One of my first crushes was Daphne from Scooby-Doo. You know what my other one was? The fucking She-Hulk. Nothing like 8 feet tall, 9,000 pounds of angry green woman that could snap your fucking dick off with her pinky. And I was entirely too young to sit here and put 2 and 2 together. I just know I saw the She-Hulk, bam, I was attracted to her. Right? So again, when straight people can tell everyone else that the exact moment when straight people chose to be straight, that's when our gay and lesbian fam, that's when they will chime in and say, oh, it was at this moment. Shut the fuck up. Roll the tape.
Yes, I go to church every Sunday. I'm Catholic, so being raised under that roof, it was really hard because my parents weren't as accepting. And even though I went to Catholic school and I went to Bible study, it was really hard for myself to accept myself because I knew what the Bible said.
So what does the Bible say?
That gays go to hell and that, you know, they shouldn't be accepted and that we're just all going to burn in hell.
True.
No, you don't believe that?
No, I don't.
Good for you.
Wouldn't be gay.
Good for you.
Well, I mean, I feel like I would still be, but I think religion is different than spirituality. Spirituality.
Pause the tape. Gang, this is where you lose Uncle Bobby. And let me tell you the reason why. I don't get into the discussion or the debate about spirituality because if you ask 50 people what the definition of spirituality is, you will officially get 115 different answers. But again, to me, this is just like the whole, buddy, if you don't get your monkey ass down. To me, gang, this is just like, again, I will never debate you on your Jesus so far as long as your Jesus only makes you do good shit. This motherfucker. So again, whatever, I think he said his name was Daniel. Whatever Daniel deems as spiritual, I'll just say, you know what, Daniel? That's fucking spiritual. What do you want, dude? This motherfucker. Okay, just roll the fucking tape.
Is something that you feel with God, and that's your relationship with God. Religion is
Fair
a
enough.
passageway to help you get that spirituality.
Now, you said people are born gay. Do you think people are born adulterers?
Adulterers?
Okay, you know what? One, pause the tape and go fuck yourself. And again, he's trying to compare it with other quote-unquote sins. Okay, first and foremost, there's your first fucking problem. Right? Sin is quite literally a curse on the world according to Christianity. You want to know why? Because a woman that was made out of a man's rib ate a fucking apple. And I know. Oh, well, Robert, how do we know it's an apple? Shut the fuck up. I've actually had Christians sit here and argue that. Well, Robert, we don't know it's an apple.
But he's not.
Who gives a shit?
Being gay in itself is not a sin. The act of homosexuality.
Well, according to them, but again, it's all bullshit. Right? So again, we're getting into these category errors. We're getting into this false equivalency. Do you think adultery is bad? Okay. First and foremost, let's keep it real. Adultery does not exist. It's like race. Race is a social construct. We are apes. We are hominids. The only people who see who are the only animals who separate according to how dark your outer shell is? Us. Monkeys, bonobos, apes, they don't do that. So adultery is like that. There's no such thing. It's quite simply, you broke a promise.
In Native American cultures, there's no adultery.
Again, it's quite simply the value you put on, or the boundaries you put on this relationship. I know people who function perfectly in open relationships. I know people who can sit there and watch their significant other get plowed by somebody else, totally turns them on. So again, this whole thing about, is it wrong to be an adulterer? I mean, again, you are breaking quite literally a make-believe boundary, just like sin. Okay, again, it is a make-believe curse put on us by this make-believe God who gives us free will, but apparently punishes us for using the free will. But he knows everything that we're going to say, do, and think because he has programmed us to say, do, and think it. But it's a violation. Shut the fuck up, Christians. Roll the tape.
With the desire to commit adultery.
You know what? Pause the tape. So again, the desire to commit adultery. This is Christianity, where all they do is put two cosmic scoops of foolishness on top of a topic. No, you have a natural desire to fuck, right? I'm a dude. I've got an Audi. So I have a natural desire to stick this in a hole, right? To park my car in the garage that I agreed to park it in. That shit makes me feel good. Now, if you identify as a woman, or if you have the urge to have something put inside of you, then you want something put inside of you. A dick, a finger, a tongue, a dilt, whatever the fuck. Whatever gets you the fuck off. And if there's not a victim involved, yay. Right? So again, it's what happens when you put this extra bullshit on top of this label. We have an urge to fuck. Period. End of story. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so roll the tape.
Are they born fornicators? The desire to fornicate with girls.
Okay, again, pause the tape. Are we born fornicators? In other words, are we born with the urge to have sex without a wedding ring? Again, you can stop right here at sex. Are we born with the urge to have sex? Bam, that's it. Everything else is Christian foolishness, right? Are we born adulterers? Are we born masturbators? Which I've heard them make that argument. Are we born fornicators? Everything else is them just adding, buddy, this motherfucker. Hold on, Gabe. Everything else is them just adding their foolishness on top of a topic. That's all this is. Roll the tape. I just spelled #unprofessional.
That depends.
See, again.
I was.
Yeah, again, I was totally born a fornicator. Okay, again, this kid did not get out of the bed this morning thinking, today's the day fuckface Ray Comfort is going to play his little word game on me. But Ray Comfort woke up that morning thinking, I'm going to go play my word game on somebody. So again, if he would have asked me, are we born fornicators? I would have laughed until I pissed on myself. Right? Are we born breathers? Actually, gang, why you say that? I told you guys, pastors used to sit right here, right? And try to get me back to the flock. And I remember with one of them, I was like, okay, we can't do this, we can't do that, we can't do this, we can't do that, we can't do this, we can't do this, we can't. And I was like, hold on, dude. So basically, being a human is wrong. You know what he said? Yes, yes. Again, dude was enthused. Like, I just cracked the code. Now I know, so now I'm going to be a Christian because I'm this fucked up terror. I told you. This only works in Christianity. Okay? If you parented your fucking children the way that God apparently does us, I would have called CPS on you by now. Isn't that what we tell our children? You can do anything you want. You're special, right? Oh no, not according to God. According to God, our cosmic sky father, you're fucked up. You deserve to be tortured. Now I came down and I killed myself just for you. But that being said, you're still a piece of shit. So again, that's all this is. So again, let's roll this tape.
From the moment I can remember, I wanted to be with a pretty girl.
Well, I mean, yeah, like, you're born into, like, what you like.
So could that be the case with homosexuality?
No.
That it's just part of our sinful desire, like we want to fornicate, want to lie, steal, want to commit adultery, want to do things that are wrong, but just because we want to do them doesn't make it right. You know the Bible verse in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9 and 10, do not be deceived.
Yeah, I know that one. Okay, you know what? He's going to quote the Bible, and I'm going to quote the book of Uncle Bobby. Shut the fuck up. Again, all you were doing, or all this fucker is doing, he's putting sin out there like it's an actual fucking concept, right? Again, that's like me saying, you're not afraid of Captain Hook? Well, what are you talking about? I got a book that proves that he's real, right? I mean, fuck me. I've got more evidence for fucking Darth Vader than you fuckers have for this curse on the world because a woman ate a fucking apple. Shut the fuck up. So it's like, oh, don't you think that's what it is? Again, this is debate me, bro, type bullshit. Ray Comfort woke up this morning with his script in hand. And I've seen him pull this shit on all manner of people. Fellow Christians, atheists, Muslims, Buddhists, you name it. He's just there to, I'm going to have a stroke. Let's just roll this fucked up ass tape.
Adulterers, no homosexuals, no sodomites, no thieves, no the covetous will inherit the kingdom of God.
No, you know what? No, go fuck yourself. That's not true. That's not true. Carl Massive Nassib, who right now we are speaking gay. Did you guys know that Carl Massive Nassib, his dick is as long as my fucking thigh, and right fucking now, that fucker's got his boyfriend bent the fuck over, and he is committing a fucking hate crime. Every time Carl Nassib busts a nut, it is a fucking assault and fucking battery. I looked it up. Every time Carl fucking Nassib fucks his boyfriend, he rips him a new asshole. At this point, when his boyfriend wants to take a shit, he puts his forehead on the fucking toilet. It's the only safe orifice he has left. And Carl Massive Nassib can continue to do so. But as long as he accepts Jesus before he dies, guess who goes to heaven? And right now, there's some fucking Christian sitting there like, oh, well, Robert, you don't understand the gospel. Shut the fuck up. God, the Christian God, does not care about what you do. The Christian God, come here, Bubba. The Christian God only cares about what you believe in. Bubba, get your fat ass. Come here, Bubba. That's right. That's right. You fat motherfucker. I love the bubs. Okay. Okay, let's roll this fucked up ass tape. I had to throw that in there. Can you guys hear the boys? Okay, just...
Noticed it, you've been to Bible study, but the second sin among those three sexual sins is idolatry. Do you know what idolatry is?
Yeah.
Well, you make up your own God. So it says, do not be deceived, neither...
Where you make up your own God. You mean like everybody? I told you guys. Guys, hey! Seriously. Do I need to spray you guys down with water? Back on topic. Again, I told you, every Christian you know is the Christian who got it right. And he's sitting there saying, you know, idolatry is when you make up a God that suits your mind. That's what everyone does. Again, I told you guys, my sister, Lady L, who sadly left Twitter, gang. Holy shit, you know what? You won't see this, Lady L, but goddamn it, I still love you. I got your phone number, so we still talk and text. But Twitter was just better when you were on it. Holy shit, maybe she'll come back. I put her God in the exact same category. But I don't debate her on her God. I told you, if she was here right now, with that thick, raspy New York fucking voice she's got, right as this topic came. Chris, shut the fuck up. Pour some more liquor. Chris, everybody put some fucking bass. Shut the fuck up. You want to know why? I told you, her Jesus, her God, loves gay people. There's no ... There's no asterisks. There's no excuses. Right? It's like, well, you can be gay, you just can't be gay. You can't be gay. What the fuck is this? Is that even, I don't know. Shut the fuck up, Robert. Read back on topic. So I'll never debate her on her God. But this is going to come as a shock and a surprise. That's how she feels about gay people. If you're gay, you're gay. Just don't be a fucking asshole. Who you're attracted to is who you're attracted to. Right? So again, when he sits there and he says, don't make up a God that suits your own mind, gang, that is the definition of religion. Making up a fucking God that makes you feel happy. Period, end of story. Apparently, Ray Comfort Jesus is a fucking asshole. Let's roll the tape.
Fornicators, idolaters, adulterers, or homosexuals inherit the kingdom of God. And what we do, by nature, comes natural to us, is we create a God we're happy with. A God that doesn't mind lying or stealing or adultery or fornication or homosexuality.
Okay, you know what? Pause the tape. So as we were rolling back, what was it? My brain is completely farted, gang. Hold on, let's rewind there. I'm serious, my brain is farted. Hold on, wait for it.
By nature, it comes natural to us as we create a God we're happy with. A God that doesn't mind lying or stealing or adultery or fornication or homosexuality. A God that's a figment of our imagination, a place of imagery. It's a false image. It's actually a violation of the first and the second of the Ten Commandments, which says you shall have no other gods before.
Pause the tape. I have no idea what I was going to say. Let's keep rolling.
You don't make yourself a graven image. So, Daniel? What's that?
Do you think I made my own God?
Hold on. Pause the tape.
You said don't make yourself a graven image, right?
Right.
Well, that's another sin that they keep making then.
One,
crosses, churches, Jesus, 20-foot tall Jesus in Rio de Janeiro.
So if you guys didn't catch that, she said, making graven images, which is all they do, which is, yeah. But devil's advocate time, they're not making graven images.
How so?
Because they're right.
It's not a bull covered with gold?
No, they're doing it right.
Oh, that's right, because they make the rules.
Right. And that right there, gang, is the pin that launches the fucking grenade. They get to make the rules. So again, I remember going to an Astros baseball game. Now, gang, Austin is still in the Bible Belt, but it's a little bit more liberal. Houston is in the Bible Belt, but not so much on the liberal side. And gang, I remember going to a game, and it was almost a joke between me and my sister. Both of us are atheists, and we're sitting here in these T-shirts where it's like, fags burn in hell! I'm not joking. I mean, every 15 people we saw 3 people with the most loving messages, but it was like, you're going to go to hell. You're going to be tortured forever. God hates fags. John 3:16. Blah, 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 blah. Again, we saw more crosses, and it's like, seriously, shut the fuck up. Right? Again, that big-ass statue of Jesus in Rio de Janeiro, which I have a picture of myself under, by the way, gang. Let me tell you something. That fucker's a lot bigger than what you think. But back on topic. The reason why Christians will get to say, I'm not making a graven image, because she's right. They get to make all the rules. Again, you have never met the one Christian who's doing it wrong. Roll the tape. A little bit longer, gang. Come on. It's an endurance event.
Yeah, what do you think?
I don't think I make my own God. I mean, I guess I would follow. I follow the 10 Commandments. I mean, I don't steal. I don't cheat. I don't kill.
Here we go.
Let's back out. Have you ever lied in your life?
Again, okay, yeah. You know what? Pause the tape. We've been through this before. This is the Christian slippery slope of absolutes, right? Have you ever told a lie? Have you ever stolen anything? Have you ever blah, 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 blah? And but that's the thing. So if you didn't catch that, gang, she was like, well, have you ever told a lie? Which people have done to Ray Comfort. And you know what Ray Comfort says? Absolutely. That's why I need a savior. Right? So again, the enormous difference between, I do believe, at least this atheist and Christians, I have self-esteem. Yes, I have lied. But like I said in the first part, 6 hours ago, I tell the truth. And people who really know me, they will tell you, that fucker tells the truth way too goddamn much. We wish he would lie just a little bit more, right? So again, only in Christianity does this work. And I've actually seen people do this to Ray Comfort before. And this is how committed these fuckers are to their script, right? Ray, have you ever read the bed before? Yes. Oh, so what does that make you? A bedwetter. You know what he says? You're absolutely right. It is impossible to insult people who already hate themselves. This may be the world's worst comparison, but I remember talking to my dad yesterday about, the Russia-Ukrainian bullshit. And again, Putin's out of his mind because he doesn't give a fuck. And I remember telling my dad, this is kind of like the extremist, the Muslim extremist. I love death more than you love life. You cannot beat someone who has that mentality. Same thing here. When you tell a Christian, you know what, dude, you're a pile of shit. You know what they'll say? Thank you. Right? Again, you cannot insult someone who already hates themselves. And that's the foundation of Christianity. You're base, you're vile, you're terrible. That's why Jesus had to die. And right now, again, like the things, subscribe to the things, share the things. So there's going to be at least one Christian to tell me, Robert, you got it wrong. But I didn't. Roll the tape.
And that one. Have you ever?
Have you ever stolen?
Someone on the earth that hasn't lied. Have you ever taken something that belongs to somebody else?
Yeah. I'm looking at your balls.
So we break those commandments in spirit, if not in letter. The Bible says if you lust, you commit adultery in your heart. If you hate someone, you're a murderer. That's how high God stands.
Pause the tape. The Bible also says don't eat shrimp. The Bible says don't get tattoos. The Bible also says that if a woman is raped, we are to sell her to her rapist. And then when Christian will sit here and tell me, Robert, that's the Old Testament. Ray Comfort is currently quoting the Old Testament. Again, all you fucks do is cherry pick the fuck out of that Bible so it is convenient for you. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to please go fuck yourself. Roll the tape. A little bit more, gang. We're not making it through.
And that's the standard he's going to judge with on the day.
I need you to do me a favor. I need you to please go fuck yourself, okay? That's what it's about, guys. Sometimes you just got to do me a favor and go fuck yourself. Now let me speak on Atheist Jr. Let me speak on Atheist Jr. Let me speak on Atheist Jr. Like I said, I appreciate him calling in. That was actually, I think, one of the more interesting conversations that we've had on this channel.
Hey, man!
And this makes sense.
This makes sense!
He called in, and, we squared up. And so, the way I summarize it is this. It's kind of like, cool. What's the situation here? Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about some things we agree about. All right. A little bit of your background, a little bit of your experience, a little bit of my experience. Let's touch off on some things we may have not been on the same page about. Cool. You understand where I'm coming from. I understand where you're coming from. Let's think of something creative we could do together. Cool, nice, great. See you next time. Right now. It's doesn't have to be that hard. It's like Al Snow talked about, sometimes working a great match. You work towards your finisher. Babyface wants to finish the heel with the DDT. Heel wants to make the babyface tap out to the figure four. You know, the babyface starts out by, you know, looking to take him in a headlock. The heel slips out, the upside of the ring, trips him, tries to go for the leg. Babyface gets up, runs out of the ring. You know, they slide back in, switch roles real quick. All of a sudden, heel goes for the leg. Babyface kicks him off, goes up. Heel comes back, goes for the leg again. Babyface counters, tries to hit him with the DDT. Babyface heel hits him with the low blow, rolls out the ring again. It's pretty easy. I'm going to try to grab your head. You're going to try to grab my leg. On 3, go. All right. Let's take a quick musical interlude. Cheers. I want to hear my song real quick. This shit beautiful. Fuck you. This is Jesus music. It's good Jesus music. You know, go watch something else. Turn up. Whiskey time. Appreciate y'all. Much love.
Miracles when you move. Such an easy thing for you to do.
Play them drums, boy.
Your hand is
damn, Carrie Ann beat me to it and shit.
You are still showing up at the tomb of every Lazarus. And your voice.
It's pay-per-view tonight, folks. Extreme Rules. We about to get no disqualification up in this bitch. It's about to get violent. You can do all things. Chairs, ladders, tables, brass knuckles, low blows, interference. Who knows? Who knows? Guest appearances. People popping out the crowd. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Takeovers. What? What's happening? Title changes? Will there be title changes? What? What's going to happen? You don't know. It's Extreme Rules. Anything can happen. Everything is possible. Amen. Hallelujah. By the power of the Holy Ghost of wrestling.
Breaking my heart of stone. Taking over like it's Jericho. And
taking over like Chris Jericho.
Crashing down right now.
Le champion. My God is gonna come through. I guarantee you we're gonna have some fun tonight. Wrestling can do everything but fail. Never lost a battle.
No, you never lost a battle. And I know you never will. You can
I be trying to tell people, I will have this as long as I want to. It's gonna be pretty goddamn hard to get this off of me. You know, I used to tell people you had to pry it off my cold dead hand. But let's face it, they'll probably do my funeral with this. They'll do my funeral with this before they cremate me. So they're literally gonna burn me and I'm gonna be like this. I'm gonna have belts all over me. They're gonna burn me. Niggas, they gonna see my face and then my casket is just gonna be belts, 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 belts.
You
This how the real ones go out. That's how the real ones go out. That's how the real ones go out. Send me off to the drum gods. Thanks, Carrie Ann. Appreciate you. Answers and Atheism said, I really hate this music. Well, luckily for you, that song's over. It's funny. It's funny. Oh, hang on. Let me do this. Discord real quick. My conversation with Joel. That's one of my favorite drummers. See, that's the difference between me and you. You was listening to Jesus music, Mike. Mike was listening to Jesus music. Mike was getting drama with that. No, I hate this Jesus music. No, I hate this Jesus music. No, I hate this Jesus music. No, I'm just staring at this hot-ass white bitch murdering shit and one of my favorite drummers. We're just having a different experience. It's all good, buddy. Appreciate you. Warning: racism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, hate crimes, police violence, fascist, iconography, the Holocaust. I'm in line like this already. What's up, Joel? Where's Joel at? I don't know. See, I be playing people's shit when they ain't even here. Sorry, Joel, to be that way sometimes.
There's this Calma provocateur, a conservative who makes his living off being a public figure, saying scandalously evil things in public because controversy equals attention, and attention equals brand recognition. He gets his writing gigs and interviews and guest spots, sometimes because people agree with the awful things he says. More often it's because he gets views. His economy runs on engagement, and hate clicks are still clicks.
Hate clicks
One
are still
revenue
clicks.
stream is speaking engagements, the college campus circuit. Fans at, let's say, UC Emeryville invite him as a guest lecturer. But UCE is broadly a progressive campus, which means his presence there would likely provoke a lot of outrage, maybe even a protest. And a protest would be pretty flippin' sweet. Protest means local news coverage, maybe more than local.
Yeah, he be working and on different shifts and shit. Yeah, so it's probably still a little early for when we see Joel, but I wanted to do this for, make sure we got it in for our late night Counter-Apologetics. And I had to do everything early tonight because of the wrestling show.
Hell, the conservative media machine loves taking stories like this and blowing them up to national importance.
But appreciate y'all, chat. Yeah, I think everybody really enjoyed the conversation with Atheist Jr. It was good that he called in. Yeah, I'm just looking through the chat comments saying great chat and everything. All right, cool. I just wanted to go over your comments. Yeah, thanks so much for the feedback, chat. That's fun, man. And look, and look, people know this about me. I know the difference between cutting promos on people and having a conversation. I know the difference between a conversation and a debate. And I'm a broadcaster, and I'm here to entertain people and build the community through entertaining people. And part of that is just being a good broadcaster. And I take a lot of pride, as most of you know, in being able to get good interviews and good shows and good content out of people, even people I don't like or disagree with. I feel like in the case of Atheist Jr., that was kind of an easy one. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's kind of an easy one. You guys know I'm really looking for a fight. And that's kind of what I was thinking about Atheist Jr. from the beginning. I was like, I don't know why this dude, people are saying he doesn't like me, but as far as I can tell, we're on the same side of these things. I'm pretty sure he's a pro-science guy, a pro-evolution guy, and an anti-creationist moron guy. And so it's kind of easy when it's genuinely a misunderstanding or just a difference in perspective or take on something, and you hash it out and you're both grown enough to square up and have a good time with it. But yeah, so I see part of that is, I could be a great interview or a great panel facilitator or a great moderator or a great announcer or a great host, all day long. And, as y'all know, literally 4 times on Sunday, but it isn't going to do me any good if I don't have anybody to talk to. And so, sometimes cutting promos on people, calling people out, shutting people down, holding people's feet to the fire is a way to get their attention and talk to them. And I think we're hearing about some of the consequences here of some of that economy. So it's a great kind of apropos footage for us to get into here. But yeah, sometimes that's all you want, right? Is you just want to say, hey, what is this? I don't know what's going on. Hey, you make a video about it so you can get my attention. I'll make some shit and talk about it so I can get your attention. And, we get the opportunity to square up, we do it, and that was fun. And I wish it went down more like that. But most of you guys know that's how we are, right? We call Otangelo out. Otangelo, I'm back. You want to call in? He might have ran off to hate watch somebody else for a bit, but it is what it is. But yeah, I really appreciate it. That was fun. And if we get the chance to do something again, I definitely think we could do something cool.
Importance. If he plays his cards right, he could get his words in front of millions of people instead of just the student body of UC Emeryville. Of course, he's going to take that gig. But the progressive students...
Also, just something I was thinking about when I was outside. Sorry, I don't mean to cut the video off again. I'll roll back a second. I'll roll back a little bit so I don't cut off his idea there. But I was thinking about something when I was outside, because you guys see people come through and troll me. I think it's mostly right-wingers or people hate watch that talk about the mods, how much I support. You guys know, my focus actually is building community. Even my academic colleagues realize that. And yes, I'm entertainment first, science second, maybe science third, as far as content is concerned. I see myself as an entertainer who's trying to build community, where science is an important part of that community. Period, end of story, I guess. But as an entertainer, I want the channel to grow. As I want you guys to have more fun. I want us to engage more people. That's why I said I like being on other people's channels. I like doing events on other people's channels because that's kind of what entertainers do. You do shows. You get out there on different channels, on different networks, right? You want to be a star. That's what stars do. They're all over the place. But as far as my personal channel and my personal content, the grind of being a reality streamer, of being live for a ridiculous amount of hours all day long, every day, and overnight, and the Gather, and the Discord, those are spaces for my friends. I'm not out here, I'm like it's like the PlayStation party, right? We're on PlayStation to play with our club. And we're, sometimes the club is big, sometimes the club is small, but we're here for our club. We don't give a fuck if other people don't like our club. Our club literally doesn't have allies, and we're the same way in the Call to the Flying Man. We don't give a fuck. We could have atheist friends, atheist opponents, Christian friends, Christian opponents. We don't give a fuck. We're about each other. We got each other. That's all we got. That's all we want. That's all we need. So I'm really not about, it's like if I'm chilling on Saturday and my chat is dominated by 5 or 10 of my friends and I'm spending the day with 5 or 10 of my friends, that's a really happy Saturday. If you're going to ask me a dumbass question like, would I rather my chat be dominated by 300 trolls I don't know? You probably might be surprised when I tell you no. Oh, but Jay, it's YouTube. Don't you want everybody in the world watching you? Maybe, when I do a show, or maybe when I'm on somebody else's channel, or maybe when I do something that I'm promoting. And maybe over time, I want the community to grow to where it's, larger based on just organically people who are like-minded and have fun with us. That number just keeps going in the right direction. And thanks to all of you guys and your support, it is always going in the right direction. Literally, most of the time I go to bed, I'm not streaming, and I wake up and we just have more subs. Cool. We can grow slowly. That's fine. But yeah, I do this stuff to connect with my friends. Like tonight, we're doing the pay-per-view from Gather. If none of you show up, we're doing the pay-per-view from Gather. If 5 of you show up, we're doing the pay-per-view from Gather. What about if 30 of you show up? Our gather can't hold 30 people. So at most 20 to 25 people going to be able to watch it, and we're going to kill it. We're going to have fun. It's going to be a great time. So I really don't give a shit about random viewers and people we don't know. Like, y'all know James Apperson is on the same shit. We're here for our community. We're here for our friends. That's what sustains us. That's what inspires us. That's what makes us happy. That's how we have fun. And if that grows really slowly compared to just doing a bunch of shit just to trick the algorithm and sending us a bunch of randos so we can like get super chats or some shit, like, you're just genuinely have to understand you're talking to people who don't care about that stuff.
Best.
If people want to send me a super chat, ! Super chat. You can send me a super chat right now. If you don't want to send me a super chat and you're just enjoying the show, cool, me too.
Would be pretty flippin' sweet. Protest means local news coverage, maybe more than local. Hell, the conservative media machine loves taking stories like this and blowing them up to national importance. If he plays his cards right, he could get his words in front of millions of people.
I don't know if we'll forward back here. Yeah, you click the link in the description. It's kind of like joining a Zoom meeting, and you could call in here. Hey, Lupin, what's up, man?
What's poppin', player, man? Dude, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. How you doing?
I'm doing good, bro. I'm just barely waking up.
Yeah, man. What's going on with you?
Oh, man. Just chilling, brother. Just enjoying life.
That's great, man. Do you have any particular thoughts on stuff that's going on today? Because I want to watch this video. I mean, you're welcome to hang out back here and watch it and give me your thoughts on it. But did you want to say anything about? Did you have anything in mind when you called in?
I don't know. I thought we could go over some stuff yesterday and stuff like that. Because I tried to call in a couple times and maybe I just didn't wait long enough to get let in, or you didn't know who I was or something like that.
Yeah, or I might have been over and gather and just not noticed the restream or whatever. But yeah. I mean, you're always welcome to call in. What do you think of? What did you want to say about yesterday or whatever?
So what's the deal with Beatty, man? Is that shit is it under the bridge? You done, over with? That dude can go take a walk or what?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care, right? I mean, I don't think there are necessarily, this is going to sound cruel, but I don't think they're necessarily relevant figures in this world to my real life. It's kind of like, let's say you start playing a video game as a hobby and, you start playing it competitively and there's this big name gamer, right? And you and him getting a beef and, people are coming through your stream asking you about it all the time. But let's say, like, in real life, like, you flip burgers at McDonald's, right? And you like that. It's just a good job. You serve people. Benefits are great. You know what I mean? Like, you're, assistant manager it's just your gig, right? And so
Shoot,
for
they're
you,
starting at 15 an hour, so
yeah, exactly. So
that's better than some places.
Yeah, exactly. And so you're happy to talk about it when you clock out and you're chilling at home bullshitting about the game, but it doesn't interfere with your ability to play the game. And then at the same time, when you wake up in the morning and go to handle your real world job, like, you're not even thinking about that. So in my world, Robert Beatty's literally nobody. But it was just sort of a thing where he had kind of overplayed his hand a bunch of times, right? Because one, he has these issues with boundaries where he definitely goes into this place where it's like harassment. It's the type of harassment, I would almost call it petty harassment, where it's clearly a violation, it's clearly an issue, but it's just short of something some people want to spend money on, right? People don't really want to get a lawyer or you got plenty of evidence, right? But you'd still have to go through the process of reporting this fool and, getting a lawyer and suing him and all that. And essentially he's just, he's not.
How did he start targeting you?
because I did a debate with the debate with Kent, right? And he came through and he wanted to help me prepare for it. But since I wasn't born yesterday, I could see that his help wasn't help, right? Like he just wanted to crap all over Kent's personal and legal troubles, which again, we all know the issues with that. Number one, it's an ad hominem attack. Number two, I just don't do that on my channel. Let anybody do that about anybody on my channel. And then number three, I don't need that. The debate is about evolution. What good is me bringing up or going in preparing with more information about something that I can't even talk about because it's totally not relevant to the situation. So he's just he's literally a shameless self-promoter who he is. Like he's a self-promoter who, if you don't want to play his game, and I don't mean like vicious, like you don't like him or you attack him or you rude to him. If you're just like, sorry, I'm not interested. Like, thanks, but no thanks, right? Like literally, like just that to him is like a weaponized attack. Like you've basically said that you're endorsing his enemies, right? It's almost like, I hate to say this, but me saying I don't want to talk about Kent Hovind's personal life and crimes, in his mind, made me a co-conspirator and maybe even enabler of Kent Hovind's crimes. Right? I'm basically, if Kent Hovind slapped somebody upside the head with a baseball bat, I handed him the bat, sat there and watched it. And I was like, Kent, you only hit her once, and like your stance wasn't right. You were open before you swung. I told you, you go skinny and you generate leverage. Now do it again, Kent. Right? Right.
Sometimes you gotta choke up on the bat a little bit.
You gotta choke up. You gotta choke up on it a little, Kent. Right? That's what I did by simply saying, hey, Robert Beatty, I just don't need to talk about Kent Hovind's personal life on my channel. Thanks, but no thanks. Right? And so he made a comment he left a comment on one of my videos. I explained it. He dropped a link on one of my videos, which people are not even allowed to do. So I deleted it. Like, thanks, but no thanks. I don't want you promoting your stuff on my channel. Like, and again, my comment section on my videos, if somebody drops a comment link to their stuff and uses my comment section to promote their stuff, and it's not relevant or what I want on my channel, I'm just going to delete the comment, right? So again, just standard YouTube, everyday stuff. But to him, it was like a personal attack and a conspiracy. And then he somehow thinks that because I can tell my truth, I can talk about my life, I can say, and because I'm an academic, right? Academics are pretty transparent. We say, I work at this university, I teach this class, I studied under this person, I'm training in this program. These are just things we say as academics because we live lives where the public tax money funds our work. And so they expect academics to be transparent people. If somebody asked me, Jay, I heard you're an evolutionary biologist, what university do you work at? I said, I don't want to tell you. Jay, I heard you're a scientist. What kind of research you do? Can you talk to me about some of your collaborators? Nah, I don't want to do that. Right? When y'all be like, this science is kind of fishy, right? Like, I thought science was all about transparency. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? If you look at all of our papers, every single paper scientists publish, they're usually, when you read the author list, there's little numbers next to each author, right? What those numbers are is they're usually their academic affiliations. If you go somewhere, and what that is a way of telling you, author number 1 works at this institution in this department. Author number 2 works in this department at this institution. So now he thinks he don't like me. Now he can actually go out his way to contact the people that I work with and say, oh, like somehow they're a part of it. Again, now they're enabling me. They call me, hey, Jay, I'm your teaching mentor, and you need to really do better at coaching Kent Hovind on his people batting technique. Yeah, you're not doing enough to help Kent Hovind with this swing, right? So now he thinks he can go after them and say, did you know the University of Minnesota is actively encouraging Jay Bundy to coach Kent Hovind on how to slap people upside the head with baseball bats? Right? Like now what kind of Louisville Slugger department are y'all running around there, right? And people are going, Jay, what is this? Is this somebody you met on the internet or something, right? And so literally we didn't know he existed. And I don't know what he wants. Again, you're a Kent Hovind fan. So you would think, as you being somebody who's openly like, hey, I watch Kent, You know, I'm a young earth creationist. I subscribe to Kent Hovind's vibe or whatever, right? He'd probably be interested in going after people like you, right? He doesn't like Kent Hovind, and clearly he thinks people should not be following Kent Hovind to the promised land, right? But somehow, instead of attacking Kent Hovind, he spends all his days and nights obsessing and calling himself Kent Hovind's worst nightmare, but then he goes after the people who are Kent Hovind's opponents.
He's a total joke, and like I said, it
just doesn't make any sense.
I heard of him. I heard of the name sounded familiar, and and then I was like, let me look at who he is. So I just looked up on YouTube who he was and everything like that. And the first thumbnail that I saw, I'm like, oh, this idiot who has no accomplishments for himself.
Right. Yes.
And
yes, absolutely.
Makes his sole purpose to tear somebody else down as their claim to fame.
Yeah, and I hate to say this, I don't think it's an effective way to go after Kent Hovind, because here's my thing, bro. And I don't know how you feel about this, and you don't have to speak on it if you don't want to, but my thing is, if Kent has done something wrong with the law, number one, my understanding is some of those things he's already been held accountable for.
He did 9 years in jail for structuring. I mean, if you ask me, that sounds like some type of government hit to take somebody down. Because if you notice, some people that speak the truth or somebody who speaks against the mainstream agenda, people go after, and they go after them viciously, and they try and destroy them. They try and get them
I will say
everything.
This. I'm a black man, obviously, right? So I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend justice is applied equally. And I definitely agree that people who are public become targets, right? Because, you know, it's almost like people think you can make an example of them, right? And that just comes with
what they did.
That just kind of comes with the territory. So you know, he, like you said, he did his 9 years. Now, if there's other stuff he's done that he hasn't done time for, should do time for, that's for the justice system to sort out. That's for the witnesses and the investigators and the prosecutors. And I used to work in that system. Right? I used to work in the courts. I used to work in the prosecutor's office. People, again, well, I don't know where people get off acting like I'm some advocate for, you know, doing terrible things to humanity. Again, I used to work in a prosecutor's office, including in a domestic violence section of it and everything else. And it's like, and also I used to, you know, I've been in programs about that. And so I've worked with lots of guys who have been involved in domestic situations. And it turns out that shunning them and isolating them and telling them they shouldn't be able to make a living and they shouldn't be able to have friends and followers and they shouldn't be able to make YouTube channels and shouldn't be able to have debates and they shouldn't be able to be, spiritual leaders. Turns out that doesn't really help them deal with their domestic violence issue. Yeah. It actually turns out that group therapy, proper socialization, teaching them different coping mechanisms, teaching them different conflict resolution skills, and helping them grow is actually much better at ending the cycle of violence in my experience. But again, who am I other than somebody who has fucking experience? And so I don't even get where all that is. You're not going to hate somebody into becoming a better person. That just is not how this works, unfortunately. Fortunately, rather. And so I just don't get that. And then the other thing is, it just makes him a victim. I hate to say it. It makes him a sympathetic figure. We always talk about this in Kent.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, we always
Kent is being attacked 24/7.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about this in wrestling, right? The one thing you can't do, right? You can't make the babyface, the good guy, look like an asshole, right? He can't cheat. He can't break the rules. He shouldn't be, you know, if he has a beautiful girlfriend, she should be presenting herself respectably. And, you know, they should be out there kissing babies and making the world a better place. You can't take the baby face and have him kicking people and yelling at the audience and telling people they're fat and out of shape. Now, you also can't take somebody who's supposed to be the bad guy and an asshole and make him a sympathetic figure. You can't have people cheating to beat him. You can't have people attacking him with weapons to win the right. You have to, right? Because if you do, what's going to happen? You're going to make this bad guy get sympathy. Right?
Yeah,
you want the audience to hate him, and if you cheat against him and you screw the bad guy over, you're going to make people feel bad for him. Go ahead.
If the bad guy was justified in his ways to be bad for a reason, then maybe there would be one thing. But this guy is just out here to cause problems, you know, try and destroy somebody that he disagrees with and wants to tear somebody's life down. You know, that's and you're not going to get anywhere with that. And it's honestly, it's just pathetic. And the dude is a worm, a spineless worm. And if he wanted to do something about it, he should have called into your show. The fact that he goes on to attacking you makes him look 10 times worse.
Yeah, because again, it just doesn't seem to be an explanation for the motivation. And I've watched content. I know some stuff about Kent because I have watched people who make content, quote unquote, exposing Kent or talking about things they think are going with Kent. But most of them keep that to number one, they always keep it to YouTube, right? They keep it to, you know, hey, I think this is a person I want to criticize, and so I'm critical of them. And then oftentimes they're really, you know, doing the atheist versus Christian thing, right? They're criticizing the religion, or they're criticizing the followers. They're saying, you know, I don't think people should follow this guy or whatever. And even you as a Kent Hovind fan would say, yeah, they're entitled to their opinions, and it's no news to us that Kent Hovind has critics, right? And some of those critics, you know, do think, you know, that talking about his character, his person is relevant, and maybe even to the extent that they say, well, if you're going to present yourself as a religious and moral figure, then whatever. But I just think a lot of this stuff goes so far beyond that. The other thing is a lot of these people have made an economy out of it. And that's part of the YouTube game. I get it. Like, we're counter-apologists. You make your money, you get your views, your subs, your clicks, your super chats off of criticizing evangelists and apologists and stuff like that. So, you know, it's just how the business works. But if that's going to be the case, then be open.
An ugly business.
It's an ugly business. It's an ugly business. And it's like anything else. If you're on MSNBC or CNN, you make your money covering Donald Trump. It just
fucking lies.
It just is lying. Yeah. It just is what it is, right? And if you know, it's just kind of it's all in the game, so to speak. But you do have to understand that there's boundaries you don't cross. There's things you don't do. And for me, when people just hate on the man 24/7, it's almost like what I just see is their hatred, and I just go, when are you gonna? It's almost like you're supposed to believe in the justice system. So if this person is so bad and it's so obvious, and there's pictures everywhere, and he's bothering her, and he's violating this order and that order, one, why isn't he in jail? And number two, if you're so concerned about it, why aren't you doing something towards that end? It's almost like they either know that they don't really have him on stuff, or they're real worried that he's not going to be held accountable. Because I'm like, if you know where the bodies are buried and you got the evidence and you could sit up in here for 2 and 3 hours and talk about all Kent Hovind's crimes, why can't you convince the FBI or the local police or the sheriff or whoever to come get this man? You convincing the wrong people. We're the wrong audience. I ain't got no legal authority to arrest Kent Hovind, protect his victims, enforce his orders of protection, make him pay his taxes, shut down Dino Adventureland. I can't do none of that. So what is convincing me that he's a criminal gonna do? That's what I'm saying. It's like they're not really about that. They're not about protecting his victims, or they're about making a buck of hating him.
Yeah, 100%. It's crazy. And, you know, the mindset of these people, you know, these are generally the people that are basically all cops are bastards, blah, 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 yada, yada, you know, for the justice system and everything like that. yet the moment somebody busts a grape, they're the first ones to be calling for the cops. Man, come here and save us, help us. He said something that hurt our feelings. He's hurting us with our words. And then they're thinking that the justice system is so perfect, and everything like that. But whenever it's somebody that they don't like, they want him hung. They want him on the death penalty. They want him on the shooting range. They want Ken Hovind dead, locked up forever.
Right.
For what? For what?
Right. They want him under the jail. And my thing is, as far as I know, the last time I checked, that man is free. There ain't no laws against him. Ain't no legal orders against him making YouTube videos. Ain't nobody shut down his church. Ain't nobody said that anything illegal or criminal is going on at Dinosaur Adventureland. So as far as I'm concerned, the man is walking around on the planet like the rest of us with the full entitlements of the law. And when he violates it, y'all, I'm not saying I'm trying to cover up for his crimes. What I'm saying is I am not the court of law. I am not the judge, jury, and executioner. And if you think this man has done something illegal, I suggest reporting it to the motherfucking authorities. And I ain't no snitch. I'm just saying, if you feel that's what you got to do, then do it. But trying to prosecute the man on YouTube makes it seem like you care more about making a name off of him. And it doesn't really seem like you're about stopping him, protecting his victims, fighting for justice, being a social justice warrior, none of that. It just feels like you're just caught up in the grift economy where the anti-grift grifters.
Hate sells.
Hate sells. That's what it's like. But even in the economy of hate sells, this particular person goes way too far. Now, I wanted to ask you something else about this, because something we might be able to learn from y'all about this. You in this community with Kent, right? And Kent's 200,000 plus subscribers, right? 300 debates with atheists, right? So to me, y'all have almost gotten used to this, right? Like there's this whole economy, like we talked about, of people who hate Kent Hovind, right? So as a Kent Hovind fan, how do you guys manage that so that, I guess what I'm asking is, you're able to like engage with that, deal with that, be comfortable with it, but still connect enough with each other, right? That isn't like drowning out your ability to connect with Kent and one another. Because I think that's something, like we're always saying we can learn from churches, right? Like if we're atheists and we're trying to build better communities, we can learn from churches, right? And if we're counter-apologists, and we disagree with apologists or people who have these different religious stances or views of the world that we don't hold, that doesn't mean they're not doing things in their community that we can learn from, right? And so we're attracting all this negative attention. This guy doesn't like us. That person doesn't like us. This person is hate watching us. This person is calling out. This person is making videos to undermine every single thing we do on the video. You guys have been dealing with this probably now the whole time you've been Kent Hovind fans, your whole time in this community, and you deal with it on a much more intense and bigger level than we do. So how do you feel like y'all have just learned to deal with that or whatever?
Like with the haters and everything like that?
Yeah, pretty much. How y'all deal with the haters? I should have just said that, but yeah, pretty much. Teach us how to deal with these haters.
I was trying to unpack that in my head.
How do you deal with the haters? That's it. Let's keep it simple. How you deal with the haters, man?
So the thing is, I see the same actors and they bring up the same arguments, and not only that, those arguments have already been defeated and debunked. They're just there to antagonize. They're not there searching for a conversation. They're just searching there to stir up trouble and to make an argument. And their arguments are so easy to refute. And I wanted to call in yesterday. I tried to, but like I said, maybe you didn't know who it was or anything
it's
like
all
that.
good. It's all good.
And you were talking mess about me. I'm like, man, bro, what you mean?
I didn't know who it was. I didn't know who it was.
I've been trying to call in, bro. You calling me a coward?
No, I didn't know who it was. I know. See, because sometimes you know what it is. It's like Beatty and all these guys, man. They come up with these secondary accounts, and they always come up with these different accounts. And then at first they're saying things that are, halfway supportive or just kind of funny. And then they kind of, walk down a different line, and you'd be like, okay, wait a second, who is this? But yeah, now once I realized it was you, I kind of felt like I tried to backtrack a little bit and say, oh wait, I didn't realize that was Lupin. I really didn't realize it was you. But yeah, once I did, I kind of said, nah, we're actually, we're cool with Lupin. He's fine here, man. Tell me this. I was going to ask you, you can ask me whatever you're going to ask, but I was going to say, I wanted to kind of know what's going on in Hovind world. Like, what are the things that y'all have had going on lately that are cool or you're excited about? But if you want to ask something else, I'm happy to talk about whatever.
I was going to say, you know what, out of those 300 debates, go into one of those, find me 3 debates where you think Kent lost.
I don't know.
I've seen them all.
You have? I was gonna say one. That sounds like a lot of work, but I'm kind of with you. I think he has. Well, number one, I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually think, in some sense, religion is an unassailable position. I just think. I think faith is inherently a thing, at least as I understood it, where at its essence, there's a need to transcend the ordinary. So when we talk about God, we're not talking about regular phenomena, right?
Right, there's a spiritual element to it.
There's a spiritual element to it. And even in science, there's unanswerable. Science is never it's not designed to give us certainty. And so I really do think, even when you go in these debates, to me, we're discussing differences of opinion, differences of worldview. In my mind, I see it as I have this reality that's unassailable, and what Kent Hovind represents just is untenable. But he is coming, if I'm, assuming he's, just being himself and genuinely representing his positions, it's like he's coming from essentially the same position, right? Where he has a sacred narrative, a holy narrative that, if he is trying to hold to as literally being true, I can't prove that he's wrong. And I think this is what atheists get wrong, is I've said this, they try to win the debate. I don't think I think you have to me, I was trying to use the debate as an opportunity to have an experience with Kent Hovind, just to really
to blow your channel up.
I wouldn't even say it's not really to blow the channel up. It's just like he's somebody who's interesting to me. Like, to me, it's like I spend a lot. We're trying to talk to people like you, right? And I don't want
people like you.
Yeah, and I don't want to get bored, right? And I'm like, I'm getting bored because I'm only talking to the same couple of creationists. They're kind of radical. They're kind of wild, and it's just getting to be old hat, and we've got to figure out a way to do something new. So yeah, you're out here kind of headhunting. You're like, look, I've got to, I'm making these promos. I'm calling for challengers. I'm trying to do call-in shows, and nobody's calling. So I'm like, look, I got to get out there. And if I'm gonna spend all this time with Rebecca Davis and Otangelo and all these people who nobody's heard of, right?
I don't even know who those people are.
Exactly. Why not take a shot at some of the bigger names? And I don't know how to get to most of them. I don't know how to get to a William Lane Craig or Jordan Peterson or Sean McDowell. I think now I'm starting to build the type of following and cachet where maybe I can make those moves, especially if I start to work with a couple of more bigger name atheists. Then I think I have the cachet to send them over, 4 or 5 videos, and they'll say, okay, maybe I could do something with this guy. But to Donnie's credit, Donnie's kind of a bridge between the world of smaller content creators and Kent Hovind, who happens to be a evangelical creationist with a pretty serious platform. And so the opportunity was just there. So I'm an opportunist, right? It was Donnie sitting there. I don't know who's going to do Ken Hovind's 300 debate. If you're interested, let me know. That's what he basically said, right, on the channel. So I just threw my hat in the ring, my name in the hat, right?
Yeah.
And made my case, like, pick me, right? Let me debate Hovind. And Donnie was like, yeah, sure. All right, cool. So now I'm not really looking at this as I'm going to go in there and have a debate with Ken Hovind, because everybody knows that this is not going to do it.
But do it right.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, like, look, let's just go in there and make it, on form. He gets to do his piece, I get to do my piece, and then we have a conversation. But it's YouTube, so you've got to call it a debate, and it's going to have a structure, for it to be a debate format. But then you're trying to say, like, what the fuck are we trying to get out of this? If it's just going to be me railing that evolution is true and him railing that it's not, I mean, I just don't think anybody's going to get anything out of that. So let's do something interesting. And also, it felt classy in the end, to be honest with you. It felt like Kent's, he's done, like you said, he's done 300 debates, and he's done 300, and he claims his claim to fame is he's won all of them. No, I shouldn't say his claim to fame, but it's one of the things he claims. And again, I haven't seen enough to refute it, but based on how effective he is as a speaker, and how ineffective sometimes I think his opponents are, and how much I think they just miss the whole fucking picture, it wouldn't surprise me to hear that a lot of people think he wins most. As a matter of fact, even some of my science colleagues were pretty much like that. They were like, yeah, he pretty much, makes people look stupid all the time. And they weren't saying that they thought that he was right. Do you see what I'm saying? They were just saying that they think
the other side represented so bad.
Yeah, exactly. They were just saying they just think he's more effective than the other side, because he's just on a different level in terms of knowing how to be effective with his rhetoric and his presentation. And, I tell people this. If you think Ken Hovind's just some kind of dumb creationist, you're just not seeing it. You don't get what is Dinosaur Adventureland, bro? It's sitting on like all. Go ahead.
I'm gonna grab my vape real quick. I don't know where I put it. Just hang tight.
Yeah. Take your time, bro. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you, but
yeah. Cool. All right, so
it'll be a few seconds.
Yeah. No worries. Actually, let me I'll play a little let Uncle Bobby rant for
music interlude.
Yeah, there we go. Little Uncle Bobby interlude, y'all.
Bearing in mind, by your own admission, I'm not judging you. You're a lying, thieving, blasphemous person, and you've dishonored your parents, and you're an idolater. If he judges you by those commandments, would you be innocent or guilty?
Guilty.
Would you go to heaven or hell by that standard?
Well, I mean, if I repent and I feel like I actually am sorry, then yes, I would go to heaven.
Now, you sure about that?
Pause the tape. The kid's absolutely right. Again, Christians love to make this proposition the most difficult, the most complicated bullshit, and it is not. It just is not. Well, is this shit good to go? This shit's good to go. Again, the kid's right. Just like I said about my main man, Carl, Massive Nassib. You can suck as much dick as you want, Carl. Say you're sorry before you die, God's going to hook you up. Again, it's the exact same reason why, gang, Christians look for persecution. Because they're not persecuted. They're just not. Right? And they're like, hey, yo, that's a government building there. Everyone's tax dollars are paying for it. Let's take the 10 Commandments down. Why are you persecuting me? You don't know what persecution is. Right? Same thing here. It's Ray Comfort. Let's just get to the end of it.
I'm back. We could continue. We can let that finish.
It'll make sense to you.
No, it won't.
No, we good. So here's something I was just thinking about. You know how like a lot of my viewers are mods because they're like my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid Horror Energy said, I'm in the room with the pumpkin on the bar. Yes, that's the correct room. Stupid Horror Energy, tell me, are you gonna what's the game plan for Extreme Rules. My plan was to stream it from somewhere and do the play-by-play in Gather. I could just jump on a spotlight tile in that room, and I'll do it from there. And then you can come in and out. If you need me to do something different, let me know. And as always, you feel free to text me. I'll check my phone.
Is there not a way to see chat here?
Yeah, there should be. Yeah, there should be. Holy shit.
Because I'm not gonna lie, man. I tried to call in to you, and people were chatting. And okay, hold on. I think I found it. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I think I found it.
Sorry, some female figure just hit my phone, and when this person hits my phone up, it like melts. And it actually starts to melt, and I literally have to like check it and respond to them before like my phone actually disintegrates in front of me. It's just a thing I had to take care of. All right, so I played drums at a church, right? And just pre-COVID, I want to go back. I'll go back as soon as I'm comfortable. That's how I know. That's how y'all know I've emerged from COVID. Is I'll be playing at church again. God damn it, Lupin. Lupin just dropped out. Now I gotta wait for his ass to get back. Uncle Bobby.
If I'm standing in front of a judge and I'm guilty of rape and murder, very serious crimes, and I say to the judge, I'm ready.
Hello?
All right, hang on. Yeah, in Gather. I'm gonna find you. Yeah, she's in Gather. Yep. Currently streaming it. All right, awesome. Oh, she's probably streaming the undercard and shit. I got you. Yeah, I gotta get over. I think the main card starts today. Yeah, I gotta get ready for this WWE thing, man. And I kind of want to play some cards before, but I might have to wait till after. I don't know. But yeah, Lupin, let's talk about this, right? So I'm playing drums at this church, right? And you know what that means. I gotta be there Sunday. I gotta be there Thursday. I got like fucking band rehearsal on Wednesday night, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what people didn't get, the Christians in my life that knew I wasn't a believer, and the atheists, was that like I was at Bible study on Monday night and game night, and I was playing volleyball and at game night on Sundays after church on campus with the college students. Then I went to all the retreats, went to the conference out of state, and then went on all the retreats, like the overnight, you go to camp and you go drive, take a road trip hours and hours and hours away, and you're all staying in the cottages and shit, and they were almost like dry weekends for me, no weed, no alcohol.
I mean, you're going to a Christian camp, you think it's going to be off, you might be able to find that one person that you can sneak off in the woods. And,
no. The thing, bro, is I had my shit with me. And I could have just snuck off into the woods. But, you just don't even want to. I'm just hanging out with my church, man. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I can't.
There's a time and place for everything.
Exactly. And it would be crazy. It was almost like, and I could tell them, like I literally knew I could tell them, hey guys, I gotta go smoke some weed. I'll catch y'all later. But I just never really felt that urge, or it was kind of like I felt the sense of security of like having it there if I really wanted it. But it also felt like kind of like, this is a great opportunity to just take a break, just to let it breathe, right? Just to let it breathe, take a break. You'll feel even higher when you get back. That's kind of how I looked at it. You can celebrate it when you get back, right? But it was just a good excuse to not, right? And plus, it's hard to use weed to relax from stress when there's just literally no stress in your life currently, right? And when you're hanging out with my church friends, that's kind of how it is, because you're just with the gang. There's always somebody taking care of us. There's always somebody feeding us. There's always, it's always something fun going on. It's always something to do. It's always a million of us. Like we just roll deep everywhere. Do you see what I'm saying? It's always 50 of us everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So like, you're just never worried about anything. And I would just tell people all the time, you're not about that cult life. you're not about it. Like, you don't understand how good it is.
The cult of the blind man, the church
that's
of what's
what I'm trying
happening
now.
now.
Yeah, because I'm trying to bring a little bit of that to atheism, but that's where I got it from. And it was so sweet. Like, I would just tell people, like, I don't believe the claims, but the life that they live together and the way they intentionally live life together, that shit is beautiful. And it works. And it's effective, and it's awesome, and it's powerful, and it's natural. It's what you're supposed to do as a human being. You're supposed to live, and, you know, it's a flexible size. There's no hard size. 20 isn't the right number. 50 isn't the right number. 200 isn't the right number. But it's supposed to be relatively small, right? And it should be like this interwoven connection of, you know, sort of smaller communities within that. And then, you know, you're supposed to be able to go somewhere where everybody knows your name. You're supposed to show up on Sunday morning. And, you know, if you've showed up on enough Sundays, you're walking in the door, you know, the person you see at the door, you know what everybody's doing. You might go to the pharmacy and see your friend from church, or, you know, you're doing things together. You're living life in this community. And even if you're secular, you should be living this life this way. You should know, where's the local hangout for the people that do what you do? Where do the musicians hang? Where do the book nerds hang? Where do the Bible geeks hang? Where's the cool coffee shop for the LGBT artsy crowd? We have all these places in different towns. Some places don't, and that's unfortunate, and that's what the internet hopefully helps them do, right? But, you know, and then you should be able to go to a bar or a coffee shop or a regular restaurant or something, and people know you. And, you know, I know I would say, like, when I was really here out moving before COVID, I knew my checkout person at the grocery store, because I was just raised that way, to spend my money locally, support locally, and try to make relationships with the people who serve you locally on a regular basis. So I've chatted up the same grocery store person long enough that I'll wait in line longer so I could chat with him. Kevin, what the fuck is up, bro, man? You still out here, baby? Because I know he's a lifer in terms of working at this grocery store. You know what else I know?
What you know, man?
He loves it.
He
loves the people. He loves the job. He loves the benefits. You know, he's the first person they call when somebody's sick or can't come in or whatever, and he sees it as his way to touch the community. It's his job to touch the community. And I'm going to tell you something. You want to know somebody that knows your business? The person who bags your groceries, right? They know whether or not you buy condoms, lube, all your sins. They know, right? Because they're there, right? Yeah, they know. Yeah, they know your liquor taste. You know, whether you eat healthy or whether you go for the pizza bagels, right? They know all of that. They know all your business. It's all right there every single time, right? So when you're just kicking it with that person, right, it's just cool. And so you're like, "What's up, Kevin? It's always great to see you, man." And you know he wants to have those conversations. That's the way I grew up. And church really infuses you with that. And I would say, people, you're not about that cult life. It's even the same way as a musician. I used to say, I'm a church musician, and like a lot of church musicians, we really want to play secular music. We want to be rock stars. We want to play in bars and bands. We want to play for money. We want to get the girls, you know, because that's part of the lifestyle. And I made the dangerous mistake. I always tell people I'm a musician. I play drums because I'm a drummer. You're not a musician to me. If you're a person who tells to me I always wanted to be a musician because you guys get girls, or I always think it's cool to be on stage and perform, I'm hearing somebody who's not a musician. You're just not about the life. You're not here for the right reasons. Musicians are the people who love the idea of being left alone for 6 hours in a practice room, right? Go ahead.
So can I do a little exposure on myself, a little expose myself?
Yeah,
go for hear a funny story. So I don't know if it's been like weeks or maybe a few months, but so I have a friend who's like real into like psychedelics and everything like that, right?
Right.
So we got some good stuff, some gel tab, melt your face off kind of stuff.
Oh, got you.
You know, that stuff that kind of distorts reality, and makes you, some kind of heavy stuff, but it was wonderful.
Right.
It was a wonderful thing because it not only does it kind of rewire your brain, but you also like get a spiritual connection.
Yeah, like the people that you're with. Yes,
and just by yourself, just in your mind.
Oh yeah. Alone or with friends for sure.
Yeah, you get a deep introspective and everything like that. And I was thinking about making a YouTube and maybe going over something with Kent Hovind and trying to find somebody who I could vibe with and that's not incredibly like disrespectful, and somebody with an open mind. And I had somebody in mind. I don't know if you remember Brett Keane.
Who?
Brett Keane?
No, I don't know. I don't know who that
Not
is.
familiar?
Not familiar, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, he hosted a couple Kent debates, and he had his own little radio talk show, kind of what you do, but
Sure.
it wasn't popping off, and he kind of like gave up on it.
Got you.
I called that fool like at 5 a.m, tripping balls, and be like, "Dog, I got an idea for your show, man. Hit me up."
Yeah.
You can put your phone number out there. I'm a call.
Yes.
But so anyway, so that kind of fell off, and I kind of wanted to either start my own channel or maybe be a featured guest on somebody's channel who does stuff like this, but they had to kind of fit the right criteria, because I don't want to be with somebody who's completely closed-minded or can't think outside of the box or can't think outside of their own norms and are disrespectful or like purely a hater.
Yeah, well, if you do a show, I'd love to come on it. And if you want to be a feature here, you have me on Discord, right?
Yeah, I have you on Discord. I posted a couple of pictures of what debauchery I was doing last night.
All right. Oh, did you? Yeah. So send me a DM on Discord, like a private message, and we'll set up a time, because I want to do something more regular with people that I don't agree with, but I get along with, and also we need more help. Talking to more people like yourself, to be quite frank. So if I could help you out, and then in exchange you could try to help us find some more people to talk to, and maybe that's what we need to do, is start something, a feature, or they joked about me doing something regular with Kent Hovind, and I kind of didn't want to, because to be honest with you, I wanted to make it feel special if we did something with Kent Hovind, and I also felt like I wanted to grow before I did something like that. Like I didn't want to, you know what I mean? I kind of wanted to grow and then do irregular things before I take on something like that. But if it's something with a smaller channel, somebody that's, closer to where I'm at, I think it'd be good. And I think having something like that, and of course we should both take some time to think about it. But having something like that, I think, could be beneficial, because even when we try to be open to the other side, we tend to have shows or platforms that are pretty exclusive one way or the other. And so it's like, I'm an atheist channel that's willing to talk to theists, and there are theist channels that are willing to talk to Christians. And one of the things we really like about what Restream allows us to do is that we can be live on multiple channels. So we could be openly an atheist channel, and you could be openly a theist channel, but if we're working together, both sides can see it and interact with each other. And maybe that's just a better way to go about it, because you just have a more balanced representation, right? Rather than, it's almost like you got to be super brave to go into the lion's den of the other side, and you know what I mean? And maybe we can kind of lower that bar a little bit.
I'm Daniel in the lion's den, man.
Yeah, you're
I'm
with
Daniel in the lion's den.
You're with it. Yeah. But not everybody's built like me and you, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We kind of think that's fun, but maybe we could kind of lower the threshold for other people, right? And again, I'm about it. Like, this is something I disagree with other atheists about. So we were talking to Atheist Jr earlier, and he was saying that he's with me. I know you're probably not a fan, but he disagreed. But one thing I agreed with him about was we both disagree that we both think scientists should engage in debate creationists. We think the idea that you don't debate them because you don't give them a platform, we think that's a mistake. And I'm the same way when it comes to counter-apologetics. I think the idea of you don't give the other side a platform, you don't engage them, you don't become friends with them and whatever, I think that's a mistake. Huh?
You're trying to silence them and belittle them. They're trying to not give them a platform. They don't want to give them a platform for them to express their thoughts.
Right, but I also just think, number one, at least in my case, the other side's better at living and existing in an echo chamber than I am. And number
what
two,
other side?
The other side of my particular stances. So if I'm on the left, for instance, I'm on the left. I think the right is better at doing the echo chamber life. I'm an atheist. I think theists are better at echo chamber life. And by that, I just think they have a healthier, natural support system, both moderate and extreme. And, they can live without listening to us better than we can live without listening to them. We don't have a choice as far as listening to them is concerned. They could ignore us, try to play their power games without us, and be fine, right?
Brother, the atheist echo chamber is so strong and
no. I think it's strong in terms of its voice and its ideology. Where I think it's weak is our ability to actually live in the world fully. So, like, we live in a country that at least most of us feel is pretty Christian forward on the right and the left. And so we don't have the ability, like, for instance, I think with Christianity, if you live anywhere where there's a decent population size, you could be a Baptist, Pentecostal, Presbyterian, on and on and on. And there's probably not just a church for you, but multiple within a pretty reasonable driving distance. Whereas if you're an atheist and you're looking for an explicitly atheist community, there probably aren't any. And if there are, it's probably like that one local atheist group. And if you don't get along with them, right? And so it's just that's how a lot of us feel. Like if you wanted to be, like I always say this, if you wanted to be the person who says, well, I want to support, Christian bookstores and Christian coffee shops and shop at a Christian grocery store and go to a Christian pharmacy, cool, you could probably pull that off. If you say that as an atheist, that's a nice ambition, but it's probably just not something you could pull off right now. And so I don't mean it as an insult. I just mean if you tell me we shouldn't talk to each other because we shouldn't give each other platform, I'm going to say I'm not really giving them platform. They're the platform. They're bigger. They're already the bigger, more numerous, socially dominant group. I can't de-platform somebody who has a far bigger platform than I do. All I can do is say, damn, they're willing to give me some platform? They're willing to give me some airtime?
You talking about
Ken or whoever. Like, even yourself. My thing is like, bro, if you come to me and you say, bro, I'm a Kent Hovind fan, but I'd love to talk to you on a regular basis, I'm like, awesome, because, otherwise, the people who I might, at least hear me out on some things. They might not even know I exist otherwise, or never hear my side from a person who, like you, they might find to be reasonable, like you find me to be reasonable. And so it's like, I appreciate it, right? You know what I mean? I'm not going to be mad. I'm just saying I disagree with people who think we shouldn't do things together. Matter of fact, what we're doing with this thing I got called Word Wrestling Entertainment, and maybe we'll see if you can help us with that too, is we're trying to like actually kind of structure like kind of like cards. Like we have a wrestling pay-per-view tonight and there's a card from top to bottom, right? And the opening matches won't get quite as much time. They'll be great, but not quite the superstars that are in the main event. And the main event will get more time than what's in the middle of the card and so on and so forth. And we're thinking we could kind of do that with like debates and stuff like that. Maybe even have some tag team ones or whatever. But organize it, promote it, and a big part of that is both sides have to come together and say, hey, we're going to let you really have at each other, you know, during this event. But overall, you know, as far as the interpersonal thing is concerned, or, you know, how you handle each other, you know, in terms of, you know, getting through this professionally, you know, we want everybody to treat everybody with respect, right? And so there's sort of this, you have to, you know, to be part of this, you're going to have to, we're going to say, hey, man, you're going to really get a chance to speak your mind and rip into the other side, and there's going to be a ref there to pull you off of them, and so you're not going to have to pull any punches, you know what I mean? You really, hey, if you really want to tell us evolution is a religion and we're going to burn in hell and we have no objective basis for morality and no reason to think rape is wrong, hey, this is your time, baby. Time to shine, if that's what you really want to say, right? But, you know, we're all going to treat each other with dignity, right? That meaning, hey, when they get their 5 minutes or 10 minutes to say their piece, you're going to sit there and respectfully listen, and they're going to do the same, right? When nobody's going to be doing ad hominems, nobody's going to be flipping out, catching feelings, nobody's going to be rage quitting, you know, we ain't going to be cutting each other, you know what I mean? We're going to have a structured thing here. We're going to let the ideas compete. If you want to be strong personalities, that's great. You know, we want to entertain people. But, you know, we're going to keep it like me and you would do, like, you know, like me and Ken did. Let's have some fun, right? We don't have to pretend we agree. But, yeah. but you know, we don't have to try to, you know, attack each other and be uncivil. You don't have to beat each other. We don't have to beat each other. Let me tell you something. Yeah, so that's kind of what we want to do. And so that's the vibe, right? The vibe is let's work together and put on something entertaining. Yeah.
Let me tell you something, brother. So out of all the debates that I watched with Ken Hovind,
yeah,
I found yours to be honestly one of the best ones.
Appreciate that.
Because even though you kind of flopped on the actual debate part, but like you said, it's been the 300th debate. Right, maybe they didn't come in there super prepared and everything like that. The way that you carried yourself, you were open to listen. You kept it moderately clean. You try to keep it PG, and trust me, I've seen some of your podcasts.
Right.
And I know that, you know, trying to do that mental block right there can probably be difficult, you know, and I enjoyed it, and that's why I'm like, you know what, let me go follow this guy, because he doesn't seem like he's got an agenda of tearing somebody down.
No.
He wants to have a debate, see somebody's point of view, and whether agree or disagree, he wants to hear from the other side. And I found that refreshing, because like I said, I probably seen all 300. I seen all 300 of the debates. I seen them with Atheist Jr. Well, I don't know if he did one with Pelogia. Snake was right. AJ,
Professor Dave, you've probably seen that, and
Professor Dave,
Gustick Gibbon.
Is Erica the? Is she like a man?
No. Erica's Gustick Gibbon. She's like an anthropologist.
Okay. Forgive me if I'm not very
I don't
politic.
know. Yeah. Also, I don't know the. Sometimes you don't know you don't remember the names, right? You've like seen so many of them, you don't remember the names and the faces or whatever. But yeah, but no, I really appreciate that. So yeah, reach out to me, send me a DM on Discord, and we'll set something up. I actually want to go because I want to play a little bit of that clip I said I'd get through. And I need to get ready for the wrestling pay-per-view. But thanks so much for calling in. I actually really appreciate it. And if you'd want to do something with me, I'm totally down to do it. And let's chat, and we'll get it figured out.
Bet 100%.
Thanks, man. Thanks so much for calling in. Really appreciate you.
Have a good one.
You too, buddy. All right. Let's help people get out of here sometimes. Oh, he got out of here. He's good. He's pro at this point. But yeah, I want to thank Lupin for calling in. That was actually kind of fun. I shouldn't say kind of fun. That was fun. That was actually fun, and I really appreciate it. And y'all see, man, I honestly, like, that's the vibe for me, right? Like, at the end of the day, y'all know how strongly we disagree about these things, but you got to remember, like I said, I'm a church drummer, right? And so imagine being a church drummer your whole life and then not knowing how to act around church people, right? I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? You can't literally like live your life amongst these people and then get on the internet and all of a sudden like flip a shit and be like, "What? People believe the Bible? No. You get the fuck out of here. You believe the Bible?" Like come on, like you can't act like this is the first time you're hearing these things. And you can also, spend your whole life, or not, I shouldn't say spend your whole life, but spend a lot of your energy and efforts now talking about the harms in these things, and then be surprised when you run into somebody who think has maybe done some harmful things when they have this worldview. So, just try to keep it all in perspective. And the thing I was trying to say about gigs, right, is I realized this other thing. So I did say that, a lot of people, their motivation for music is kind of the secular things, the money, the attraction, the attention, all that's fun. But I realized something very different about being a church musician that I don't think people think about enough. So one of the things I loved about being a church musician is, let me talk about my favorite gigs. A lot of times people ask me, what's my favorite thing to play? And as a musician, number one, I always say, you don't want me to have a favorite genre. I know that sounds weird, but like, imagine your favorite genre is polka, right? You just love polka. And you go, "Jay, you're a fantastic drummer. Can you play polka?" And I say, "Yeah, actually I can. I've done that. No big deal. It's all love." And then I say to you, and then you ask me, "Well, how do you really feel about playing polka?" And I tell you, actually, I think that music sucks, and it's one of my least favorite genres on earth. Right? Are you now excited to have me play with you or behind you? Right? And unfortunately, if you're a polka fan, know that I was just kidding. I don't feel that way about polka. I actually think it's a very interesting, underrated, dance heavy, and undervalued genre. Like so many traditional styles and forms of music that have become the butt end of jokes rather than people actually giving a listen. And certainly as musicians, we pride ourselves on being able to play as much as we can. But my favorite things to play are based on the musical experience. Playing metal music is fun to me because it reminds me of being in a garage band, right? And playing in the basement of my friend's house, and all of those early musical experiences of, playing covers and writing our own songs and recording our first records to a boom box and all of this type of shit that we did as fucking kids, right? And so when I hear Nirvana, Metallica, Pearl Jam, Red Hot Chili Peppers, System of a Down, on and on and on, into the Limp Bizkits and the Korn and all of that, and that takes me back there. When I hear pop music, Britney Spears, NSYNC, the Backstreet Boys, I recall my time really learning how to play shows, letting people know, you know what, you know, we had done the band thing and we had seen our band kind of come and go. Not that we were all still friends and we all still loved each other, but we all went to different high schools, got caught up with different things, right? And me and Matt and a couple of my friends that really stayed serious about music, we decided we wanted to be hired guns. Like, we didn't want to try to have to, you know, keep 5 or 8 people together for 30 years. We wanted to just become amazing musicians and then get hired to go on tour. Primarily, we always wanted to be live musicians, go on tour with people, and then, you know, also do some studio work and soundtrack stuff, right? So, love pop music, but, you know, we loved gospel music and church music because, you know, we played at mass, we played rock masses at different Catholic churches, but we loved gospel music, and I played, you know, I come from a gospel church tradition with my grandparents' church and all of that, so that music was really important to me. Got to play at the best gospel church in State College when I was you know, a student there, and so all of it means a bit something different to you. But again, my favorite thing, I always tell people my favorite thing is to play musicals. Right? I was always played musicals. I played the musical every year except my senior year because I was doing my college audition stuff. You know, I would play at the elementary school musical, the middle school musical, local musical theater, right? And why was that, guys? It was because, one, the musical challenges, the range is the widest. It isn't one style of music. It's actually 9 styles of music in one show, right? And so you get to show your range. You know, there are times you're really got to have great brushwork because there are times you've got to be whisper quiet under stuff, and there are ballads. I'm a ballad king. I love power ballads. I always, you know, I want to play that drums. I want to play those drums so beautifully that I can make people cry. You can make people cry with drums. Let's go, baby. You know, but then you've got your dance numbers, you've got the beautiful solo pieces where it's just the band and, you know, some beautiful singer, but you've got the huge orchestral numbers, right? Then you've got, you know, all the special effects, the gunshots, the drum rolls, you know, you got the orchestral pieces, you got to do a little bit of percussion work, not really into being a percussionist, but, you know, a little bit here and there. Is a fun challenge to show that you can do those things and meet those little challenges when you need to. You got the electronic stuff. It's just a whole thing, right? And we'd even work in some stuff when I was in high school that put me on stage and stuff like that, just to have fun stuff. When we did Fiddler in the Roof, I ran up behind the lead because he was having some nightmare, and so I played that I was the, you know, like this kind of monkey character in his nightmare, and I snuck up behind him with cymbals and I kicked him in the butt and splashed the cymbals behind his ear. It was so much fun. And then, you know, we were competitive about that. So there was preparing the show. We were always there for auditions as people were trying out, as they were putting in the show. We would go, you know, I watched videos of it. I always knew the script. You know, somebody called for their line, I'd yell it out from the pit before the understudy. I mean, I knew these shows. And I would even go to the other local high schools if they were doing the same show. I always went to their show to see what they were doing better and that we could step up and see if there was little ideas I could get. So I just loved it because you were part of such a huge team. So y'all see where this is going, right? That's what being on a worship team is like. It's much more like playing in a pop band, being part of a big show, or playing in a traveling theater group than like being in a 4-person rock band. Like, yeah, you're in a band, but there's a huge worship team and there's all these, you know, different people in the musicians and, you know, a whole gaggle of singers that are going in and out and all these talented people. There's the crew, there's the tech people. You got to set stuff up, tear stuff down. So you're a part of something that's just so much bigger than you, so much bigger than the band. And so that's actually a great thing about being a worship drummer. And not to mention you play 50 to 100 gigs a year sometimes in some cases. So the regularity of the work, the breadth of the challenges, there's all the different styles. all the different special occasions and all of that type of stuff. You've got to do something special for Christmas, Easter, Halloween costume party. Halloween, I'm playing drums in a costume, right? You're on stage. You want to get into it. If there's a food drive, you want to participate in it. And so part then of Bible study group and all of the retreats and the traveling and all of that stuff is you're just having chemistry building with your band the same way the same people I was in a band with in a garage band in 7th and 8th grade, right, were the same people I played video games with and went to school with and went on dates together. And, you bring your girlfriend, I'll bring mine. And we did parties and we and later in life we would be drinking together. And you just went through, you lived life together. And then when you played music together, you were playing music with your friends, and it was so much more than the music and so much more than that. And man, you took so much pride in just working hard on the show, recording it, listening back to it, improving it, and then getting it so tight, having your friends over and just having, your 8 friends there, right? That your 8 friends that you guys are gonna put on your show for, and your 8 friends going, man, we came here to clown on y'all. But you know what? Y'all don't suck. Y'all actually are pretty goddamn good. Y'all played them songs, right? And we caught y'all. We played that fucking Nirvana and you loved it. We played that fucking Metallica and it was fucking Metallica. And you learn that whole thing. You make people believe it. You spend your whole life making people believe the music you play. And so then when you get into the cult life, it's so much bigger than that, because now you're not just relationship building with your band, you're relationship building with your audience. And that's what people miss. You are having these intentional relationship building with the same people that watch every single one of your gigs. And so there is no price, there is no number, there is no amount of time, there's no words even that can describe the value of that. And so when you sit up on Thursday night for college service or Sunday morning, it's crazy. Like, you're sitting out there, you're looking at this crowd, you can look over the whole crowd, and I, from drums, know exactly who's new here. I can tell you who the guests are before they raise their hands. Before we greet them, we already know who the guests are. Because that's how deep our knowledge is. So when I'm rocking out, I'm not rocking out to some crowd of strangers. I'm rocking out, holy crap. Every week, the proportion of these people who are stranger gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. I got more news for you. Do you know who else you rock out for? When you do that, girls that like you. Hey, you want to come see me play? Cool, you got to come to my church. Yep, sorry, it's just how it is. That's where I play. And then they come and then they hang out with your church friends and they go, man, these people are super cool. I go, yeah, I fucking told you these people are fucking great, aren't they? Told you got to be about that cult life. And the next thing you know, like, girls that are dating me and some of my buddies, what are they doing? They're coming to game night and shit with my church friends, right? Why? Because they've come to see me play. They've met all these nice, wonderful people. And then all of a sudden, next time I'm like, yo, my church friends are getting together to have a couple beers and watch a football game. You want to come? And they're like, hell yeah, I want to come. They're like, and so hey, man, this makes sense.
This makes sense.
Right? And then you know who else ends up being in the crowd? My fucking coworkers, the people I teach evolutionary biology with. You know who else ends up being in the crowd? Here's the singer. My students. Yeah, I've had that experience where, like, it's cold beginning of the semester and you don't really know your students so well and they don't know you so well. And it's a big class and people think you're kind of giving them the cold shoulder. They don't know you so well. And then all of a sudden you look out and you recognize some of them faces on Sunday morning. Well, all of a sudden you get on the class on Tuesday and Thursday. And you don't blow up their spot, right? We don't talk about it. You don't out each other. You don't go, hey, it was great to see you in church this Sunday. But you guys do talk about it. And then what happens is those people are so much more likely to come to my office hours. All of a sudden, I know who the student is in my class who sometimes, needs a little extra help because they've got a lot of classes, they're stressed out, but on top of that, what people don't know is they've got another job. Here it turns out they've got to work in a hospital and all this other stuff, and they've got a kid, right? And so, but they can talk to me. So I know, and they come to my office hours, and we sit down, we make sure they get their help. And then I get this other thing going, and I call this allies in the classroom. It's incredibly important to any professor. When you start with a new group of students, that room is cold. And students and professors sometimes have fantastic relationships. Sometimes they have very hostile relationships. Sometimes students are dreading every single moment they spend in your classroom. They're dreading every single assignment you give them. They are here because they have to be, not because they want to be, and everybody knows it, and they think you suck. They think you're a terrible teacher. You don't inspire them. They don't think you're good. They don't think you're smart. They just think you have the authority to force them to do shit they don't want to do, and they will. And what you are doing is you are trying to build enough relationships with them that over the classroom, they come over the course of the class, they come over to your side. They start realizing Jay's on my side. Jay's part of my community. Jay wants to be my friend. Jay likes us. Jay wants us to like him. Jay wants us to like science. He wants us to have fun in class. He doesn't want us to be stressed about exams. He does not ask trick questions. He makes himself available to us. He's part of our community. And I get some of those allies. Some of the I'll tell you some of the ways I get my allies. I get some of my allies because I have student athletes. What do I know about having student athletes? Every student pays a lot of attention to the student athletes in your class. It's just the nature of the beast. And if those student athletes tune out to what's going on in the classroom, then you will lose the rest of the class. That's just the social hierarchy of students. If everybody watches those student athletes on Saturday, or they're big and tall and sexy and shit. You got fucking volleyball players in the room. They got legs for 300 years and shit. And so if they tune you out, or they're dipping all the time because they got practice, or they're not doing their homework, or they're never answering questions, it sets the tone that this is not a cool class. But if they're invested, if they're paying attention, if they sit up straight, if they're talking to you, if they're laughing at your jokes, if they're palling around with you, now you've got the entire class. So what do? If I got football players, what am I doing? I'm creating them on my Madden team. Absolutely. And we going undefeated. And I make them motherfuckers all 99s. And what am I doing? I'm letting them know what's going on in class. What, boy? Yes, I put y'all on my Cowboys. Yes, our MSU football stars. Woo-hoo! We undefeated like a motherfucker in Madden. Boy, let me tell you about, my man on linebacker there, right? You about to be, man, you on your way to the goddamn Pro Bowl. Yeah, so let me tell you, boy, we won this other game, like 49-7 or something. I was playing on Madden too. You know what I mean? And I'm doing that because now they like that. They want to hear about our Madden team, and, I'm seeing them in the NFL and all this shit, and I'm keeping track of what's going on with the volleyball team. Hey man, y'all had a great volleyball game the other day, right? So you got to show love. You got to go team. You got to show that you part of the club and you're having fun with them. And then what happens when they lose a football game? Yo man, that was a tough game over the weekend, fellas. But look, we undefeated like a motherfucker up in my Madden. Don't worry about it, dog. It's all good. And what happens is they chuckle a little bit, they laugh, they smile. It's all good. You can call on them then. They answer your questions. They take the class seriously. They do their work. Okay? That's all I want. Sometimes I get them because I run into them on campus and I stop and I talk to them. Sometimes I see them in another class. As I'm running through the hallway and I see an open chair next to them, and the next class period don't start for another 5 or 10 minutes. I pop my head in the class, I sit down next to them just like I'm another student, and I sit there and have a little 5 or 10 minute conversation with them. What are you doing? Do you like this other class? What class is this? Who's the teacher? Cool. What kind of hobbies do you have? Again, just relationship building. I lock all my students out of the class before the classroom starts. Why? Because then when I open class, everybody has to walk by me to get in the classroom. What are we doing? High fives, pounds, boom, 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 secret handshake, elbow, whatever the fuck they want to do. I'm making physical contact with each and every one of my students. Okay? And sometimes I get my allies because I'm the drummer at their church. All right, cool. I got to go pee-pee. I'm going to let this clip roll. I'm going to listen to it for a little bit. We're probably not going to make it through all of it, but actually, I'm going to just roll with Uncle Bobby. We'll come back to the other thing later. And then when I get back, I'm going to get ready to get set up for Extreme Rules. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to definitely be checking out the comments and catching up. Let me hit the little boys' room. But thanks for letting me talk about that. That was something important to me. And yeah, I want to talk about, what my thoughts are on actually building community. And I've just seen the value of this stuff in my own life. So it isn't really magic or anything like that to me. There's no secret sauce. It's like you just show up, you do the work. You don't have to agree with the people to love the community. And, just loving the people, loving the community helps you, be a more effective part of the community. It's a pretty simple feedback loop. All right, y'all, we'll be back. Much love.
Really sorry.
Actually, pause the tape. What did I tell you guys? Every time Ray Comfort wants to talk about sin, it's that. A dude rapes 15 girls and slits their throat. If there is no God, what's wrong with that? What the fuck is wrong with you Christians? What makes them reach for that shit? But what makes them... What makes them reach for... Hold on, gang. That's Q&A time. Hold on. Then you fuck Ray Comfort. So the question on the floor is... Come closer. Let's do this. Fuck Ray Comfort. I'll close this shit out. What makes Christians reach for this bullshit so fast? And by bullshit, I mean, okay, so again, it's like, again, gang, I teach self-defense, and I don't hear these, I hear the stories, but I come home and I emotionally wash them off, right? And so again, it's he normally goes into more detail, and now I'm starting to get mad, because again, I hear these stories, this is why, gang, and I've said this before, there's nothing behind those women's back that I would say that I won't say to their face. This is why the likes of a Jeff Durbin makes me so mad, because I know Jeff is a legit black belt, right? And Jeff teaches self-defense. And I've seen his self-defense courses online. I'm like, that's kind of what I would do, right? But then he turns around, he gets in Christian apologetic mode. It's like, well, I mean, if there's no God, what's wrong with a dude raping 15 girls?
Because it's wrong.
But yeah, that's what go ahead.
It's wrong. Because it is just that. You don't need a God to tell you that. You could be Hindu and they're going to tell you it's wrong to rape somebody. You could be Muslim and they're going to tell you it's wrong to rape somebody. You could be Tao and they're going to tell you it's wrong to force yourself on someone else. There's no religion that needs to define what's right or wrong when it comes to sticking your meat.
But they feel like, so like a fuckface Frank Turk will say, atheists know morality, they can't justify morality. Now, my thing is, why the fuck does it need to be justified? Why can't we just stop here and say rape is wrong? And like I've said before, if it takes you 20 minutes to argue why you shouldn't rape somebody, you're either a rapist or you're a Christian apologist, right?
Or both.
Yeah, this isn't a hard topic, but I'm going to finish this out. But again, what do you think makes them reach for this shit so easily?
Because one, they've never been held accountable for anything that they do. So guess what? I mean, you might have another apologist that reaches towards theft. Because maybe that's what they want to do. They want to rape little girls. They want to steal from stuff. They want to cheat on their taxes. All those are sins, right? Because
that's actually, gang. And I remember I told you guys when I told my mom I was an atheist. Again, it went surprisingly well. Again, religion is there for. That's what I remember telling mom. Religion is there for those who need it. Right? Again, I don't believe for 2 seconds that not even someone like fuckface Ray Comfort is so vile. Again, the majority of people are good. Otherwise, the species would have died out long ago. Right? We are wired to be good for the most part. Yes, we're going to drop the ball, fuckfaces. But again, would you want to be perfect? I wouldn't. How boring is that? Right? You make mistakes. You learn. But why would you want to? Gang, we're all going to color outside the lines. Right? And sometimes we're really going to fuck up. But you acknowledge the fuck up. Sometimes you have to apologize and beg for forgiveness for the fuck up. And sometimes you won't get it. But we're going to make mistakes is my point. So again, this whole thing about, Jesus was perfect, then fuck that. You know what? Real fast before we roll this fucked up ass tape.
Because he's still shit. He's still pissed. He's still, he was a normal human. If he existed, he was just like the rest of us because he was born into this body.
Yeah, but apparently he was perfect. But
there's no such thing. By whose definition?
By theirs. But like you said, they get to make the rules. Now, gang, I told you guys, my dad is literally borderline genius. The fucker speaks math. Again, I'm not lying. Look this shit up. To us out here, 2 + 2 = 4. But did you guys know that 2 + 2 doesn't have to equal 4? It's called descriptive math or quantum math. And your entire assignment,
calculus.
You can say, yes, it does equal 4, or you can say it doesn't equal 4. Your only job is to show your work. And you know what? Both sides are actually right. Now, that being said, my dad is actually my dad. Like as in my blood relative. As in he fucked my mom.
As in he looks like his dad.
Yeah, I act like my dad. Gang, here's the thing. I didn't get any of those genes. Like, none of them. Like, none of them. Like, 0. Like, as in none. Like, when I tell you I suck at math, like, as in I'm weapons grade bad at math. Gang, it would be like my dad saying, if you don't get straight A's in math like I did, I'm going to beat you until you die.
Would have been dead by now.
I wouldn't have made it past for the first grade. My point is, this whole thing that there's this standard of perfect that we don't live up to because of a heavenly Father who loves us. Again, the God proposition is one pronoun away from being the worst shit you ever heard. If my dad did that to me, CPS would have snatched me up. Gang, let's roll this a little bit more of this fucked up ass tape. Hold on.
Which is what repentance is.
The worst one ever.
Sorrow and not wanting to do it again.
Hold on.
Well, he let me go. Of course not, because he's bound by the law. He can't let someone go because they're sorry. Of course we should be sorry. And of course we shouldn't do it again. So repentance can't help you on the day of judgment. There's something else you
you know what?
know what it is.
Hold on. You know what? Pause the tape. In the tape, Ray Comfort can go fuck himself. Because they say this all the time. And that's what we heard. Okay, so it's the whole God wouldn't be just. I just spelled hashtag a professional. It's a whole. This actually makes me a little bit upset. That's why I'm pausing. It's the whole, well, shouldn't rapists be punished? Well, everyone's going to say, well, yeah. Well, that's why we have a hell. And I'm like, okay, first pump the brakes. First and foremost, you know what would be better than punishing the rapist? Stopping the fucking rape! Did you ever think about that, fuck faces? Right? So your God has the power to punish them, but doesn't have the power to stop it. Oh, well, Robert, what about the free will? Fuckface, are you mean to sit here and tell me that the free will of the rapist is more important than the emotional safety of the rape survivor? What the fuck's wrong with you guys? Right?
Well, that's the accountability. That's the masculine.
But again,
no accountability.
Exactly. And here's the bottom line. End of story. Then we're going to do the big closeout because I want some fucking catfish. Hold on, gang. You can rape, you can murder, you can be gay, you can do all the sins you want. But so far as long as you say, I accept Jesus before you die, it's all good. And no matter how much Christians want to sit here and tell you how complicated it is, it's not. Simply say, I believe you, God, you exist. Jesus, you're my Lord and Savior. Bam, you're in like the Flint. It's just that fucking simple. Gang, Uncle Bobby's only giving you one motherfucking problem. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's going to give you one motherfucking solution. Christianity and Ray Comfort, shut the fuck up. Gang, this video started out with the whole bullshit. That's what today was about. Believe it or not. This is like that little thingamabopper. Again.
Instead of just the student body of UC Emeryville, of course. For the sake of argument, there's this. Say, for the sake of argument, there's this. Call him a provocateur? A conservative who makes his living off being a public figure, saying scandalously evil things in public because controversy equals attention, and attention equals brand recognition. He gets his writing gigs and interviews and guest spots, sometimes because people agree with the awful things he says. More often it's because he gets views. His economy runs on engagement, and hate clicks are still clicks. One revenue stream is speaking engagements, the college campus circuit. Fans at, let's say, UC Emeryville invite him as a guest lecturer. But UCE is broadly a progressive campus, which means his presence there would likely provoke a lot of outrage, maybe even a protest. And a protest would be pretty flippin' sweet. Protest means local news coverage, maybe more than local. Hell, the conservative media machine loves taking stories like this and blowing them up to national importance. If he plays his cards right, he could get his words in front of millions of people instead of just the student body of UC Emeryville. Of course, he's gonna take that gig. But the progressive students at UCE are wise to his tricks. They've seen him pull this stunt at other UCs, Stockton, Bakersfield, Vacaville. So they make the decision, we're not gonna protest. We're just gonna let him speak. Let the boy stamp his feet, and in a month, no one will even remember he was here. As the date approaches and the provocateur sees he's not getting the response he wants, he starts hinting things on social media, trying to bait a reaction. Psst. Psst, hey. I'm gonna make jokes about the Holocaust. I'm gonna say Americans treated their slaves well. Nothing. So he ups the ante, makes it personal. I'm gonna put up pre-transition photos of your trans students. I'm gonna out the queer students I've seen on Grindr. I'm gonna name which of your students I think are illegal immigrants. Student body's like, bro, do your worst. Nobody's falling for it, until one student's like, hold up. He's gonna dox immigrants in front of his audience of white nationalist gun nuts, and we're just gonna let him? You know some of his fans were in Charlottesville, right? What we're seeing here is a game of chicken between one group of white conservative reactionaries and one group of, let's be honest, mostly white liberals, for whom the stakes are who gets paid attention to. The provocateur doesn't have the ammunition nor the optics to attack privileged liberals directly, so he pokes and prods at various social minorities whom privileged liberals are supposed to care about, until he gets a reaction. Going after people of color is a pure Xanatos gambit for his fans. Either they get a protest and a national audience hears their reactionary rhetoric, or there's no protest and they get to fuck with some immigrants. And because white liberals are largely ignorant to the threat posed to those immigrants, white liberals are not great at assessing the full scope of the danger. Often enough, this remains to them an argument about ideas and principles. To them, they are but words. Until someone gets hit by a car or shot, and then it's, who could have predicted? The provocateur's animating force is not hatred of people of color. It's hatred of white liberals, just as white liberals' animating force is less advocacy for people of color than moral victory over conservatives. Neither side acknowledges people of color as entities in this fight. They're viewed as tools for getting white people what they want, and their suffering is viewed as an acceptable byproduct. You've maybe heard the phrase, in the game of patriarchy, women are not the opposing team, they are the ball. Well, in the game of imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy, minorities are not the opposing team. They are the cars, store windows, and newspaper kiosks that get wrecked when the home team loses. Or when the home team wins. It's the Eagles fan view of oppression. And make no mistake, weaponizing or disregarding students of color is still racism. But it's racism of a kind most white people have trouble recognizing, or, to speak with a sharper edge, that white people often refuse to acknowledge. From the white provocateur who does not hate minorities directly, but is willing to utilize the hatred of others to get what he wants from some white people, who says, I will hurt them a lot just to hurt you a little, to the white liberal who does mental gymnastics to not come out and say, that is a black and brown sacrifice I'm willing to make. Racism is not always a passion, but it is tolerable, usable, easy to disregard. In a white supremacist world, it is the cost of doing business. Let me make it clear. Nothing about this is okay. Now, the weaponizing of minority suffering is employed against many minoritized groups. I could be making this video about transphobia or homophobia, and while many details would differ, I wouldn't even have to change my intro. Samuel R. Delaney, take a shot, argues that misogyny is the oldest bigotry, and therefore the model on which all other bigotries are based. I'm focusing on institutional racism as my chief example, first because this is America and the cup runneth over. Second, because in the 2016 election, the greatest indicator a person was going to vote Republican more strongly correlated than being registered as a Republican was racist sentiments. And third, because racism is a fundamental building block of fascism and a primary means of sowing discord on the left. But we'll get to that. I am going to curb my reflex to make every alt-right playbook some kind of definitive statement. I do not have the last word on American racism. If you want to hear about American racism from the people who experience it, here's a book. Here's 5 books. What I bring to the table is, I have at this point several decades experience being white, and in trying to explicate white supremacy, it is sometimes worthwhile to look at it from the inside. So my focus will be, what does whiteness mean to white people? American racial discourse has 4 principal white characters. On the far right end, you've got the guy white people picture when they hear the word racist. Your Klansman, your neo-Nazi, your suit and tie ethno-nationalist. This guy knows he's a racist, and he's proud of it. Next to the white supremacist, you've got the white collaborator. The politician, public figure, or businessman who does not agree with the white supremacist on paper, but will seek out their votes, attention, or money. Next to the collaborator, you've got the white moderate. People who ostensibly believe in racial justice as an end goal and are somewhat committed to bringing it about, but only with the cooperation of the white collaborator. It wouldn't be fair to do it without their consent, you see, and thus the white moderate spends a lot less time opposing collaborators than appealing to their better natures. They tend to operate on behalf of people of color rather than with them. Plainly put, the cost of doing business maneuver is this group using this group to attack this group using people of color as their weapon of choice. It is white supremacy in the form of 3 groups of white people fighting amongst themselves. Finally, on the far opposite end, you have the honest-to-goodness anti-racist, where the racist will support white supremacy, the collaborator uphold white supremacy, and the moderate seek to reform white supremacy. Only the anti-racist is trying to get rid of it. And even they are not free from racial bias. And if you tell one of them, you are not free from racial bias, it's not guaranteed they will react well. It's just, if you're trying to fight white supremacy, they're the white folks you have the best odds with. Now, this little chorus line is not how white people typically frame the situation. We usually think of racism as a binary. There are racists, and there are non-racists. In that framing, the provocateur is someone whose allegiance we get to debate. He willingly sacrifices people of color, but without personally hating them. Does that count as hashtag racism? This debate lasts approximately the rest of your goddamn life, which should be evidence enough that the frame is wanting. In today's framing, there are several shades of racism, and there is anti-racism. There is no non. Now, before we map the choreography of how these four types interact, first, a quick note on how most white people think about whiteness. Short answer, whenever possible, they prefer not to. Whiteness in America. Is it vanilla? No. It's fior di latte. Nothing but milk and sugar. When non-whites are flavors, we are the base. In the same way one does not hear one's own accent. British people have accents.
That's not a lot of pots.
But we just speak English normal-like.
That's not a lot of pots.
If you have not built your whole identity around being white, you probably don't think about your whiteness very often, and perhaps even feel uncomfortable when one points it out. For it is the white experience to passively, unconsciously, conceive of oneself as a kind of raceless default. This is privilege! Indeed, this is part of what makes privilege privilege. It's the identity that's treated as a norm, the one you don't have to think about. A movie with an all-white cast is widely perceived as being in no way about race. But that's not true of one with an all-black cast. Identities being treated as defaults makes institutional racism difficult to understand even for well-meaning white people. How can I be racist if I don't identify as a racist? How could I be part of a group I never opted into? But let us reflect. Would a group one never opted into not describe a minority? People don't choose to be gay, and while people also don't choose to be straight, being straight is normal. People don't come out as straight or have complex codes for signaling heterosexuality. Not that they'll admit to, at least. In lieu of other evidence, straightness is presumed. But if people clock you as gay, or even think they've clocked you as gay, then you stand out from the background. It makes you more visible, where the appearance of straightness makes you less so. Makes you the everyman. Of the many identities one may have at any given time on any given axis, there is typically only one default, whose rules operate differently to the rest. The more of these normal identities one possesses, the more accustomed one is to being the default. The idea is foreign that people might group one not by how one thinks of oneself, but by how one is perceived, and by how one impacts others. It gets hard to fathom that any more than whether or not a light-skinned Mexican gets to be white is up to them, whether or not you fit the definition of racist is not up to you. The boundaries are not policed from the inside. So, okay. Going again from right to left, this is where we find the titular alt-right. What's novel about the suit and tie ethno-nationalist is how they break from the iconography of racism. Their goal, like that of many racist people, is to attack and oppress people of color, but in such a way that the white establishment lets them get away with it. The average white person's shorthand for a racist is still primarily the Klansman and the neo-Nazi, respectively a rural working-class white nationalism and an urban working-class white nationalism. The alt-right is the gentrification of white nationalism. Their pocket squares and MBAs and $90 haircuts short out the white moderate's brain because they still associate white supremacy with white trash. Racism is worse than evil. It's common. It's why they insist reactionary conservatism is propped up by the white working class in flyover states, despite all evidence to the contrary.
The alt-right can't be as bad as everyone says, because whoever heard of a racist going to Harvard?
The alt-right bridges the gap between white nationalism and the rest of white culture using class signifiers to gain access to the political and social capital of the more mainstream collaborator, and getting the moderate to treat them not as someone to be ignored, but someone to bargain with in good faith. The collaborator finds value in this relationship because, regardless of one's position on it, racism works. A police officer may not be personally racist, but when it's the end of the month and they need to hand out a few more tickets to make quota, it's safest to do so in a low-income neighborhood where the average driver can't make their life hell by hiring a lawyer. And due to decades of racist redlining, most low-income neighborhoods are disproportionately black and Latine, so... And a prison warden may not be personally racist, but white people are approved by jury selection more often than people who think the justice system itself is racist, so black and Latine people are the easiest to jail, and private prisons get more funding when they're full, so... And a conservative politician may not be personally racist, but black and Latine people predominantly vote Democrat, and since they're disproportionately imprisoned, if the politician denies convicts the right to vote, they're more likely to get reelected, so...
I don't know whether the labor unions and their bosses really hate me. That doesn't matter, but I know I'm not in their unions. I don't know if the real estate lobby is anything against black people, but I know the real estate lobbies keep me in the ghetto. I don't know if the Board of Education hates black people, but I know the textbooks they give my children to read and the schools that we have to go to.
Now, frequently enough, these people are self-identified, card-carrying racists. My point is, for this system of incentives and rewards to operate, they don't have to be. Any of them may, but none of them must. Racism exists, and it's efficient. And in a capitalist society where cops are competing for promotions, private prisons are competing for contracts, and politicians are competing for votes, if an unethical behavior sees a higher return than the alternative, then ethics are a luxury. There are hundreds of examples of businesses that claim, in periods of prosperity, that they prefer to do what is right over what is profitable. But what do they say when prosperity ends? Every boom has a bust. Since 1900, the US has spent 1 out of every 4 years in recession. And in the lean season, not using this generations-old system built by white people to advantage their descendants is a liability. A values-based business typically goes one of 3 ways: compromising their values to stay competitive, getting bought by someone who compromised their values to stay competitive, or sticking to their guns and facing a higher risk of going out of business. Many choose to do the right thing, and some even survive. But that's beating the odds. The market trends towards the optimal strategy. No one ever went broke appealing to the ignorance of white people. The collaborator treating non-white suffering as the cost of doing business also works rhetorically. The average conservative citizen doesn't know anything about the Syrian civil war, but they know the refugee crisis is something the left seems to care about. So demonizing refugees is mutually beneficial for pundits and politicians who want to rally their base by spiting liberals, and for white supremacists who want to mainstream racism against Arabs. The average conservative citizen doesn't understand epidemiology, but they don't want to blame their own party for letting 1 million die of COVID, so calling it the Chinese virus is mutually beneficial for pundits and politicians who want to deflect blame onto a foreign nation, and for white supremacists who want to mainstream racism against Asians. And yet, despite this blatancy in collaborating with white supremacists and having eerily similar goals to white supremacists, the collaborator insists that they are themselves non-racist. Their decades of opposing affirmative action, right to assembly, police reform, fair voting efforts, redistricting, funding for public schools, prisoners' rights, religious tolerance, shutting down Guantanamo, accessibility for non-English speakers, immigration, investment in low-income neighborhoods, decolonizing school curricula, Indigenous Peoples Day, putting Harriet Tubman on the 20, kneeling, ending the drug war, or withdrawing from the Middle East, are framed as problems of implementation. We agree with the aim of closing the racial wealth gap, just not like this. We agree with the aim of Latin Americans entering the country, just not like this. We agree with the aim of peaceful protest, just not like this. And if we on the left are to ask, how exactly are we supposed to get this without this? Oh, coming up with that solution? That's our job. And if it's not getting done, It's because we haven't come up with a solution they like yet. And probably what they don't like about our solutions is that we implied the problem was racism. Yes, white people are overrepresented in dozens of industries nationwide, but have you considered that it's a fluke? Pitch me a solution for it being a fluke. The collaborators' white supremacy exists in the negative space. They agree racism exists. They agree we should oppose it. But they disagree that any individual thing you're talking about is an example of it. Getting a Republican to identify an actual incident of systemic racism is like trying to point at your shadow with a flashlight. And it's reasonable to ask, Jesus, how far can these guys push the envelope before the rest of the establishment calls them what they are? But if you're waiting for the moment a white moderate agrees mainstream conservatism has done something unacceptably and unequivocally racist, you're underestimating how long white people can equivocate. There's a lot to say about the white moderate, and I'm about to be that lefty who expends as many words complaining about liberals as he does fascists, but look, as much as this series is about the tactics of the far right, it is at least as much about how the center left is susceptible to them and complicit. So, okay, when a Democrat loses an election, what happens with the white liberal pundit class? Well, there's suddenly a lot of chatter about how to talk to your racist uncle over Thanksgiving, about how liberals in red states can contact their representatives, about the value of debate. This is our fault, they say. We let this happen because we didn't have enough conversations with white conservatives. You hear a lot more of that talk than about how the gutting of the Voting Rights Act cost a lot of the left the right to vote, and what could be done to guarantee their representation in the next election. In fact, you hear a lot more about how that kind of talk is alienating to the white conservatives who supported gutting the Voting Rights Act. About how reaching across the aisle is going to mean easing off the race talk, at least for now. POC representation is quickly reframed as a critical long-term goal, but in the present moment, while we are competing for elected office, guaranteeing the minority vote is a luxury. What's prioritized is that the people who suppressed the black vote in order to win elections not be made to feel that they are racist. Because, I mean, what if they genuinely believe the Voting Rights Act unfairly targets southern states? Or even if, and I'm saying if here, they did do it to suppress votes. If hurting black people isn't their goal and they're just trying to win elections, is that really racist? Moderates are very cagey about breaking out the R word for a fellow white person. See, there's this other definition of racism that most white people learn in grade school. Racism is when you say mean things to other kids about skin color and it hurts their feelings. Racism is about cruelty, and harm done by white people therefore is not racism if it isn't cruel, if it's merely ignorant or apathetic. But ignorance and apathy can be reasoned with. You just gotta sit down and hash it out, as long as it takes. Real white supremacy is about emotional distress or interpersonal violence. It's uncommon, it's unpopular, and it's a hearts and minds issue. What this definition leaves out is any notion that white supremacy is about power. That white people who disavow racism still live longer, get paid better, get arrested less often, and are typically in position to negotiate with whomever's in power. That this society was built for the everyman. And being the everyman confers power upon you. When children of white moderates get older and first brush up against this definition, wherein white supremacy is not small, but all-encompassing, where it can be cruel, but is at least as often indifferent, and where every white person in the country is bound up in it and privileged by it, whether they want to be or not, and will never, ever experience it themselves, where it's not about feelings, but about power. How often do they say, oh, maybe the definition I grew up with was simplified for 9-year-olds? Or, oh, maybe the definition given to me by white grown-ups was less complete than one a black grown-up might have given? And how often do they say, You can't just redefine racism. Right out the gate, the white moderate is possessive not just of their whiteness, but of the very definition of racism. In the definition they know, racism exists only over here. And the white collaborator is a compatriot who shares their ultimate vision for the future and is simply gone off course somewhere. And they don't see themselves as flawed individuals with a long way still to go. They've already arrived. They're the destination everyone else needs to get to. Living proof that white supremacy can be easily and painlessly opted out of. They can't see collaborators as opponents because there is no definition of white supremacy that includes collaborators and doesn't also include them. And this is critically important. They don't want to start thinking of themselves as white. They don't want the constant awareness of one's race and how one's race is perceived. You know, the things the rest of humanity deals with. And who would want that? I'll tell you who wants that. Nazis and Klansmen want that. They're the only ones who like thinking about whiteness every day. So white moderates cling to the other definition, the comfortable one. They may be more or less willing to collaborate with people of color, but mostly in ways that don't foreground their whiteness. White as default is one concession that can never be made, in part because it's the one that can't be spoken. Their ideal is a kind of big tent anti-racism, where victory comes by winning over reactionary conservatives. That might strike you as odd, given that reactionary conservatives have seen many victories over the last 20 years, and it's not like they did it by winning over us. White supremacists bolster their numbers by finding little disgruntled pockets of America that have not heretofore engaged much in politics, and radicalizing them to the cause, and then pitching themselves to white collaborators as a demographic now large enough to sway a narrow election. If moderates wanted to counter this strategy, they might look at who out there is sympathetic to progressive causes but isn't voting. Maybe because they don't feel liberal candidates represent them. Or maybe because someone just happened to shut down all the polling locations in their neighborhood. And, you know, mathematically, there's probably a lot more disenfranchised people of color who match that description than racist white people who aren't already Republicans. But that strategy would mean doubling down on anti-racist talking points instead of easing off of them. It would mean a willingness to alienate some white people. It's giving up on them. It's admitting that a significant percentage of American whiteness is not on the side of racial equity. It means there's a definition of racism where it isn't fringe, but common and pervasive, and where addressing it requires thinking about their place in it. It means asking why they feel more affinity for white people who oppose them than people of color they claim to agree with. Why the votes of the former have to be earned, but the latter are expected. And since all that seems intolerable, they fixate on the kinds of gestures that feel like moving in the right direction, but run very little risk of arriving anywhere. How about instead of defunding the police, we give them more money than any administration in years, but also Juneteenth is a national holiday now. Something for everyone. The left has the numbers to leave behind white centrists who slow down anti-racist efforts. And it doesn't, because white moderates don't want to. They and the white collaborators are supposed to be in this together. And they are. Just not in the way they think. The irony is that the right feels no affinity for white moderates whatsoever. They hate, and I mean hate, white moderates. Smug pricks always talking about unity whenever they win an election. Reach across the aisle? That's what you say when you've lost and you want the other guys to make concessions they don't have to make. You don't do it when you're in power. Are they trying to humiliate us, or did we really lose to a bunch of clowns who don't even know how to win right? Debasing themselves in front of minorities just to get their votes when they clearly aren't going to do anything real for them. Christ, at least the white supremacists are honest. The right will threaten POC sometimes just to call the white moderates bluff. Racism must be understood as more than a set of individual beliefs and feelings, but as a tool for achieving political ends. First and foremost, because claiming otherwise is both factually and morally wrong, but also, without this understanding, white culture can't recognize the stakes. Fascism exists in a state of permanent conflict. Things like declaring an indefinite state of martial law, suspending elections, or executing members of government are justified on the grounds that the people are in danger and need to be protected and mobilized. Now, this isn't unique to fascism. Between the Cold War, the war on drugs, and the war on terror, the US has been in some form of ongoing conflict for the last 3 generations. But you'll note the Cold War didn't end on a battlefield. It ended when the Soviet Union collapsed in on itself. Communism, terrorism, and drug dealing are patterns of behavior, and they wax and wane, often for reasons outside our control. Geopolitics may someday shift such that terrorism becomes less prevalent, or that lowers the demand for drugs. Communism can be fought with diplomacy and economic sanctions, because communists can choose not to be communist anymore. And fascists have no use for soft power. To justify a military dictatorship, they need an opponent that won't just go away on its own one day. It always comes back to identity politics, because black people can't stop being black. Theirs is a number that will not be reduced without the hard power of violence and displacement. Fascism begins by stealing targets from the left. They focus on elites, corrupt businessmen, weak-willed politicians, subtly shifting focus away from leftist critique of systems to types of people. But sooner or later, they settle on something unchangeable: race, gender, ethnicity, religious background. The bigotry is localized to the region's existing prejudices. In Nazi Germany, it was Jews, Jehovah's Witnesses, Roma, Slavs, black people, queer people, and people with disabilities. In fascist Italy, it was Slovenes, until Mussolini invaded Libya and Ethiopia, and so demonized their citizens as well. In the US, the Klan and the American Nazi Party targeted African Americans, Jews, Catholics, queer people, and immigrants. Spain under Franco tried to determine the exact racial makeup of the Spanish people so they could cast out those with the wrong mixture of bloods. This is why the far right has gone all in on transphobia, by the way. Like, it's joined Islamophobia on the outer rim of acceptable bigotries. On some level, they know trans folks aren't just cis people in disguise, that desistance is rare and conversion therapy doesn't work, because if trans people could just stop being trans, they never would have picked them for an enemy. This is where it starts. This is why you should have no patience for anyone saying wokeness is dividing the left. We should be focusing on class. They're not attacking us on class. They're trying to sell themselves as better on class than we are. Where do you think that fairy tale about blue-collar whites comes from? They want you to believe that they, and not the socialists, are the path forward for the downtrodden. There's a reason fascism started popping up all over Europe right after the Russian Revolution. Mussolini got his start beating up socialists in the Po Valley on the grounds that he was defending not wealthy elites, but struggling rural farmers who didn't like the socialist takeover of their industry during the Biennio Rosso. The fascist goal is to harness and redirect class resentment towards a scapegoat. They come at us on identity. It always comes down to the shape of the human skull. When a provocateur shows up on a college campus to talk about ideas, it's not a debate. There's no special sequence of words that will defeat them. This is a show of dominance. They are presenting themselves as white compatriots to be reasoned with, rather than agents of white supremacy to be opposed. In that framing, the stakes are attention, the weapons are words, and people of color are not players but tokens on a white person's game board. And they are checking whether you will submit to that structure. They don't care about ideas. They care about power. And power is what beats them. They tell you 400 people showing up to protest is just free news coverage. But when 4,000 show up, they cancel. That's power. And in absolute numbers, most events, they can't rustle up 4,000 supporters. But we can, provided cishet non-disabled white dude lefties like myself haven't told all the right's biggest targets that their struggles don't matter. And it's worth mentioning, cops fuck with protesters less when some of them are white. It's also worth mentioning racism affects 58% of the working poor, so there can be no class solidarity that doesn't address it. This isn't who needs to win. This is who needs to win. And if you're white, you need to be over here. I've collected as many resources as I can find by POC on what they need and want from white allies and put them in the down there part. There's a plurality of opinions on this, so I recommend reading more than one. And it may not always be a 4,000 strong protest. Every direct action is unique and must be strategized in concert with the people most affected. But what I can tell you is when business gets done, white folks need to split the check.
Let's just say that.
A movement cannot be anti-fascist if it isn't anti-racist.
Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bret Hart, Ken Shamrock. They brought in Shamrock to be the referee, right? You know what? They should have brought in for this. Well, I don't know about that, but I just keep thinking about that and what could happen tonight and the role that Daniel Cormier could.
All right, gang. I appreciate all of you. It's time to get this party started. Let me go away. Let me hide this right now. Hide her screen share. Where is Stupid Whore Energy at? I think she's in a... yeah, she's on a spotlight tile. Great. All right, so, boom, bang, boom, boom, boom. There it is. All right, folks, look, it's wrestling pay-per-view time. Check it out. The gang is gathered. I'm here. AR is here. Cameron's here. Stupid Whore Energy's here. UC Love is here. UT Punk is here. The party is in gather. It's pay-per-view time. I want to thank all the guests. Yo, that video smashed. There really isn't much to add, right? The video just fucking smashed. You're either anti-racist or you're fucking up the game. It is what it is. I love y'all. We'll see you next time. If you want to keep rocking with us, coming together, we're going to rock out this pay-per-view and then probably go overnight. Let's go to the gather. Boom. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, Science bless you all. Poof them out.
Ready for take off.
Whoa. Working hard on my stump was the problem. I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause you wildin'. Put the bowl at the party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flipped. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. What?